Section 0 of Collections of the State Historical Society of Wisconsin, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. Articles from the Collections of the State Historical Society of Wisconsin, Volume 2, by Lyman Copeland Draper. Preface to Reprint Edition. While there is much material in Volume 2 of the collections, herewith reprinted page for page, that is ephemeral in character, some of the articles are of enduring merit as materials for or commentaries on Wisconsin history. Mr. Baird's annual address, 1856, was one of the earliest intelligent resumes of the history of the state, particularly of the period of early American occupation. The personal narratives of James H. Lockwood, John Shaw, and Daniel M. Parkinson are valuable to the student of the beginnings of Prairie du Chien and the Lead region. Alfred Brunson's memoir of Thomas Pendleton Burnett has in it a strong and characteristic touch of controversy. Nevertheless, there is much to commend it as an ex parte study of Indian Agency affairs at Prairie du Chien, reinforced as it is by contemporary documents. The specter of the Black Hawk War rises for the first time in the collections in the protracted controversy between Charles Bracken and Peter Parkinson, Jr. Albert G. Ellis writes from personal knowledge concerning the advent of the New York Indians into Wisconsin, a valuable paper frequently cited by later writers on this subject. Jason Lothrop presents the story of the Western Emigration Company, an organization founded in Oswego County, New York, winter of 1835 to 36, which made, quote, the first settlements of any importance in Kenosha County, end quote. Charles D. Robinson gives an interesting legend of Red Banks, the traditional seat of the Winnebagos on Green Bay. The volume closes with an enthusiastic article by Tom O. Edwards, claiming for Wisconsin special advantages on the grounds of geographical position, climate, soil, and consequently health and wealth, at the time hardly appropriate to the collections, but now historically interesting as indicating the self-consciousness of the young Commonwealth. RGT, Madison, Wisconsin, December 1903. End of section 0. Section 1 of Articles from the Collections of the State Historical Society of Wisconsin, Volume 2, by Lyman Copeland Draper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ted Lienhart. Early History and Condition of Wisconsin. Annual Address delivered before the State Historical Society in the Senate Hall by Honorable Henry S. Baird of Green Bay, on the 30th January, 1856, the 7th anniversary of the Society. Mr. President, the eventful changes and vicissitudes constantly occurring in the history of nations and individuals admonish us to note carefully everything of moment connected with our own generation, to look forward to that period when the present shall have passed into futurity, when the forms of government and existing institutions, both civil and political, shall have changed, and when those who are now the busy actors in the grand drama of life shall have given place to those who are destined to succeed them. Then nothing will remain to commemorate the events of our time but the page of history or the imperfect recollections of our descendants. It is the design of history faithfully and truly to record events worthy of notice in the rise, progress, and decline of nations, also to transmit to posterity the virtues and noble deeds of individuals and the perfections in the several forms of government as examples worthy of imitation, and on the other hand, to point out the vices, errors, or imperfections to be avoided. To rely solely on tradition for a knowledge of preceding generations would inevitably involve the past in uncertainty and obscurity. As it is the province and design of history to preserve and perpetuate events, so is it equally the duty of man faithfully to record and leave to his successors an account of the transactions and occurrences of his own generation. The historian is often misled by misstatements or prejudices, and oftentimes finds himself at a loss for reliable materials from which to prepare a correct history. The formation of historical societies is comparatively of but recent origin. Such institutions may have existed for a long period, but to a very limited extent in some of the older countries in Europe. Still, their usefulness and value are, as yet, scarcely appreciated as they deserve. Their object is not only to collect information as to existing institutions and the present state of social and political society, but to rescue from oblivion the events of past ages, to delineate the character and habits of the people of past generations, to record whatever was peculiar in their forms of government, their social and national habits, their virtues or their vices, and transmit the whole to those who may succeed them. The State Historical Society of Wisconsin is yet in its infancy. It has been in existence but 7 years. For the first 4 or 5 years after its formation, but little more was accomplished than to organize it and hold an annual meeting for the election of officers. A degree of apathy seemed to exist, which greatly retarded its prosperity and limited its usefulness. But it is highly gratifying to know that such is no longer the case. Your society is constantly receiving valuable contributions, the number of its members steadily increasing, and its early establishment will doubtless secure and perpetuate many interesting memorials of the olden time, which otherwise would be lost or forgotten. Let us hope that its usefulness will be duly appreciated, that the best men of our country will not only give it their countenance, but contribute freely their aid and exertions to render it worthy of the noble objects it has in view, and may its annual gatherings, in all time to come, be attended, as on the present occasion, by the intelligent citizens and high functionaries of the state. On an occasion like this, it may by some be expected that some allusion will be made to the history of the state in which the society is located. To attempt anything like a connected history in an annual address, even in reference to so young a member of the Confederacy as Wisconsin, would be preposterous. Still, much may be said relating to particular periods or occurrences in that history, worthy of being preserved, and which may prove interesting to the audience I have the honor to address. The rise, progress, and prosperity of this republic are unparalleled in the annals of nations. Within little more than half a century, and in a period of time scarcely equal to that allotted to the ordinary life of man, the United States have emerged from a state of vassalage and dependence, defied and rejected the master that controlled and governed her, declared herself free and independent, and now forms, within her own limits, a constellation of states, each of which is equal in power and resources to many of the kingdoms of the Old World. To trace the history and progress of the several states comprising this union would be interesting, for although the period of their existence is brief, yet it is replete with events of most thrilling interest. In this respect, Wisconsin occupies a position surpassed by no other state in the Union. It is true, much of her history is involved in obscurity, and it is in some degree blended with that of other states, which are parts of what was formerly termed the Northwest Territory, and out of which have been formed the states of Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Michigan, and Wisconsin. The early history of this region can only be gathered from the traditionary accounts given by the oldest inhabitants and the exaggerated published journals and narratives of the early missionaries and other explorers of these then wild and inhospitable regions. This portion of the history of Wisconsin has been written by an abler hand than mine. The volumes lately compiled by the venerable historian of the state have done full justice to the subject and are undoubtedly as full and correct a history of that period as ample knowledge, industry, and research could make them. In recurring to the early history of the country, we are naturally led to inquire by whom was it first explored and what motives prompted its exploration and occupation. And here I would observe that posterity has scarcely yet done justice to the character and merits of those who first entered upon this hazardous enterprise. Columbus, after repeated rebuffs and disappointments, at length, by indomitable courage and perseverance, succeeded in discovering a new world. That success excited the envy and hostility of the great and powerful. During his lifetime, he suffered injustice at the hands of his sovereign and failed to receive the reward he so nobly won and so richly deserved. It was reserved for posterity to do full justice to his merits. His monument is not less than this vast continent, peopled by millions of freemen who acknowledge him as the discoverer of America. The principal motive which influenced him in undertaking his great voyage of discovery was probably that of ambition and the desire to give his name to the new and hitherto undiscovered country. But how different the motives of those who first entered the path for the exploration of the distant wilds of Wisconsin. They were the poor but devoted missionaries who could gain nothing by their discoveries, men who not only professed to have at heart the welfare and happiness of the Indians, but by every action of their lives proved the disinterestedness and purity of their intentions. Whatever opinions some may entertain of the efforts of modern philanthropists to ameliorate the condition and improve the morals of the natives, none should withhold from the early missionaries and reverend fathers the meed of praise for their zeal and devotion in their attempts to civilize the red man and better his moral and social condition. The kindness and friendship with which these efforts were received by the Indians and the sincere and enduring ties of goodwill which so long subsisted between the French and the natives show conclusively that the early visits of the missionaries were missions of peace and friendship. To the efforts of these primitive pioneers, devoted and pious men, do we owe the first settlement of this country, and to their journals and narratives, imperfect though they be, can we alone have resource for information relative to their early expeditions and discoveries and the condition of the country at that remote period. Contemporaneous with the arrival of the Jesuits in this region, another class of adventurers visited and eventually became identified with the country. I allude to the French traders, familiarly known among their compeers as voyageurs. They were truly pioneers of Wisconsin and are justly entitled to share with the missionaries the reward and credit of bringing the country into notice, opening the way for the introduction of civilization and improvement, and to some extent improving the condition of the natives and subduing their savage propensities. This class of men were actuated by more selfish and sordid motives than those which governed their brethren the missionaries, yet their character and disposition bore a great similarity to each other. All, or nearly all, were Frenchmen, and were possessed in common with that urbanity of manner and all those warm and friendly traits so characteristic of that polite but volatile nation. And experience has shown that the people of no other country have ever acquired and maintained, during their intercourse with them, the same degree of influence over the Indian tribes. Nor have any other people ever succeeded in preserving so long and enduring peace and friendship. This result was probably owing as well to the peculiar character of the French people, as also to their adaptation and ready conformity to many of the customs and habits of the aborigines. Of a social and excitable temperament, fond of change, and unaccustomed to the restraints and conventional refinements of society, they found it an easy task to conform readily to the customs and modes of life peculiar to those with whom they came to reside. They lived, to some extent, as the Indians did, occupying wigwams or rude houses made of the bark of trees, depending for food during a portion of the year on the proceeds of the chase or success in taking fish, which abounded in the numerous lakes and streams interspersed throughout the Northwest, and many, moreover, intermarrying with the native females and raising families who in their turn became permanent residents of the country. When the dominion of the Northwest was transferred by the French to the English, the latter failed, in a great measure, to conciliate the goodwill of the natives and secure their friendship. That nation never acquired the confidence of or established a permanent friendship with the Indian tribes like the French. The feelings of the Indians towards the French seem to have been respect and affection, induced by kind treatment and fair and equitable traffic, while towards the English they cherished a secret dislike, only subdued and smothered because they were the weaker party. On the surrender of the country to the United States, these unfriendly feelings were by no means diminished, but rather increased, which but too often showed themselves in hostile attacks and the murder of the weak and unprotected. These different phases of feeling manifested by the Wisconsin Indian tribes towards the people of the several nations who successively became the occupants of their country may be easily accounted for. The French came as friends and not as taskmasters. They opened a traffic with the natives, lucrative to the former and at the same time beneficial to the latter, supplying their wants in exchange for their furs and peltries. They did not attempt to take forcible possession of the soil or appropriate it to their own use. They cultivated little or no land and did not interfere with the game. The English had in view not only this rich and profitable traffic, but a more important ulterior object, the acquisition of the country and its entire subjection to British dominion. This soon manifested itself to the Indians by the policy adopted by the English government and the arbitrary acts of her governors and military commandants. And when we add to these causes of dislike and alienation the recollection that for many years a sanguinary war had been waged between France and England for the avowed purpose of gaining ascendancy in and exercising exclusive sovereignty over this very country, the birthright of the natives, it is not wonderful that the latter should favor the people whom they viewed as friends and take sides against the English, whom they had always considered as their worst enemies. During the period of English sovereignty over the country, this state of things scarcely changed. That period was marked by constant outbreaks and frequent sanguinary conflicts between the whites and Indians. At the termination of the American Revolution, the whole extent of territory lying between the Canadas, the Great Lakes, and the Mississippi was to have been surrendered to the new republic. The formal surrender, however, was delayed on various pretexts by the English government, and many of the forts, trading posts, and settlements were withheld for several years after the time stipulated for their delivery, and we can well imagine that during this period no pains were spared by the emissaries of the English to keep alive the jealous feelings of the Indians and incite them to hostilities with those whom they believed had come to expel them from their country and destroy and exterminate them as a people. The English differed from the French in many particulars, but especially in their taciturn dispositions and unsocial habits. The character of the Americans was still more marked, and in many respects obnoxious to the Indians. They came as conquerors and assumed the government of a country and people originally free and independent. They asserted that the country was theirs by conquest and that the natives were but tenants at sufferance. They assumed the right to fell the forest, till the soil, and destroy the game, the sole dependence of the people who inherited this beautiful region, the gift of the Great Spirit whom they worshipped and adored. Is it surprising, then, that this people should have entertained hostile feelings and waged war against the intruders? Before dismissing this part of Wisconsin history, let us for a moment pause. Let us sympathize with the race who have been most deeply, most irretrievably wronged. When this fair land was first invaded and taken possession of by the whites, it was as the God of nature had formed it, abounding in everything to make it desirable for the residence and support of man in a state of primitive simplicity, and peopled by numerous aboriginal tribes. Unacquainted with the wants, luxuries, and refinements of civilization, and free from the vices and crimes of modern society, they lived a contented and happy people. The French and English found the country inhabited by the Sacs, Foxes, Winnebagoes, Chippewas, Potawatomis, Ottawas, Menomonies, and other powerful tribes which have now become extinct and whose names even are forgotten. Those tribes, numbering many thousands, occupied the country now embraced within the present states of Illinois, Michigan, Wisconsin, Iowa, and the territory of Minnesota. But where are they now? While some of these warlike and noble tribes are entirely extinct, others bear but a faint resemblance of their former greatness. A few miserable and squalid families make up the sole remnant of their once formidable bands. It is the common practice of the white man to charge cruelty and duplicity upon the Indian. If he is cruel, who has made him so? If he is guilty of duplicity, who has taught him the lesson? We are too apt to charge upon this wronged and persecuted people the commission of unprovoked crimes and the perpetration of cruel wrongs without justification or excuse, and this is especially the case amongst American frontiersmen who may have suffered at their hands. But when we compare the present condition of these people with that when first discovered by the whites, their sufferings must go far to mitigate, if not justify, their sanguinary warfare. At that period, they were truly the lords of the soil, sole and undisputed owners of the rich and lovely country they occupied, surrounded by the abundant gifts of nature, sufficient for the supply of every want, and unaccountable to any master save the Grand Master of the universe. Thus they passed their lives in happy simplicity and contentment, little dreaming of the disastrous future that awaited them. The first white men who visited these tribes were received with friendship and entertained with hospitality. But alas, it was but a brief space before this kind reception met with an ungrateful return. Soon were these children of nature to be driven from the forests and prairies, through and over which they had been accustomed to roam unmolested and uncontrolled, to be expelled from their beautiful villages where their ancestors were born, from the hunting grounds which for so many generations had supplied them with game, yea, even denied the last consolation of decaying nature, that of mingling their ashes with the dust of their kindred. Why then should we express any wonder that the untutored and injured Indian, goaded on by such harrowing recollections, should feel resentment and seek to avenge himself on those who have wrought this crushing misery? To feel and act otherwise would rather evince a want of the noblest and holiest feelings of our nature, filial attachment, and a love of our homes and firesides. Compared with nations of antiquity, who were classed as refined and civilized, the North American Indians would lose nothing in the scale of humanity. Many of the battles of the ancients were equally sanguinary, and blackened by deeds as cruel and cold-blooded in their character. Even among our own people, acts of atrocity have been committed on the Indian, revolting to humanity and contrary to every principle of honorable warfare. There is much that is noble and elevating in the character of the Indian yet left to him, but how different is the present from his original character. When first visited by Europeans, he walked erect, with the proud and haughty bearing of one conscious of his independence and freedom from restraint. Yet with all this feeling, he would extend the hand of friendship and entertain the stranger with kindness and hospitality. And what has been the return for all this? The answer is found in the squalid appearance of a few miserable beings who yet linger in portions of our state. Reduced by the introduction of the low and wasting vices of the whites and the more direct effects of spirituous liquors, he stalks our streets a living evidence of what he is, contradistinguished from what he once was, an enduring reproach upon the white man for the debased creature he has made him. The nature of the Indian is to avenge injury or wrong, but he is always susceptible of friendship and grateful for kindness shown him. To partake of his hospitality is sure to secure protection and safety. Much has been said as to the policy adopted by our government in relation to this suffering people. Some public functionaries have, at different times, lauded the government for its just and parental care and protection of this persecuted race. Justice to the Indians? After robbing them of their possessions, forcibly expelling them from their homes and their country, and by the introduction of spirituous liquors and low vices of civilized man, degrading them from their once proud and noble bearing to the lowest and most abject condition, then the general government does them justice and exercises parental care over them by doling out a pitiful annuity of a few blankets to cover their naked limbs and a scanty supply of provisions to keep their famishing women and children from utter starvation. It would be more magnanimous for the white man candidly to acknowledge the wrongs committed and to the utmost of his power to atone for them by exertions to ameliorate the hard fate of the sufferers. But their destiny is written. As the white man advances, they recede. even the stupendous and almost inaccessible ramparts of the Rocky Mountains cannot stay the advance of the enterprising American. Already has the red man fled beyond what he once believed to be the utmost boundary of civilization, and yet he is pursued. His relentless foe is still close upon his retreating footsteps, leaving no hope to him but that of finding a peaceful grave, a last resting place from his pursuer, beneath the rolling billows of the Pacific. If we cannot do justice to the Indian by restoring him to his country and reuniting him with his scattered race, let us at least do justice to his character. In our prejudice, let us not lose sight of his many noble and redeeming traits. Many of the early settlers of Wisconsin have experienced from the Indians numerous instances of friendship and hospitality, and not a few were indebted to individuals of the Menominee tribe for the preservation of their lives and liberty during the War of 1812. By the Treaty of Peace of 1783, as also by Jay's Treaty of 1795, it was stipulated by the English government that the Northwestern Territory, with its forts, trading posts, and dependencies, should be surrendered and transferred to the United States. But as already remarked, the surrender of the posts and evacuation of the country by the English were long delayed. Although the United States exercised nominal jurisdiction over parts of the territory previous to the War of 1812, yet this exercise of authority was merely in name. During the war, nearly all of this part of the Northwest was in possession of the British, and the few Americans who resided here were subject to their authority. It was not until 1816 that that portion of the territory comprising Wisconsin became really a portion of the United States. All of the tribes of Indians inhabiting the Northwest between the lakes and the Mississippi, with the exception of the Potawatomis and a part of the Ottawas, note, there would appear to be some mistake in this statement. When Colonel Robert Dixon collected a large Indian force under the British flag at Green Bay in the summer of 1812, the Potawatomis and Ottawas formed a part, and in August of that year, a large band of Potawatomis under their chief Black Partridge committed the memorable massacre at Chicago, and the Potawatomis also figured prominently at Tippecanoe, Brownstone, River Raisin, Fort Meigs, Sandusky, and the Thames. The Menominees as a nation, it is believed, were mainly controlled by their able chief Tomah, who used all his great influence to prevail upon his people to remain neutral, and but a few of the young warriors joined the fortunes of the British. LCD. End note. Were hostile to the states, enlisted on the side of the English, and during the contest waged war against the Americans. The Potawatomis and Ottawas, although friendly, remained neutral. By the terms of Jay's Treaty, all the inhabitants of whatever nation, then residents of the country, were protected in the possession of their property, with the right to remain or, at their option, withdraw with their effects from the country, and 1 year was allowed them to make their election. All who did not withdraw within that period were deemed American citizens, allowed to enjoy all the privileges of citizenship and to be under the protection of our government. But few of the settlers left the country. Those who remained virtually became American citizens, but we find that nearly all the French and English of this class were subsequently found in the ranks of our enemies. Several bore commissions under the king, and with their Indian allies, assisted in taking Mackinac and other places during the War of 1812-15. During that contest, the few Americans that resided at Green Bay, Mackinac, Chicago, and Prairie du Chien were at the mercy of the British and exposed to the depredations of the Indians. Some were taken prisoners and conveyed to Detroit, some made captive by the Indians, and others fell by the tomahawk and scalping knife. The cruelties practiced upon the whites have been generally and indiscriminately charged upon the Indians, when in truth they were instigated to the commission of such deeds by white men, the officers or emissaries of the English. Perhaps some of the most diabolical acts were committed by the white fiends themselves, for instances were not rare when white men or their descendants were found wearing the garb and wielding the weapons of the red men, the better to conceal themselves from the Americans. At the termination of the war, Formal possession was taken by the American troops of the Northwest. The first American vessel, laden with troops and military supplies, entered Green Bay and finally anchored in Fox River, opposite where Fort Howard was soon after established, in August or September 1816. They were piloted from Mackinac by two old citizens of Brown County, Augustine Grignon and Stanislaus Chapin, the former of whom is still living. They were traders and residents of Green Bay, but then at Mackinac on their annual visit to sell their peltries and obtain supplies for the trade of the ensuing winter. They were applied to by Colonel Chambers, the commanding officer of the American detachment, to pilot the vessels, but as they had their own boats and men there, they declined, as it would be a sacrifice of time and be attended with risk in reaching their remote wintering grounds or trading posts before the commencement of winter. But these objections availed nothing. In those days, and in this country, the will of the military commandant was the law of the land. Having refused to go voluntarily, they were pressed into the public service and safely piloted the vessels into the waters of Fox River. End of section 1. Section 2 of Articles from the Collections of the State Historical Society of Wisconsin, Volume 2, by Lyman Copeland Draper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ted Lienhart. Early History and Condition of Wisconsin, Part 2. From 1816 to 1824, a period of 8 years, although Wisconsin and a part of Michigan Territory were nominally under the protection of the flag of the Union, yet but little of parental care was bestowed upon her citizens in civil life by the general government. The rule that bore sway was essentially military. No courts were organized, and offenders against the laws were either sent from remote parts of the settlement to Detroit for trial, or perhaps more usually suffered to escape punishment. The civil code was limited and but sparingly administered, but the military code, such as it was, more than supplied the deficiencies of the civil. While this state of things continued, it occasionally happened that some military genius, possessed of more tinsel than discretion, became the commanding officer, and to mark the era of his reign would exercise his little brief authority in an arbitrary manner, and thus contrive to render the condition of the citizen as uncomfortable as possible. Instances of high-handed oppression and injustice were, in the early days of our history, frequently committed by some military martinet upon the persons, liberty, or property of those whom they were sent to protect. A few such cases were witnessed by myself. It happened that some 30 years ago, a gentleman still living in this state, being then engaged in the Indian trade near Green Bay, became obnoxious to a government agent who had the authority to grant licenses to the traders. On applying for a license, as usual, the trader was refused, on the alleged ground that he had, on some former occasion, violated the laws of trade and intercourse with the Indians. The trader therefore hired 2 Indians in their canoes and started for a distant agency, intending there to obtain his license in return for his goods. After proceeding some miles, the trader was overtaken by another canoe, strongly manned and armed, having on board the United States Indian interpreter and 8 or 9 Indians. The interpreter stopped the trader and ordered him to go on board of the armed canoe, together with his Indian comrades. This he refused to do, when he and his companions were seized and forcibly carried back to the place whence they started a few hours previously. They were all landed on a beach near the agency house, and the trader and Indians ordered into the building. The trader, of course, refused to obey and went his way unmolested, but the poor innocent Indians fared much worse. They were marched as prisoners to the garrison, accompanied by the interpreter, with a polite note from the agent requesting the commanding officer to give each a dozen lashes and confine them in the guardhouse until further orders. This request was promptly complied with before the civil authority could interpose to prevent it. I need hardly say that great excitement prevailed, and much indignation was manifested at this cruel and arbitrary exercise of unlawful authority. As soon as a writ of habeas corpus could be obtained, the poor maltreated Indians were released. Note: those poor injured red men must have felt very much as Red Jacket did when returning with a group of lawyers from a court of justice where one of his Seneca brothers had just been sentenced to imprisonment for life, after the old chief had eloquently and sturdily pled that the accused might be tried and punished by Indian laws and usages. Seeing the emblematical representation of liberty and justice emblazoned in large figures and characters on the sign of a printing office, the old chieftain stopped and, pointing to the figure of liberty, asked in broken English, "What him call?" He was answered, "Liberty." "Ugh," was the significant and truly aboriginal response. Then, pointing to the other figure, he inquired, "What him call?" He was answered, "Justice," to which, with a kindling eye, he instantly replied by asking, "Where him live now?" LCD. End note. But unable to comprehend why they were thus punished, they fled as soon as they were set at liberty, and were not seen at the place of their suffering for a long time afterwards. Civil authority being then fully established, the persons who so grossly violated law and outraged every feeling of humanity were immediately arrested and required to give bail for their appearance to answer the complaint at the next term of the court. But before the time for trial, the guilty parties were very willing to settle the matter by making reparation and paying the Indians handsome, smart money. A more recent affair of a similar character occurred at Green Bay when 2 citizens were arrested by the sentinel in open day and marched by the guard to the fort, a distance of half a mile, charged with having dared to land on the fort side of Fox River without permission from the commanding officer. In this instance, the military was obliged to succumb to the civil authority. The officer by whose orders the parties were arrested was prosecuted for the outrage and considered himself fortunate to escape with a fine. Many other instances of usurpation of authority, although not on record, are fresh in the recollection of the early settlers of Wisconsin, such as demolishing houses, firing into vessels or boats attempting to pass the fort without stopping to report to the commandant. As late as 1827, your speaker and the Honorable James D. Doty, then judge of the district, were on our return from Mackinac, where the judge had held his court. We were in a bark canoe, manned by Frenchmen and Indians, and entering Fox River, we arrived opposite Fort Howard about 8 o'clock in the morning, and while steadily pursuing our way up the river to our homes, we were hailed by the sentinel, who was stationed on the wharf, and ordered ashore. This command we at first disregarded, and ordered our men to go on, but they became alarmed when the sentinel deliberately presented and cocked his musket, at the same time threatening to fire into us if we did not immediately go ashore. We permitted the men to do so, and were met at the wharf by the officer of the day, of whom we inquired when war had been declared. He rather sheepishly replied that it was a standing order of the post that no boat or vessel should be permitted to pass without reporting. These incidents in the early history of our state are not alluded to for the purpose of injuring the feelings of any of the actors in them, if any are still living, but to show the privations and hardships experienced by the early settlers, and to exhibit in their true forms the inefficiency of the protection afforded by the general government, and the proneness of military men, when exercising the supreme authority, to become tyrannical and oppressive. I have remarked that during the period of 8 years prior to 1824, the country was principally subject to military rule. It was not, however, entirely so, as there was a species of civil authority exercised in parts of the country where there were white inhabitants, and which, in many respects, was quite unique and amusing. I will allude to 1 or 2 cases that occurred in that part of the state where I have long resided, and with which I have become acquainted. All who have any knowledge of the early settlement of the northern part of the state have heard of the venerable Judge Room, who resided for many years at Green Bay, and died near there over 30 years ago. A relic of this venerable functionary is preserved among the collections of your society. Note: His scarlet coat or court dress, faced with white silk and bedecked with spangled buttons, in which he appeared on all public occasions, LCD. End note. Where the judge came from is not very well known, and whence he derived his authority is a matter likewise involved in uncertainty, but it is a well-established fact that he exercised the functions of a judge or justice for a long period. When he first assumed the robes of office, he probably received his authority from some commanding officer or governor. His judicial career commenced before the War of 1812 and probably continued until near the time of his decease. This exercise of authority seems to have been tacitly acquiesced in by all. It has never been ascertained that the judge received a renewal of his first appointment from any governor in Michigan or elsewhere, but he could not be termed an usurper, as there appears to have existed no opposition to his judicial acts, but on the contrary, a quiet submission to his authority and a ready acquiescence in his quaint and odd decisions. Many amusing anecdotes are told of the judge and of the nature of his judgments. One, which was related to me by a friend, now deceased, who on one occasion was chosen defendant, will serve to illustrate the primitive judicial decisions in Wisconsin. My friend was sued by a Frenchman on an account and summoned to appear before Judge Room. The summons was returnable at 2:00 p.m., but the defendant forgot the hour. 4:00 arrived, when he bethought himself of his remissness. He immediately repaired to the Hall of Justice, first taking the precaution, however, to slip into his overcoat pocket a bottle of good old whiskey. On entering the presence chamber, he found the cause decided against him, the plaintiff exultant in his success, the judge rigid and dignified. The defendant had defied his authority and disobeyed his mandate. In vain did my friend attempt to thaw the ice of the judge's cold reserve and obtain a rehearing. Failing in all these efforts, the defendant rose from his seat and, approaching the door of an inner apartment, invited the judge to follow. This he did reluctantly. When safely out of sight of the other party, the defendant slowly drew from his pocket the aforesaid black bottle and placed it on the table, where were already glasses and water. The stern features of the judge suddenly relaxed. It was an easy matter to prevail upon him to taste the tempting beverage. It was indeed so good that he repeated the dose, and like many other great men before him, he lost his resentment in his love for good liquor. The judge and the defendant soon re-entered the justice hall, and the plaintiff, who was still present, was required to appear, when he was informed that the court had decided to grant a rehearing of the case. This was accordingly done, and after a brief examination, the former judgment was reversed and entered against the plaintiff. The latter remonstrated in vain, stoutly contending that the judge had already decided the cause in his favor. All was cut short by the judge declaring that, quote, his first decision was only that the plaintiff should win for to lose, end quote. I am not positive whether it was on this or some other occasion that the judge further ordered that the losing party should work 3 days on his farm and the constable pay the costs. Upon the whole, the administration of justice by the venerable judge was mild and lenient. No cruel or oppressive punishments were inflicted, and in the whole course of his career, it is not alleged that he ever exercised that prerogative of judicial power so abhorrent to the feelings of modern reformers and philanthropists, the infliction of the death penalty. I will relate one other early judicial decision which came within my own knowledge. It was made by an old pioneer settler, a Frenchman, who in character and manners was a perfect gentleman, but was better acquainted with the principles of honesty and fair dealing than with the subtleties and technicalities of the law. Most of you are doubtless aware that according to the laws of the United States for the government of the land and naval service, it is provided that, quote, no person who has been enlisted as a soldier shall be liable to arrest or imprisonment for any debt contracted by him during the term of his enlistment, end quote. At all military posts, soldiers were in the habit of contracting debts with citizen traders who would give them credit. A large proportion of these debts were lost, for in addition to his inability to pay, The soldier was often aided by his officers in cheating his creditors. There was some excuse for this on the part of the officers, as their men were often found intoxicated in the shops and groceries, and not infrequently sold their clothing and military accoutrements to obtain liquor. Note: their thirst for rum led them sometimes even to attempt to steal from or plunder the Indians to obtain it. It is stated in the Detroit Gazette, February 15, 1822, that not long previously one soldier was killed at Green Bay and another at the same time wounded by an Indian woman in order to save her keg of whiskey, which they were endeavoring to wrest from her. LCD. End note. The officers would, therefore, aid the soldier to evade the payment of his debts by granting him leave of absence for the few closing days of his term of service, so that if arrested for debt before he left the post, he could still avail himself of his enlistment as a bar to collection. It happened that on the occasion alluded to, a non-commissioned officer had contracted a considerable debt with a trader, which he refused to pay. Some days before the expiration of his term of service, he applied to his officer for a furlough for his unexpired time, which was granted, and shielded by this, with his regular discharge, he left the garrison, defied his creditors, and was about to leave the country forever. In those days it was lawful to arrest dishonest debtors and imprison them until they paid their debts, or were otherwise discharged. The creditor applied to my old friend, who was a justice, for a warrant. It was granted, and the soldier was arrested and brought before the magistrate. The accused readily admitted the justness of the debt, but pled the law of the United States, which protected him as a soldier from arrest. After patiently hearing his defense, the justice proceeded to give judgment in favor of the plaintiff for his debt and costs. The plaintiff immediately demanded execution against the body of the defendant. This too was granted. The soldier remonstrated with the justice, saying he was a soldier of the United States Army, and as such was exempted by law from arrest for debt, and concluded by assuring the justice that he did not understand him. The phlegmatic justice, who did not speak very plain English, thus emphatically explained his meaning. "You do go to the jail, and stay there until you pay the debt, and you will understand me very well." The result was that the defendant, rather than go to the place named, pulled out his purse, paid his debt, and went on his way, though probably not rejoicing. The upright old magistrate could not understand the reasoning that while an honest citizen paid his just debts, Uncle Sam's hard cases should go scot-free. It was not till 1824 that the civil code and civil authority could be considered fairly established in this part of the Northwest. At the session of 1823-24, Congress passed a law for organizing an additional judicial district in the then territory of Michigan, comprising the counties of Mackinac, Brown, and Crawford, and the Honorable James D. Doty was appointed judge, the duties of which office he continued to discharge until 1832. The establishment of regularly organized courts may be considered a new era in our history, for it was then for the first time that the citizen regarded himself as really under the protecting arm of the law and in the full enjoyment of his liberty and property. Yet it is a fact worthy of note that this innovation on the primitive rights of the old settlers was viewed by them with great jealousy. They looked upon it as a violation of their Magna Carta, a serious infringement on their long-established customs, and they heartily wished the court, and perhaps with better reason, the lawyers too, anywhere but amongst themselves. The advance and improvement of the country was slow but sure. For a few years its history was monotonous, exhibiting but little of interest or importance, occasionally presenting an Indian murder or rumors of wars or hostile designs. Thus it continued until about 1827, when the region of country bordering on the Mississippi and Wisconsin rivers, known as the lead mines, began to attract attention. In a short time this whole district was overrun and swarmed with enterprising Western explorers. The occupation of the country by the whites, as might have been foreseen, led to the Indian wars that followed. At first, the difficulties were confined to occasional outbreaks, and single acts of violence. But all who knew the Indian character were well convinced that a general rising of the tribes would soon follow the forcible possession taken by the white adventurers. The title of the Indians to that part of the country had not yet been extinguished. Note, perhaps it would be safer to say that the Indians did not acknowledge it. At St. Louis in 1804, 5 Indians representing themselves as the chiefs and headmen of the United Sacs and Foxes concluded a treaty with Governor William H. Harrison, ceding to the United States nearly the whole of the present state of Wisconsin, lying south of the Wisconsin River and west of the Fox River. Also, a great portion of northern Illinois, considerable portions of the states of Iowa and Missouri. The consideration for this large tract of country, embracing, it is said, more than 51 millions of acres, was exceedingly small, goods in hand to the amount of $2,254.50, and a yearly annuity of $1,000, of which $600 was for the Sacs and $400 for the Foxes, to be paid in goods valued at first cost. This treaty was ratified and confirmed by a subsequent treaty in 1816, when Governors Clark and Edwards and Colonel Choteau were the commissioners, and Black Hawk was one of the signers. But Black Hawk subsequently denied the validity of the Treaty of 1804, when at least 3 of the 5 chiefs who signed it figured prominently in behalf of their tribes at several treaties held afterwards. And it should be added that Black Hawk alleged that he was ignorant of what he was doing when he signed the confirmatory treaty of 1816. We must say that we believe Black Hawk to have been too shrewd and cautious to act ignorantly in a matter of so great importance, and particularly if, as he subsequently represented, his people had been overreached by the whites at the prior treaty of 1804. And we cannot believe that men so honorable as the commissioners would have deceived Black Hawk and his people. See Indian Treaties, Smith's Wisconsin, 1 through 227, 228, 408, Black Hawk's Autobiography, Drake's Black Hawk, Dawson's Memoirs of Harrison, Wisconsin History Society Collections 1 through 98, LCD. End note. And the land was owned or claimed by the Sacs, Foxes, Potawatomis, among the most numerous and unfriendly tribes of the Northwest. The general government foresaw the consequences likely to ensue, but either from supineness or perhaps owing to the small and inefficient military force of the country, no adequate measures were adopted to prevent an open rupture. The Black Hawk War of 1832 ensued, which spread alarm and consternation throughout the extended and sparsely populated settlements. The history of this war and its speedy termination are events of too recent date to require more than a passing notice. With all its evils and calamities, this unhappy contest was not without its corresponding benefits and advantages. It brought prominently into notice large portions of our state hitherto unexplored, made known its natural resources, and proved the precursor to the rapid settlement of the country, and moreover called the attention of the government to the Northwest and led to the speedy extinguishment of the Indian title to the soil. In short, from the year 1832 we may date the commencement of our prosperity, and from that period until 1836, when Wisconsin was organized as a territory, her prosperity and improvement continued with a steady pace. The short space which elapsed between her territorial organization and her admission as a member of the Confederacy, 12 years, was characterized by rapid and almost incredible changes, and this not only in the increase of population, but in the natural development of her many natural advantages, the cultivation of the soil, the diffusion of knowledge, and the introduction of the arts and sciences, until we now see her vie with her sister states, with every prospect of speedily becoming one among the richest and most populous in the Union. A comparison of the present condition of our state with its condition 30 years ago will prove interesting and fill the mind with wonder and admiration. Let me first revert to the appearance of the country. In 1824, when I became a resident of Wisconsin, there were but 2 small white settlements within the present limits of the state, and they situated nearly at its extreme points, namely Green Bay and Prairie du Chien. Note: if we accept the ancient settlement at La Pointe on Lake Superior, which was indeed so far separated from Green Bay and Prairie du Chien as to have no intercourse whatever with them, and its associations and connections must have been confined almost exclusively with Mackinaw, it would seem that Father Bernard visited La Pointe as early as 1660. A French post was maintained there in 1726, as may be seen by reference to the first volume of Collections Wisconsin Historical Society, page 22. It is remarked in Owen's Geological Survey that La Pointe was originally selected by the adventurous traders of the Northwest Fur Company as the most eligible site for a depot and trading post in the Northwest Territory, and was, for a long time, their principal rendezvous and the center of their extensive and widespread operations. LCD. End note. The former, besides the garrison of United States troops, had a population of whites and those of mixed blood amounting to about 600, while the latter was still more limited in point of numbers. Wisconsin now contains about 600,000 people. The country was then one unbroken forest or boundless waste of prairie, possessing, it is true, the beauties of nature in their most enchanting forms, but uncultivated and unadorned by the hand of man. Now how changed the scene! The silent forests and boundless wastes have been converted into cities, towns, and settlements, and throughout its whole extent, the country now presents a picture of prosperity and improvement rarely equaled and never surpassed on this continent. At that time, no roads or public highways save the navigable waters or the blind Indian trail traversed the country. The traveler had no choice in his mode of transit from place to place, no public means of conveyance from which he might select the most expeditious or agreeable. His only alternative was to travel on foot through the forest or pursue his voyage in the frail bark canoe. What a change has since transpired! Now the iron horse traverses the land in all directions. The noble steamer plows through the streams and lakes, and a journey that then occupied from 6 to 10 days of toilsome labor, hazard, and fatigue is now performed in safety and comfort within as many hours. At that period, the United States mails were conveyed during the season of navigation by the irregular and tardy conveyances of sail vessels, and the inhabitants of the country were oftentimes for weeks or months without intelligence of what was passing in other parts of the world, from which they were completely isolated. During the winter, the mail was carried on a man's back through the trackless wilderness between Green Bay and Chicago, a distance of about 200 miles, once a month. This privilege was purchased partly by voluntary contributions of the citizens and an allowance from the U.S. Quartermaster's Department and the Military Post Fund at Fort Howard. The government at Washington found it would not pay to establish a mail route or defray the expenses of carrying the mail, and decreed, no doubt wisely, that no expenditure could be made by the Post Office Department for that purpose, exceeding the net proceeds of the mail matter. In those days, the arrival of the mail was looked forward to with anxiety and impatience, and if for any cause the arrival was delayed beyond its usual time, the carrier was supposed to have fallen a victim to starvation or been detained by Indians, the only inhabitants of the country through which he had to pass. Now there are but few settlements in our state where the daily or tri-weekly mail does not penetrate. Then the whole commerce of the country was carried on by means of a few sail vessels of less than 100 tons burthen. The first steamer plowed the waters of Lake Michigan in 1822. Note: it was a year earlier. The pioneer steamer Walk in the Water made her first trip to Mackinaw in the summer of 1819, transporting supplies to the troops stationed there, and made 2 trips there in 1820. On the 31st of July, 1821, she left Detroit for Mackinaw and Green Bay with 200 passengers and a large cargo. Among the passengers were the Reverend Eleazar Williams, then making his first trip to Green Bay, and Major Charles Larrabee, the father of Honorable Charles H. Larrabee of Horicon. It was the boast of the Detroit Gazette that the walk in the water made this trip of about 1,200 miles sailing and returned to Detroit in 13 days. She was unfortunately wrecked on the beach near Buffalo in November following. The new steamer, Superior, took her place the next season and made one trip to Mackinac and another to Sault Ste. Marie during the summer of 1822. These dates and facts we derive from a valuable file of the Detroit Gazette presented to our Historical Society by Honorable James D. Doty. It is stated in the pamphlet work of James L. Barton of Buffalo on the Lake Commerce that in 1826 or 1827, the majestic waters of Lake Michigan were first plowed by steam, erroneous, as we see, as to being the first, a boat having that year made an excursion with a pleasure party to Green Bay. These pleasure excursions were annually made by 2 or 3 boats until the year 1832, end quote. In this year, 4 steamboats were chartered to transport General Scott's troops and supplies and made their first appearance at Chicago. But in 1832, no steamboat visited Green Bay. In 1833, 2 steamboat trips were made to Chicago and 1 to Green Bay. And in 1834, 2 trips made to Green Bay and 3 to Chicago. Such was the advent of steamers upon Lake Michigan, LCD. End note. For several succeeding years, 1 trip was made annually, and very rarely a second one. Vessels upward bound were generally freighted, but seldom returned with a cargo. Our lakes and rivers are now covered with steam and sail vessels of the largest class and finest construction, freighted with valuable cargoes and people from every clime. Then the inhabitants of the country, the government troops, and to some extent the Indians, were solely dependent upon adjoining states for the necessaries of life and the means of subsistence. Nearly all kinds of provisions were then brought from Ohio or other western states, for little beyond the necessary supplies of vegetables was raised in the country. At the present period, Wisconsin not only sends her surplus produce from her teeming granaries to supply the deficiencies of sister states, but annually exports millions in value to remote parts of the Old World to feed the starving poor and provide for the wants of the wealthy. Wisconsin formed at that period, in name but scarcely in affinity, a part of the territory of Michigan. The laws then in force were crude and ill-devised, some of which were really disgraceful to those who enacted them, such, for instance, as public whipping and selling the offender into servitude for a period not exceeding 3 months, simply for the commission of mere petty offenses. These laws were enacted by a legislative board consisting of the governor and judges of the territory, who received their appointment from the general government and were in no way amenable to the people who were to be governed by these enactments. Many amusing anecdotes were told of the manner in which laws were sometimes passed by this sage body. It happened that the members of the legislative board were not always on the most friendly terms with each other. A law which one would approve, another would oppose from the very spirit of opposition. A gentleman of the bar, for instance, might wish to get a law passed to meet some particular emergency, and it required not a little management to get the legal number of signatures to give it force. An examination of the old statutes enacted by this body will show that several of them which passed at the same sitting bear only the requisite number, but not the same names. But what a change 30 years have wrought! The whipping post and selling white men into servitude are now unknown, and with a more enlightened people, better laws have followed. Such was Wisconsin of the past, and such is she at present. But her future destiny, what is that to be? She possesses a fertile soil, an extended territory, inland seas on the north and east, and a noble navigable river on the west, watered by pure and everlasting fountains, lakes, and streams, affording water power illimitable and unsurpassed, covered with immense forests of pine and other valuable timber, enriched with inexhaustible mines of copper, lead, and iron, and above all other earthly blessings, possessing a climate as salubrious as any on the continent. With all these advantages, is it unreasonable to predict that Wisconsin is destined to become among the richest and most populous states in this vast republic? Today is the 7th anniversary of the organization of this society. I was prepared to find that it had greatly increased within the past 2 years in its collections of books, pamphlets, newspaper files, manuscripts, narratives, and its means of usefulness. But until my present visit, I had no correct conception of its rapid progress and prosperity. It has now become creditable to the state and richly deserves the countenance and patronage of all our citizens and the fostering care of the state government. To all I most heartily commend it, not doubting but that in this enlightened age and among a people so generally intelligent, it will meet the encouragement and receive the favor which so useful an institution so justly merits. I must beg, in conclusion, to return my grateful acknowledgments to the Society, and more particularly to the members of the Executive Committee, for the honor they have done me by inviting me to deliver their annual address. I must regard this as a courtesy extended to the old pioneers by selecting one of their number for so honorable a position. I cannot but feel that many better qualified for the task could have been selected. I have, however, done the best I could under the circumstances and could wish that the offering were more worthy of the occasion. Without stopping to apologize for its imperfections or to express my deep regret that the time has not permitted me for revision or correction, permit me to tender you all the anxious wish of my heart that many a returning anniversary will continue to exhibit the same unabated interest, prosperity, and usefulness that have thus far characterized the brief yet brilliant career of the State Historical Society of Wisconsin. End of section 2. Section 3 of Articles from the Collections of the State Historical Society of Wisconsin, Volume 2, by Lyman Copeland Draper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ted Lienhart. Early Times and Events in Wisconsin, by James H. Lockwood. At the request of the Wisconsin State Historical Society, through their corresponding secretary, I shall attempt to give some reminiscences of the early history of Wisconsin, and more especially of the western portion of it. I feel much distrust in my ability to do justice to the subject, as writing for the public eye has never been, thus far in life, any part of my employment or ambition, and yet, in my unpretending way, I feel willing to contribute my reminiscences of early times for the archives of a society which I regard as having commenced with commendable zeal, a noble and important work. Very likely I may appear egotistical in many instances and too prolix in others, but the discriminating reader can make all due allowances, and the future historian can sift the wheat from the chaff. I was born in the town of Peru, Clinton County, New York, December 7th, 1793, and as the sequel will show, I have lived in the woods the most of my days. My father was a farmer, to which occupation I was raised until past the age of 16 years. When I was between 2 and 3 years old, my father's house in Peru took fire, and almost everything he possessed of a movable character was consumed. He sold his farm, and about this period removed to the town of Jay, in the adjoining county of Essex, where he owned or obtained land. Here he made improvements and had good buildings, an orchard, and everything comfortable about him when, about 1803, he got the Ohio fever. He sold his farm at a great sacrifice, but before he collected the money for it, he met a gentleman who had just returned from Ohio, who stated that though lands were cheap and they could raise large crops of grain and flocks of cattle with little labor, yet many of the settlers were obliged to go 20 or 30 miles to mill, and there was no market for their fine cattle and a rich harvest, and that a farmer with a comfortable home was better off in the cold and unproductive region of northern New York than in the fertile plains of Ohio without a market. These considerations dissuaded my father from removing to Ohio, and in March 1805 he settled in Champlain, Clinton County, New York, where he purchased a farm with a log dwelling and 40 acres of improvement. Living thus on the frontiers and removing from place to place, my educational advantages were very limited. But after moving to Champlain, the nearest school was at the village of Chazy, 2.5 miles distant, whither I went pretty regularly for 2 or 3 winters. And that day, and in a new country, to be able to read, write, and cipher as far as the rule of 3 was considered sufficient qualifications to teach a common school. I was ambitious to obtain a good education and relaxed no efforts to be punctual in my attendance, although the distance was great and traveling through the deep snow was often very laborious. I read with avidity every book that chanced through in my way, or which I could obtain by borrowing in the neighborhood. In the summer of 1808, I boarded at Champlain Village and attended the school taught by the late Dr. William Beaumont, who was then a student of medicine. Under his tuition, I greatly improved myself in grammar, geography, etc., but at that early day I never saw a school atlas. Opportunities for attending better schools increased, and I continued alternately on the farm and at school until I was between 16 and 17 years of age, when I engaged in the study of law. I, however, concluded that from deficient early education and my native diffidence, I should never make a great lawyer, and my ambition protesting against a second or third-rate position, I abandoned the law as I then supposed forever and sought and obtained a situation as a merchant's clerk. The merchant who employed me became the sutler to the light artillery regiment then commanded by Colonel William Fenwick and formed a part of General Izard's army. This force commenced its march from Plattsburgh to the west in August 1814, and my employer, having some business to transact in Plattsburgh before his departure, sent me on to attend to the suttling business, and I continued with the regiment until the campaign on the Niagara was over and the troops retired into winter quarters near Buffalo. In November, my employer arrived, and taking offense at some of his acts, I demanded a settlement and left him. I then engaged myself to a man named Fuller, sutler for Major Ball's 2 companies of dragoons, then cantoned near Avon, New York, on the Genesee River, where I remained doing little or nothing during the winter, as the dragoons, for some reason, were not paid off. In April 1815, I received a letter from the late Lewis Rouse of Green Bay. Note: Judge Rouse was a native of Rouse's Point on Lake Champlain and settled at Green Bay about 1824. He was judge of the Northwest Judicial District, while Wisconsin yet formed a part of Michigan Territory. He was a man of prominence in his day and possessed many kind and gentlemanly qualities. He died suddenly at his residence in Manitowoc, April 19, 1855, at the age of 63 years. His sudden death was probably caused by apoplexy, as he was of plethoric habit and weighed over 300 pounds. LCD. End note. A townsman of mine, dated at Buffalo, stating that he had obtained the settling of the Consolidated Rifle Regiment and desired my assistance. Having no need of my services, I left Mr. Fuller and repaired to Buffalo, and the stage which conveyed me carried flying colors announcing the news of peace. Those of the troops enlisted for the war were now discharged, and those enlisted for 5 years retained. Of the latter was the rifle regiment, then understood to have been ordered to Detroit. As I had conducted Mr. Rouse's business principally, he wished me to go with him, and desiring to see the country, I accepted his invitation. The troops having left Buffalo about the 1st of June, we sailed from that place on the 15th of that month in the schooner Lady of the Lake, said to have been the best vessel then on the lakes, and arrived at Detroit on or about the 10th of July. Here we found that the regiment had been ordered to Mackinac. Detroit was then an old French village, with the houses mostly covered with bark. Waiting here a few days for a vessel on which to proceed to Mackinac, we engaged passage about the 15th of July on a crazy old schooner commanded by Captain Pearson, bound for Drummond's Island, with pork and hard bread for the British troops then stationed at that place. On board the vessel as a passenger was Ramsay Crooks, since so distinguished among the Rocky Mountain traders, then on his way to Mackinac to receive the property of the Southwest Fur Company, which had been recently purchased by John Jacob Astor of New York. Note: in 1783, Several of the principal merchants of Montreal entered into a partnership to prosecute the fur trade and, in 1787, united with a rival company, and thus arose the famous Northwest Company, which for many years held lordly sway over the immense region in Canada and beyond the Great Western Lakes. Several years later, a new association of British merchants formed the Mackinaw Company, having their chief factory or depot at Mackinaw, and their field of operations was south of their great rivals, sending forth their light pirogues and bark canoes by Green Bay, the Fox and Wisconsin rivers to the Mississippi, and thence down that stream to all its tributaries. In 1809, Mr. Astor organized the American Fur Company, he alone constituting the company, and in 1811, in connection with certain partners of the Northwest Company and others, he bought out the Mackinaw Company and merged that and his American Fur Company into a new association called the Southwest Company. By this arrangement, Mr. Astor became proprietor of one half of all the interests which the Mackinaw Company had in the Indian country within the United States, and it was understood that the whole, at the expiration of 5 years, was to pass into his hands on condition that the American or Southwest Company would not trade within the British dominions. The War of 1812 suspended the association, and after the war it was entirely dissolved, Congress having passed a law prohibiting British fur traders from prosecuting their enterprises within the territories of the United States. Thus we find Mr. Crooks in 1815 closing up the affairs of the Southwest Company, preliminary to enlarged individual enterprise on the part of Mr. Astor, Lcd. End note. We found this crazy old vessel without any convenience of table, furniture, or provisions. Mr. Crooks had come passenger on her from Buffalo, and the captain had promised him that he would lay in ample supplies at Detroit. But just as we had got under way from the latter port, Mr. Crooks went into the cabin and ascertained that the captain had failed to fulfill his engagement, and immediately he took the skiff, went ashore, and purchased dishes, knives, forks, spoons, and provisions, and we proceeded on our voyage. We were becalmed about 10 days on the St. Clair River and flats, during which we went on shore and bought a sheep, which helped along with a rusty pork and hard bread. At that time I had seen very little of hardships, and I suffered much from such fare as hard bread and rusty pork. We were almost a month from Detroit to Drummond's Island, where we found a trader named Lacroix with a boat bound to Mackinaw, and with him we engaged our passage. No provisions could be had at Drummond's Island, so we were obliged to depend on the voyageurs' kettle of corn soup, a new kind of fare to me, and I believe I ate but a few mouthfuls from Drummond's Island to Mackinaw. We were 2 days reaching Mackinaw, where we arrived on the morning of the 15th of August. Once there and recruited, we had a new source of anxiety in daily expecting the arrival of the paymaster until the close of navigation, and then I had to content myself as well as I could until the ensuing spring of 1816. At the request of some of the inhabitants, I concluded to open a school, as it would keep me from idleness. If my scholars did not learn much English, I concluded I should stand a chance of acquiring some French, thus acting out the Yankee character of adapting oneself to circumstances, and thus I spent the winter. During the winter of 1815-16, Congress passed an act excluding foreigners from participating in the Indian trade within the limits of the United States or its territories. This was then supposed to have been done through the influence of Mr. Astor, and upon the purchase of the property of the Southwest Company, the American Fur Company reappeared under the auspices of Mr. Astor, the headquarters of which were at Mackinaw. Although Congress had passed a law excluding foreigners from the Indian country, it was found that the trade could not be carried on without their aid, as most of the clerks, interpreters, and boatmen were foreigners, and in the summer of 1816, the Secretary of the Treasury of the United States issued orders to the Indian agents on this frontier to license foreigners as interpreters and boatmen, on their giving bond with large penalties for their good conduct in the Indian country. Thus, the British traders who wanted to get into the Indian country had only to employ an American to whom the goods were invoiced and the license taken in his name, and the trader went as interpreter until they were beyond the Indian agencies, when the trader assumed the control of his property and carried on his business as usual. During the summer of 1816, it was projected to establish a United States fort at Green Bay, and in July of that year, Colonel John Miller, then colonel of the 3rd Regiment U.S. Infantry, was ordered on that service, and soon chartering 3 vessels, embarked 3 or 4 companies of riflemen and infantry with some artillery. Among the vessels was the Washington, the largest of the fleet, commanded by Captain Dobbins, on board of which vessel was the commandant. I had that year engaged myself as a clerk to some traders to take charge of an outfit or trading establishment near the head of the St. Peter's River, and the colonel, apprehending difficulty from the Indians in landing at Green Bay, proposed to take the goods of several boats in the vessel and tow the boats and use them if necessary in landing, and then return them to their owners. Accordingly, Augustin Grignon, myself, and a French clerk by the name of Chapin embarked on board the Washington, Mr. Grignon and Chapin acting in some measure as pilots. During the night of the 2nd or 3rd day out from Mackinac, the other 2 vessels became separated from the Washington, and arriving in the vicinity of what is now called Washington Island and Harbor, and learning from Mr. Grignon that there was a good harbor, Colonel Miller ordered the Washington to put in there to wait for her consorts. We remained there nearly 2 days, during which time the officers and passengers rambled over the island, and finally, in honor of our vessel, supposed to be the first one that had entered the harbor, we gave its name to Washington Island and Harbor, which they have ever since retained. Finding the other vessels had got into Green Bay ahead of us and had found a harbor at Vermilion Island and were waiting for us, we proceeded up the bay and arrived at Green Bay settlement about 2 days after, when the troops landed without the anticipated opposition from the Indians. This was the month of July, 1816. Green Bay and Prairie du Chien were then the only settlements in what is now the state of Wisconsin, if we accept Solomon Juneau's trading house at Milwaukee. Note: so far as Mr. Juneau's name is concerned, this needs a slight correction. Traders were at Milwaukee as early as 1762, and about 1816, Jacques Vaux, who had been preceded by one La Framboise and J.B. Boben, commenced wintering there as a trader, and it was not till 1818 that Solomon Juneau went there, erected a permanent dwelling, and on the 14th of September in that year became the first actual settler of the place. See Honorable M.L. Martin's historical address before the Wisconsin Historical Society in Volume 1, pages 35-134 of the Society's collections. In a former note, reference was had to the remote Wisconsin settlement, such as it was, at La Pointe, Lake Superior, Lcd. End note. And they could not well be called settlements according to the American idea of settling and improving a country. Green Bay was a kind of trader's depot for the trade of that bay, the Fox and upper part of Wisconsin rivers, which were considered dependents of it. There then resided at Green Bay as a trader John Law and 4 or 5 of the Grignons. Augustine Grignon resided and traded at the Little Cauquelin. Those traders who pretended to make Green Bay their home resided generally but a small portion of the year there, as most of them wintered in the Indian country and generally spent 2 or 3 months of the summer at Mackinac. The traders of Green Bay mostly married, after the Indian manner, women of the Menominee tribe, there being no white women in the country. I saw at this time but one woman in the settlement that pretended to be white, and she had accidentally been brought there at an early day. But her history, however, I do not now recollect. There were at Green Bay some 40 or 50 Canadians of French extraction who pretended to cultivate the soil, but they were generally old, worn-out voyageurs or boatmen who, having become unfit for the hardships of the Indian trade, had taken wives, generally of the Menominee tribe, and settled down on a piece of land. As the land did not cost anything, all they had to do was to take up a piece not claimed by any other person and fence and cultivate it. but they had generally been so long in the Indian trade that they had, to a great extent, lost the little knowledge they had acquired of farming in Canada, so that they were poor cultivators of the soil, although they raised considerable wheat, barley, peas, etc. Green Bay was at that time a part of the territory of Indiana, of which the seat of government was at Vincennes, which was also the county town of the county to which Green Bay was attached, between 400 and 500 miles distant by the tedious and circuitous route of that day. There was an old Frenchman at Green Bay of the name of Charles Room, who could read and write a little, that acted as justice of the peace. He had been commissioned under George III when Great Britain held jurisdiction over the country, and after it was given up to the American government and attached to Indiana, he had been commissioned by Governor Harrison. Note: before Judge Lockwood's narrative came to hand, Colonel Ebenezer Childs, who knew Judge Room well, informed the writer of this note that Room received his commission as justice from Governor Harrison of Indiana Territory, which was probably not long after the organization of that territory in 1801, from which till 1813 General Harrison continued uninterruptedly its governor. LCD. End note. And being thus doubly armed with commissions, he acted under either as he found most convenient. The laws under which he acted were those of Paris and the customs of the Indian traders of Green Bay. Note: the Code Coutume de Paris, the law of France, which governed Canada and all the territory of the Northwest while under the French dominion. LCD. End note. He was very arbitrary in his decisions. The county seat was so distant and difficult of access that if a person felt himself aggrieved, he preferred suffering injustice to going to the expense of an appeal, so that practically Room's court was the supreme court of the country. He took care not to decide against any of the traders who were able to bear the expense of an appeal. In fact, the traders made use of him to hold their men in subjection, but never submitted to him any difficulty between themselves. These were left to the arbitration of other traders. It was said of him that a bottle of spirits was the best witness that could be introduced into his court, and that after the decision of a case, the losing party producing the above witness had been granted a new trial or rehearing and a reversal of the former decision obtained. For misdemeanor, he sentenced the culprit to labor a certain number of days on his farm, or cut and split a certain number of rails for him. I have read the narrative of James W. Biddle of Pittsburgh, whom I knew at the time, and the anecdotes related by him of Judge Room were current at that day, together with many others that would not look well in print. During my stay at Green Bay, waiting the arrival of my employers, one of their engagees, or boatmen, had left their employ and engaged himself to an American concerned in settling for the troops, and I went to Judge Room, stating the case to him, asked him what the law was on that subject and what could be done. He answered me in his broken English, "I'll make the man go back to his duty." But I again asked, "What is the law on the subject?" He answered, "The law is, I'll make the man go back to his duty." I reiterated my inquiry, "Judge Room, is there no law on the subject?" He replied with a feeling of conscious dignity, "We are accustomed to make the men go back to their bourgeois." Finding Judge Room had no law except his own precedents and the customs of Green Bay, and not believing that American citizens would submit to and obey the process of his old jackknife or the customs of the Green Bay Indian traders, I concluded to leave the matter until the arrival of my employers and let them proceed before Judge Room if they thought proper. Note: of Judge Room, we have learned some additional facts from Honorable Solomon Juneau, and with reference to his death and burial from P.G. Grignon, through Honorable H.S. Baird, and also from Colonel E. Childs. He was born about the year 1752 at La Prairie, nearly opposite Montreal, of a prominent and respectable family. As mentioned in a note to the first volume of the Wisconsin Historical Society collections, we early find him at Detroit and in the service of the British Indian Department as a captain and was among the prisoners taken by the gallant Colonel George Rogers Clark at the capture of Vincennes in February 1779, and taking the oath of neutrality, was permitted to return to Detroit. In 1790, he settled at Green Bay, and appears to have been, in a small way and a part of the time, engaged in the Indian trade. His first commission of Justice of the Peace he probably derived from the British authorities at Detroit, before the surrender of that post to the American government in 1796, and he subsequently received a similar commission from Governor Harrison of the Indiana Territory. In 1816 and 17, he made his home with John Law at Green Bay, and in 1818 he was appointed by Governor Cass of Michigan Territory one of the associate justices of the court for Brown County, and the same year he removed to Little Calcalin, about 10 miles above Green Bay, and there sold liquor to the Indians, not unfrequently drinking freely with them and sharing in their frays as well as in blackened eyes and bruises. There he died alone in the spring of 1822, for he was found dead in his cabin. He was about 70 years of age. His friends at Green Bay had his remains conveyed there and buried in the old Catholic burial place, which was in the present plat of Astor, but the bodies interred there were subsequently removed to the present burying ground. No tablet marks his grave. He was never married. In this volume and its predecessor, several anecdotes illustrating Judge Room's primitive mode of administering justice have been given, to which we add the following from the interesting work of Mrs. Kinsey. Quote, "There was an old Frenchman at the Bay named Rium, excessively ignorant and grasping, although otherwise tolerably good-natured. This man was appointed Justice of the Peace. 2 men once appeared before him, the one as plaintiff, the other as defendant. The justice listened patiently to the complaint of the one and the defense of the other. Then rising, with dignity, he pronounced his decision. 'You are both wrong. You, Boisvert,' to the plaintiff, 'you bring me 1 load of hay, and you, Creeley,' to the defendant, 'you bring me 1 load of wood. And now the matter is settled. It does not appear that any exceptions were taken to this verdict.' LCD. End note. The Indian trade carried on at that day for the Mississippi and Missouri and their tributaries was from Mackinac. Until 1816, goods came mostly from Montreal in bateaux or canoes, mostly by the Mackinac or its successor, the Southwest Company, or by some private traders. But early in 1815, Mr. Astor purchased out the interest of the Southwest Company at Mackinac and its dependencies, and in August of that year, Ramsey Crooks, as already mentioned, went to Mackinac as agent for Mr. Astor to complete the arrangements. In the spring of 1816, the goods of the American Fur Company were imported to New York and thence brought by way of the lakes to Mackinac. During that spring, several Montreal traders arriving at Mackinac with Indian goods, probably not aware of the law of Congress prohibiting British subjects from trading within the American territories, now took advantage of the order of the Secretary of the Treasury and sent their goods into the Indian country under the nominal direction of a hired American clerk to whom the goods were invoiced and who took the license in his name and gave proper bonds with security to the traders who owned them, who went along ostensibly as interpreters until the boat passed all the American forts and agencies, when they assumed the ownership and proceeded as usual in their business. These clerks' bonds were considered as a mere formality to evade the law, and were worth so much brown paper and no more. In the spring of 1817, the American Fur Company brought a large number of American clerks from Montreal and the United States, some of whom made good Indian traders and are yet in the country, but nearly 1/2 of them were found not qualified for the business, and in the following spring many of them were discharged from Mackinac, which was then the grand depot of the Indian trade. The American Fur Company, as had been the practice of the Mackinac and Southwest Companies, made their outfits to Lake Superior, to the Mississippi, the head of St. Peter's, and the Missouri. The boats for the Mississippi and Missouri trade passed through the north end of Lake Michigan from Mackinac, thence through Green Bay to the settlement of that name, thence up the Fox River to the Little Calcalin, where they made a portage of about 3/4 of a mile. Augustine Grignon had a trading house at this point and kept teams to transport the goods and furs, the men taking the boats empty up or down the rapids, as the case might be, for which he charged about 20 cents per 100 pounds. The boats then proceeded to Grand Chute, where the men made another portage of the goods or furs and passed the boat over the Grand Chute empty. Thence they proceeded to the rapids at the lower end of Winnebago Lake, where they usually made half loads over the rapids into the lake. Thence they proceeded upward to where the Fox River enters the lake, thence up Fox River through Puckawa Lake and Lake DeBoeuf, or Buffalo Lake, and some smaller lakes to the portage of Wisconsin, where a man by the name of Roy resided, who kept teams and hauled goods, furs, and boats across the portage of 1 1/4 miles from the Fox to the Wisconsin River, for which he charged 40 cents per 100 pounds and $10 for each boat. The boats then went down the Wisconsin to its mouth, and thence up the Mississippi about 3 miles to Prairie du Chien, the traders of the lower Mississippi and Missouri never going down without a short stop at Prairie du Chien, where they generally spent some days in conviviality, dinners, dancing, etc. Tradition says that many years since, when there were many wintering traders in both the upper and lower Mississippi, it was the custom of every trader visiting Prairie du Chien to leave in store a keg of 8 or 9 gallons of good wine for convivial purposes when they should again meet in the spring, on which occasions they would have great dinner parties, and, as is the English custom, drink largely. But when I came into the country, there were but few of the old traders remaining, and the storing of wine at Prairie du Chien had become almost obsolete, although the traders were then well supplied with wine, and that of the best kind, of which they made very free use. It was then thought that a clerk in charge of an outfit must have his keg of wine, but after the American Fur Company got fairly initiated into the trade, they abolished the custom of furnishing their clerks with this luxury at the expense of the outfit. As I have already said, the Indian trade of the Mississippi and Missouri and their tributaries was carried on from Mackinac as the grand depot of the trade of the Northwest. The traders and their clerks were then the aristocracy of the country, and to a Yankee at first sight presented a singular state of society. To see gentlemen selecting wives of the nut-brown natives and raising children of mixed blood, the traders and clerks living in as much luxury as the resources of the country would admit, and the engagés or boatmen living upon soup made of hulled corn, with barely tallow enough to season it, devoid of salt, unless they purchased it themselves at a high price. All this to an American was a novel mode of living, and appeared to be hard fare, but to a person acquainted with the habits of life of the Canadian peasantry, it would not look so much out of the way, as they live mostly on pea soup, seasoned with a piece of pork boiled down to grease, seldom eating pork except in the form of grease that seasons their soup. With this soup and a piece of coarse bread, their meals were made. Hence the change from pea soup to corn is not so great, or the fare much worse than that which they had been accustomed to, as the corn is more substantial than peas, not being so flatulent. These men engaged in Canada generally for 5 years for Mackinac and its dependencies, transferable like cattle to anyone who wanted them, at generally about 500 livres a year, or in our currency, about $83.33, furnished with a yearly equipment or outfit of 2 cotton shirts, 1 3-point or triangular blanket, a portage collar, and 1 pair of beef shoes, being obliged in the Indian country to purchase their moccasins, tobacco, pipes, and other necessaries at the price the traders saw fit to charge for them. Generally, at the end of 5 years, these poor voyageurs were in debt from $50 to $150 and could not leave the country until they had paid their indebtedness, and the policy of the traders was to keep as many of them in the country as they could, and to this end they allowed and encouraged their engagés to get in debt during the 5 years, which of necessity required them to remain. These new hands were by the old voyageurs called in derision mangeurs de lard, pork-eaters, as on leaving Montreal and on the route to Mackinac they were fed on pork, hard bread, and pea soup, while the old voyageurs in the Indian country ate corn soup and such other food as could conveniently be procured. Note: the experienced voyageurs are called hivernants or winterers, according to Snelling's work on the Northwest, LCD. End note. These mangeurs de lard were brought at considerable expense and trouble from Montreal and other parts of Canada, frequently deserting after they had received some advance in money and their equipment. Hence it was the object of the traders to keep as many of the old voyageurs in the country as they could, and they generally permitted the mangeurs de lard to get largely in debt, as they could not leave the country and get back into Canada except by the return boats or canoes which brought the goods, and they would not take them back if they were in debt anywhere in the country, which could be easily ascertained from the traders at Mackinac. But if a man was prudent enough to save his wages, he could obtain passage, as he was not longer wanted in the country. The engagements of the men at Montreal were made in the strongest language. They bound themselves not to leave the duties assigned them by their employers or assigns, either by day or night, under the penalty of forfeiting their wages, to take charge of and safely keep the property put into their trust, and to give notice of any portending evil against their employers or their interests that should come to their knowledge. It was the practice of the traders, when anything was stolen from the goods during the voyage, whether on the boat or on shore, to charge the boat's crew with a good round price for it, and if anything not indispensable was accidentally left on shore at the encampment, they did not return for it, but charged it to the crew, as it was understood to be their duty, not the employers, to see that everything was on board the boat. These people in the Indian country became inured to great hardships and privations, and prided themselves upon the distance they could travel per day, and the small quantity of provisions they could subsist on while traveling, and the number of days they could go without food. They are very easily governed by a person who understands something of their nature and disposition, but their bourgeois or employer must be what they consider a gentleman or superior to themselves, as they never feel much respect for a man who has, from an engagé, risen to the rank of a clerk. End of section 3. Section 4 of articles from the collections of the State Historical Society of Wisconsin, Volume 2, by Lyman Copeland Draper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Early Times and Events in Wisconsin, Part 2. The traders in this country, at the time I came into it, were a singular compound. They were honest as far as they gave their word of honor to be relied upon, and in their business transactions between themselves seldom gave or took notes for balances or assumptions. It rarely happened that one of them was found who did not fulfill his promises, but when trading in the Indian country, any advantage that could be taken of each other in a transaction was not only considered lawful, such as trading each other's credit, but an indication of tact and cleverness in business. Two traders having spent the winter in the same neighborhood, and thus taken every advantage they could of each other, would meet in the spring at Prairie du Chien and amicably settle all difficulties over a glass of wine. There was not, at the time I came to Prairie du Chien, any Indian corn raised there. The traders for the upper Mississippi had to send down for their corn, which they used, to the Sauks and the Foxes at Rock Island and trade with them for it. It is believed that the first field of corn raised at Prairie du Chien was by Thomas McNair, an American who had married a French girl and settled down to farming. The farmers of Prairie du Chien appeared to be a more thrifty and industrious people than those of Green Bay. They raised a large quantity of small grain, such as wheat, barley, oats, peas, and also some potatoes and onions. Every 2 or 3 farmers united and had a horse flouring mill, the stones being cut from the granite rock found in the country. There they ground their wheat and sifted the flour by hand. The surplus flour was sold to the Indian traders for goods, or exchanged with the Indians for venison, ducks, and geese, or dressed deerskins. As there was no money in circulation in the country, any purchase made was payable in goods from the traders or flour from the inhabitants. The manner in which the traders dealt with the farmers was this. to let the farmer set his price on anything that he had to sell, without grumbling or saying anything about its being high, as it was payable in goods, the trader charging his price for the goods, so each party got all he asked, and neither had cause for complaint. But of course the trader was not the loser by the transaction. Mr. Michael Brisbois related to me a transaction which took place between himself and a farmer by the name of Pierre Lariviere. This Lariviere was ambitious to pass with his neighbors for the best farmer in the country, and went to Mr. Brisbois to see what he was paying for flour, which I think was then $6 per 100 pounds. But Lariviere, desirous of the opportunity of boasting to his neighbors that he had gotten more for his flour than they did, expressed a wish that Mr. Brisbois would pay him more than the market value for his flour, which Mr. Brisbois told him he could not do. "Oh," said Mr. Lariviere, "you can make it up by charging more for the goods with which you pay me." And so they closed the bargain, not to Mr. Brisbois' loss. The prices compared somewhat like this. When flour was worth $8 per 100 pounds, Hyson or young Hyson tea was worth $8 per pound. If flour was worth only $6, tea would remain the same price. When the farmer got $9 per bushel for onions and $1 per dozen for eggs, he paid the above price for tea. The women of Prairie du Chien, mostly daughters of the Indian traders, had been raised in the habit of drinking a great deal of tea in the Indian country, where other beverage for children could not be procured, and it thus became, from long habit with them, almost a necessary of life, and they would make any sacrifice to obtain their favorite beverage. When eggs were worth $1 per dozen, rosin soap was worth $1 per pound, and calico that at this date would be sold at Prairie du Chien from 20 to 25 cents per yard, was then sold at $2 per yard, clay pipes at 40 cents each, and common tobacco at about $2 per pound. So much flour was made at Prairie du Chien at this time that in 1820 Joseph Rolette contracted with the government for supplying the 2 companies of troops at Fort Crawford with it, they preferring the coarse flour of the prairie, which was sweet, to the fine flour transported in keelboats in the long voyage from Pittsburgh, which would be sour on its arrival. Prairie du Chien is generally spoken of as an old settled town. It is true that the Indians inhabited it many years since, and about the year 1737, the French established a trading post there and built a stockade around their buildings to protect them from the Indians, and from that day until a few years since, it continued to be a trading and military post, and occasionally a worn-out voyageur got married and settled down on a piece of land. But what advantages were these old trading posts to the settlement and development of the country, such as Detroit, Kaskaskia, Cahokia, Vincennes, St. Louis, and St. Charles? All these places remained stationary for many years until the Americans emigrated to them and took hold of them with their enterprise, when they at once improved, and most of them became places of business and importance. Indian traders, as a class, possess no enterprise, at least none that is of any advantage to the settlement and improvement of a country. They are enterprising in going into the unexplored Indian country to traffic and collect furs and peltries, but I have never seen a man who made money in the Indian trade apply it to the ordinary improvements that foster and encourage the growth of a country. They have made money in a certain routine of business with which they are acquainted, and fear to invest it in some other business with which they are not familiar. Such has been the case with Prairie du Chien, so long noted as a trading post and garrison. The land about Prairie du Chien was not purchased from the Indians, and none surveyed except the private claims on the prairie for many years after the government took possession of it as a military post. There were not, until 1835, any Americans that emigrated to the prairie for settlement, and even then, as the country about was not in market, very few came. In the winter of 1818 to 1819, Illinois was admitted as a state into the Union, and all that part of the country formerly belonging to the territories of Indiana and Illinois was attached to Michigan, then under the governorship of General Lewis Cass. In the spring of 1819, he set off the county of Brown, including all the country east of a north and south line running through the portage of Wisconsin to the Illinois line, and at the same time set off the county of Crawford, including all the country west and south of the aforesaid line to the Missouri line, including what is now the state of Ohio and territory of Minnesota. Governor Cass sent blank commissions for the different officers of the counties to be filled up by the inhabitants. These had been sent by Lieutenant Colonel Leavenworth, then on his way, with the 5th Regiment of U.S. Infantry, to occupy Forts Crawford and Armstrong and to build a fort at the mouth of St. Peter's. Nicholas Boylvin, Esquire, was appointed to administer the oath to the officers of Crawford County. 2 companies of the regiment were sent to Fort Armstrong, Rock Island, under command of Brevet Major Maston, and 2 companies to Fort Crawford under Major Muhlenberg. Shortly after receiving the blank commissions, the principal inhabitants assembled at the house of Nicholas Boylvin, Esquire, and then the difficulty was to find persons sufficiently acquainted with the business to fill the offices and perform the duties. Finally, John W. Johnson, the U.S. factor, was selected as the Chief Justice of the County Court. I was solicited to take the office of Associate Justice, or Judge of Probate, but being then young and appearing much younger than I really was, and knowing very little about the proceedings of courts, and thinking that I had neither the practice nor dignity to hold a judicial office, and that I should probably make myself ridiculous, I declined either of the judgeships, but accepted the office of Justice of the Peace. I had not then decided to make Prairie du Chien my future home, having hitherto spent my winters near the head of St. Peter's River in the Indian trade, but in the fall of 1819 I took up my permanent residence at Prairie du Chien. John W. Johnson was a man of good sense and judgment, but had from quite a young man held the appointment of U.S. factor and resided in the Indian country where he could obtain but little knowledge of the proceedings of courts or the ordinary transactions of civilized life. The commissions of associate justices were filled up with the names of Michael Brisbois and Francis Boutillier. Note: instead of Mr. Brisbois, Honorable M. L. Martin, in the appendix to his address before the Historical Society, gives the name of Nicholas Boylvin, L.C.D., end note. Both of whom from boyhood had been in the Indian country and had very little opportunity of witnessing proceedings at courts. Wilfred Owens was appointed Judge of Probate, and Nicholas Boylvin and John W. Johnson and myself Justices of the Peace. John S. Findley, Clerk of the Court, John P. Gates, Register of Probate, which also included the recording of deeds, and Thomas McNair was appointed Sheriff. It should be remembered that all these officers had to enter upon the duties of their several offices without forms to refer to or precedents of proceedings, and it can astonish no person that the records of that day are without much form. Such was the organization of the county of Crawford, and I think that the materials in Brown were not much better, although several Americans by that time had settled at Green Bay. At the session of Congress of 1819-20, an act was passed to take testimony relative to the private land claims at Sault Ste. Marie's, Mackinac, Green Bay, and Prairie du Chien that were reserved to subjects of the British government under Jay's Treaty, and in the fall of 1820, commissioners were dispatched to the different places to take testimony. A Mr. Lee came to Prairie du Chien. The most of those claims at Prairie du Chien were found to come under Jay's Treaty, but there were several that wanted a year or more of coming under it. These facts being reported to Congress, they at a subsequent session passed an act giving to every settler who was in possession of land at the date of the declaration of war in 1812 against Great Britain, and who had continued to submit to the laws of the U.S. the lands he claimed. It is a matter of history that the British took Mackinac and subjected its dependencies to their government, including all the aforenamed places, and the most part of these claimants were ignorant Canadians and supposed themselves British subjects, not aware that if they did not within a year choose, as stipulated in the treaty, to continue British subjects, they became American citizens, and when the British government took military possession of the country during the War of 1812-15, The military officers in command considered them as British subjects and ordered them to do military duty as militia. They were a conquered people, and feeling that they owed no allegiance to the United States, took up arms in obedience to the orders of the British officers. There were some among them intelligent enough to know their position, but had they claimed to be American citizens and refused to take up arms, surrounded as they were by hostile Indians, they would not have been safe, especially as the British officers did not believe in a British subject expatriating himself, and of course there was no law of the United States in the conquered country to submit to. Notwithstanding all these circumstances being known to the officers of the army stationed at Sault Ste. Marie's under Major Cutler, they got up a remonstrance to the government representing these people as traitors, in consequence of which the patents were delayed to the great annoyance and sometimes to the great injury of the claimants. Sometime in the year 1820, note, it was in 1819, Constant A. Andrews, who appears to have been from Pennsylvania and was interested in the Carver claim, wrote from Prairie du Chien, February 1, 1819, to Reverend Dr. Samuel Peters, quote, I am now building a sawmill in company with Battelle on Yellow River, under a permission obtained from the commanding officer. For my own part, I apprehend no difficulty if you obtain permission from the Secretary of War, and can make them, the Indians, some presents. End quote. On the 10th November, 1819, Mr. Andrews writes to Dr. Peters from Falls Black River, on the 2nd day of November I set a sawmill a-running, not much inferior to any in the United States. The mill is about 30 or 40 miles east of Lake Pepin. The Sioux very willingly gave us permission to come here. There were 7 chiefs in council, Lafoy not there. The 7 gave us 5 years. Lafoy came back after and gave it forever. I am very much pleased with my situation. I was obliged, on account of iron, to go to the prairie once, but was overjoyed on my arrival back, and now regret to leave sight of the mill. Here I am happy to live. Here I am willing to die. End quote. See American State Papers, Public Lands, 4, page 22, LCD. End note. Wilfred Owens of Prairie du Chien, then connected in business with the late Governor McNair of Missouri, furnished the capital and, associated with 2 other men by the name of Andrews and Dixon, built a sawmill on Black River and commenced sawing lumber. But before they had done much business, the mill was burned, supposed to have been set on fire by the Winnebagoes, who had then lately taken possession of that country and claimed it as their own. The mill was not rebuilt, owing to the declared hostility of the Winnebagoes to it. In the year 1820-21, the country authorities of Crawford erected a jail in the old village of Prairie du Chien in the rear of village lot number 17 of that village, made of hewn oak logs of about 1 foot square. The house was about 25 by 16 feet and divided by the same kind of logs into a debtors' and criminals' apartments. Note: at this old log jail, a sergeant of the 1st Regiment of U.S. Infantry was hung in 1828 for shooting Lieutenant McKenzie of the same regiment, and in 1833 or 1834, a soldier of that regiment was executed there for shooting Sergeant Coffin in the new Fort Crawford. The old jail was burnt in 1834. JHL. End note. There is a tract of land nearly opposite the old village of Prairie du Chien in Iowa, which was granted by the Spanish Lieutenant Governor of Louisiana to one Basil Girard, and running through it was a small stream or brook usually called Girard's Creek. But in 1823, the commandant of Fort Crawford had a party of men detailed to cultivate a public garden on the old farm of Girard on said creek, and Martin Scott, then a lieutenant of the 5th Infantry and stationed at Fort Crawford, was directed to superintend the party. Fond of shooting, and a great shot generally, he took his dogs and gun every morning, got into his little hunting canoe, and spent the day in shooting woodcocks, which were plenty in the marshes about there, and returning in the evening would boast of the number that had bled that day. After a while he gave the creek the name of Bloody Run, which name it still bears. The name generally suggests to strangers the idea of some bloody battle having been fought there, and I have been frequently questioned as to the tradition relative to it, and a few years since the editor of our village paper had somewhere picked up the same romantic idea and published a long traditionary account of a bloody battle pretended to have been fought there years ago. But the creek is indebted for its name to the hunting exploits of Major Martin Scott, when a lieutenant and stationed at Fort Crawford. Note: Scott, at this date, was a young man and had been but a few years in the Army. He was a native of Bennington, Vermont, and was educated at West Point. In his youth, he was famous among the sharpshooters of the Green Mountains, never shooting game in the body, but at whatever height or distance, always striking the head. He would drive a nail into a board part way with a hammer, and then, taking the farthest distance at which his eye could distinctly see it, drive it home with his unerring bullet. He served with distinction in the Mexican War under General Scott, and at nearly the close of that brilliant campaign, Brevet Lieutenant Colonel Martin Scott was killed at the sanguinary Battle of Molino del Rey, September 8, 1847. He had seen much hard service, and always conducted himself with great skill, caution, and intrepidity, and was respected and beloved for his integrity of character and for his great kindness and benevolence of heart. L.C.D. End note. On the 16th of September, 1816, I arrived at Prairie du Chien, a trader's village of between 25 and 30 houses, situated on the banks of the Mississippi on what, in high water, is an island. The houses were built by planting posts upright in the ground with grooves in them, so that the sides could be filled in with split timber or round poles, and then plastered over with clay and whitewashed with a white earth found in the vicinity, and then covered with bark or clapboards riven from oak. This village, now called the Old Village of Prairie du Chien, was designated by Lyons as the main village, as it was so at the time he surveyed the private land claims of Prairie du Chien. Tradition says the place took its name from an Indian chief of the Fox tribe by the name of Chien, or Dog, who had a village somewhere on the prairie near where Fort Crawford now stands. Chien, or Dog, is a favorite name among the Indians of the Northwest. There were on the prairie about 40 farms cultivated along under the bluffs, where the soil was first rate and enclosed in one common field, and the boundaries generally between them marked by a road that afforded them ingress and egress to their fields, the plantations running from the bluffs to the Mississippi or to the slough of St. Friol, and from 3 to 5 arpents wide. The owners did not generally live immediately on their farms, but clustered together in little villages near their front, and were much the same description of inhabitants as those of Green Bay, except that there were a number of families of French extraction, entirely unmixed with the natives, who came from the French villages of Illinois. The farmers' wives, instead of being of the Indian tribes about, were generally of the mixed blood. They were living in Arcadian simplicity, spending a great part of their time in fishing, hunting, horse racing, or trotting, or in dancing and drinking. They had little or no ambition for progress and improvement, or in any way bettering their condition, provided their necessities were supplied, and they could often collect together and dance and frolic. With these wants gratified, they were perfectly satisfied to continue in the same routine and habits of their forefathers before them. They had no aristocracy among them except the traders, who were regarded as a privileged class. It was said that about 1809 or 1810, a trader, an Irishman by birth, of the name of Campbell, was appointed by the U.S. government sub-Indian agent at Prairie du Chien, and by the governor of the territory of Illinois, a justice of the peace. The currency of Prairie du Chien was at that time flour, and Campbell charged for celebrating the rites of matrimony 100 pounds of flour, and for dissolving it 200 pounds, alleging that when people wanted to get unmarried, they would willingly give double what they would originally to form the matrimonial connection. In speaking of the courts of justice of the country and of their county seats, Mr. Brisbois related to me that sometime previous to the War of 1812, he and Mr. Campbell had a dispute about a heifer that was worth at the time perhaps $8, and as each believed it to be his property, they applied to the lawyer at Cahokia to assist them in finding out who was the real owner. The mode of traveling in those days was in a canoe, manned with 6 or 8 men to paddle, and taking with them some flour, tea, and sugar for the bourgeois, and some hulled corn and deer tallow, enough to season the soup for the men, depending upon shooting game by the way, or buying wild fowl or venison from the Indians. The party's litigant were obliged to take their witnesses with them, paying them for their time and expenses from their departure until their return home. The parties were also obliged to take a bundle of beaver skins and dispose of them at St. Louis to pay the expenses of lawyers, etc., and the lawyers, as usual, were disposed to oblige the parties by putting over the case from time to time, and the parties continued the suit in this manner until it had cost them about $1,500 each, when they took it out of court and settled it. But which retained the heifer, if I ever heard, I do not now recollect. The coutume de Paris so far prevailed in this country generally that a part of the ceremony of marriage was the entering into a contract in writing, generally giving, if no issue, the property to the survivor, and if they desired to be divorced, they went together before the magistrate and made known their wishes, and he, in their presence, tore up the marriage contract, and according to the custom of the country, they were then divorced. I was once present at Judge Abbott's at Mackinac when a couple presented themselves before him and were divorced in this manner. When the laws of Michigan were first introduced at Prairie du Chien, it was with difficulty that the justice of the peace could persuade them that a written contract was not necessary, and some of them believed that because the contract of marriage gave the property to the survivor, that they were not obliged to pay the debts which the deceased owed at the time of his death. There was an instance of this at Prairie du Chien. A man by the name of Jean-Marie Carré de la Mouche, who had been married by contract, died without issue, leaving a widow, some personal property, and a good farm, but was indebted to Joseph Rolette about $300, which his widow refused to pay, alleging that the contract of marriage gave her all the property, nor could she be convinced to the contrary until I had brought a suit against her and obtained a judgment. When I arrived at Prairie du Chien, there were 4 companies of riflemen under command of Brevet Major Morgan, building the old fort, which was constructed by placing the walls of the quarters and storehouses on the lines, the highest outside, and the slope of the roof descending within the fort, with blockhouses at 2 corners and large pickets at the others, so as entirely to enclose the fort. John W. Johnson, a gentleman from Maryland, was U.S. factor, with a certain Mr. Belt as assistant and bookkeeper, and John P. Gates as interpreter. Colonel Alexander McNair, late governor of Missouri, had the settling of the fort, and his nephew, Thomas McNair, and John L. Findley were the clerks in his employ and had charge of the business. There were then of the old traders residing at Prairie du Chien, Joseph Rolette, Michael Brisbois, Francis Boutelier, and Jean Baptiste Faribault, all Canadians of French extraction, except Francis Boutelier, who was from France, and Nicholas Boylvan, who was Indian agent and held the commission of Justice of the Peace under the government of Illinois Territory, whence he came. At this time at Prairie du Chien, the events of the War of 1812 in that quarter were fresh in the minds of everyone. I learned that in the spring or summer of 1814, the U.S. government sent boats, made bulletproof, under a Captain Yeiser, who was in command of the boats, and a company of U.S. troops under Lieutenant Perkins, to take and retain possession of Prairie du Chien. Perkins built a stockade on a large mound, on which Colonel Dousman's house now stands, and Captain Yeiser remained on board the boats, where most of the ammunition and provisions were stored, as there was no room for them within the stockade. Soon after the breaking out of the war, when the American officers in garrison at Mackinac and the citizens of that place were yet ignorant of the commencement of hostilities, but apprehensive that war had been declared, some traders were dispatched to the old British post and settlement of St. Joseph's on the eastern shore of Lake Michigan for intelligence. As none of the traders returned, remaining absent so much longer than was deemed necessary, It naturally enough excited the suspicions of the commanding officer and the principal citizens of Mackinac. Under the circumstances, a council was held, at which it was determined that immediate information must be had from St. Joseph's, and the question then was, who could go there and not be suspected of being a spy? After looking around and finding none qualified to go, the late Michael Dousman of Mackinac said that he had an outfit in Lake Superior that ought, by that time, to be at St. Joseph's, and he thought that he could go there and look after his property without being suspected. Accordingly, he volunteered his services, and late in the afternoon he left Mackinac for St. Joseph's in a canoe. About dark at Goose Island, 15 miles from Mackinac, he met the British troops on their way to that place, who took him prisoner, but released him on his parole that he would go back to Mackinac and not give the garrison any information of what he had seen, but collect the citizens together at the old still house on the southern side of the island, where a guard would be immediately sent to protect them from the Indians. This promise Mr. Dousman faithfully performed, and was probably the cause of saving many an innocent family from being brutally murdered by the savages. The British arrived, planted their cannon during the night, and in the morning sent in to the commanding officer a copy of the declaration of war, with a demand for him to surrender, which he complied with. The traders in the British interest, resorting to Mackinac as the British headquarters of the Northwest, learning of the American occupation of Prairie du Chien in 1814, and anticipating that so long as this force should remain there, they would be cut off from the trade of Prairie du Chien, its dependencies, and the Sioux country, at once set on foot an expedition for the recapture of that place. The British officers and traders accordingly fitted out an expedition under the command of Colonel McKay of the Indian Department, an old trader, and under him were a sergeant of artillery with a brass 6-pounder and 3 or 4 volunteer companies of the Canadian Voyageurs, commanded by traders and officered by their clerks, all dressed in red coats, with probably 100 Indians officered by half-breeds. Note: there were at least 1,000 Indians under Colonel McKay, as stated in the accounts of the time, and not less than 3 pieces of light artillery, LCD. End note. Having made a secret march, they arrived on the prairie without being expected, and made the best display of redcoats and Indians that they could. They made a formidable show, and the Americans, not knowing of what materials they were composed, and supposing that they were all British regulars, appeared to have been panic-struck. The sergeant had brought his field piece so well to bear that he hit one of the boats, I believe the one Yeiser was in. During this time, the troops and Indians had made a move towards the fort, but keeping out of gunshot. On the boat being hit, Captain Yeiser had the cable cut and swung round down the river, ordering the others to do the same, carrying with them the provisions and ammunition of the garrison. After the boats had gone, Colonel McKay summoned the fort to surrender, and having neither provisions nor ammunition, they had no other alternative, and accordingly surrendered. The British took and kept possession of Prairie du Chien until peace in 1815, thus opening the Indian trade to the traders at Mackinac. The inhabitants of Prairie du Chien, being British subjects, were ordered into service by the British government to do duty in the garrison during the war. The British sergeant of artillery, for hitting the keelboat, was promoted by his government. Of the persons spoken of as resident traders of Prairie du Chien, Joseph Rolette, in connection with the Indian trade, carried on farming, after the fashion of the country, pretty extensively. Michael Brisbois, besides being a trader, carried on the business of baking and farming to some extent, receiving of the inhabitants 100 pounds of flour and giving in return tickets for 50 loaves of bread, and these tickets made a convenient change to buy trifles of the Indians with. None of the inhabitants pretended to make their own bread, but depended entirely upon the bakehouse. Jean-Baptiste Faribault did something in the line of Indian trade and carried on a small farm, but soon after left the prairie to reside on the St. Peter's River. Note: we learn from the annals of the Minnesota Historical Society that as early as 1805, Faribault encamped opposite Mendota, Minnesota, trading with the Indians, and in 1822 he formed one of the constituent members of the Columbia Fur Company of Minnesota. From the American State Papers, he appears to have removed to the St. Peter's in 1819. LCD. End note. Among the other inhabitants of notoriety at the time was a Mrs. Menard of mixed African and white blood. She came from some one of the French villages below and was then married to Charles Menard, a Canadian of French extraction. She had been married twice previously, first to a man by the name of Du Choquet, by whom she had 2 sons, one of whom was in the employ of Mr. Astor in that unfortunate expedition of his sent in 1810 by sea and across the continent to the mouth of the Columbia River, now Oregon Territory. Her next husband was named Gagnier, by whom she had 3 sons and 3 daughters. After Gagnier's death, she married Charles Menard, by whom she had 3 sons and 2 daughters. She was generally called by the inhabitants Aunt Mary Ann, and was a person of consequence among them, being midwife, and the only person pretending to a knowledge of the healing art. Until a fort was erected at Prairie du Chien and a surgeon arrived there with the troops, she was sent for by the sick and attended them as regularly as a physician, and charged fees, therefore, giving them, as she expressed it, device and yarb drink. She was an excellent nurse, and even after there were regular surgeons of the army stationed at Fort Crawford, Mary Ann continued to practice among the inhabitants. Whether they employed her because they had more faith in her skill or because they could pay her with more ease, as she took her pay in the produce of the country, but was not very modest in her charges, I cannot with certainty state, and frequently after the army physician had attended a patient a long time, who perhaps for want of good nursing could not be cured, Mary Ann would take the patient home with her, and by the force of good nursing and yarb drink restore him to health, so that we frequently joked the physician about Mary Ann's superior skill in the healing art. There are at this time many of her descendants residing at Prairie du Chien, who are generally as industrious and orderly inhabitants as any others. End of section 4. Section 5 of articles from the collections of the State Historical Society of Wisconsin, Volume 2, by Lyman Copeland Draper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Early Times and Events in Wisconsin, Part 3. Mr. Campbell, of whom I have previously made mention as Indian Agent and Justice of the Peace, had passed to his long home before I came to the country, and I found a Canadian of French extraction by the name of Nicholas Boylvan clothed with a dignified office of Sub-Agent and Justice of the Peace. He had about the same amount of education as Judge Room of Green Bay, previously spoken of, and about the same idea of justice, and was nearly as arbitrary. His law library consisted of a single volume of old statutes of the Northwestern Territory, one of Illinois, and one of the Missouri Territory. But in deciding cases, he paid no attention to the statute, but decided according to his own idea of right and wrong. Note: Colonel Boylvan's trio volumes formed probably the first law library in Wisconsin, except perhaps Judge Room's single volume of Blackstone, one of which is now, by the courtesy of Judge Lockwood, among the collections of the Wisconsin Historical Society. He did not probably often consult them, if we may judge from his offhand manner of administering justice as related by Mrs. Kinsey in her Waboon. Quote, Colonel Boylvan's office was just without the walls of the fort at Prairie du Chien, and it was much the fashion among the officers to lounge in there of a morning, to find sport for an idle hour, and to take a glass of brandy and water with the old gentleman, which he called taking a little quelque chose. A soldier named Fry had been accused of stealing and killing a calf belonging to Monsieur Rolette, and the constable, a bricklayer of the name of Bell, had been dispatched to arrest the culprit and bring him to trial. While the gentlemen were making their customary morning visit to the justice, a noise was heard in the entry and a knock at the door. "Come in," cried the old gentleman, rising and walking toward the door. Bell: "Here, sir, I have brought Fry to you, as you ordered." Justice: "Fry, you great rascal, What for you kill Monsieur Roulette's calf? Fry. I did not kill Monsieur Roulette's calf. Justice, shaking his fist. You lie, you great rascal. Bell, take him to jail. Come, gentlemen, come. Let us take a little quelque chose. End quotes. LCD. End note. Colonel Alexander McNair of St. Louis had, as already mentioned, for his clerks in the settling business, his nephew Thomas McNair, afterwards captain of the militia, and John L. Findley. But Thomas McNair shortly afterwards married a daughter of Mr. Courtois, a respectable farmer of French descent, and Findley married a Miss Hertelise, a half-sister of Mrs. Roulette, and a quarter-blood of the Sioux Nation. Upon learning these transactions of his clerks, Colonel McNair naturally concluded that they were attending more to their own pleasure than to his matters, and sent a man by the name of Wilfred Owens, a Kentuckian, to whom he gave an interest in the business, and discharged McNair, afterwards captain of the militia, and John L. Findley. McNair went to farming. Findley went to Mackinac and procured, by the assistance of Mr. Roulette, a small assortment of goods, and attempted to trade at Prairie du Chien. But as there was then no money in circulation, except what little came from the few troops stationed at the fort, and goods were then selling very high at Mackinac, he did not succeed in business, and before the close of the year turned over to Mr. Roulette his stock and assets towards the payment of the purchase, which was made of Messrs. Berthelot and Roulette. In the spring of 1817, a Roman Catholic priest from St. Louis called Pierre Prieur visited Prairie du Chien. He was the first that had been there for many years, and perhaps since the settlement, and organized the Roman Catholic Church, and disturbed some of the domestic arrangements of the inhabitants. He found several women who had left their husbands and were living with other men. These he made by the terror of his church to return and ask pardon of their husbands, and to be taken back by them, which they of course could not refuse. Brevet General Smith, the colonel of the rifle regiment, who came to Prairie du Chien to erect Fort Crawford in 1816, had arrived in June and selected the mound where the stockade had been built and the ground in front to include the most thickly inhabited part of the village. The ground thus selected encroached upon the ancient burying ground of the prairie, so that the inhabitants were obliged to remove their dead to another place. During the winter of 1816 or early in the spring of 1817, Lieutenant Colonel Talbot Chambers arrived at Fort Crawford and assumed the command, and the houses in the village being an obstruction to the garrison, in the spring of 1817 he ordered those houses in front and about the fort to be taken down by their owners and removed to the lower end of the village, where he pretended to give them lots. When General Smith first arrived at Prairie du Chien, he arrested Michael Brisbois, then the most prominent citizen of the prairie, and placed him under a guard of soldiers for several days, charging him with treason for having taken up arms against the United States. After keeping him in duress for several days, he was sent on board of a boat under a guard to St. Louis. General Smith refusing to let Mrs. Brisbois send her husband a package of beaver to raise money in St. Louis to pay his expenses. The guard took him to St. Louis and landed him on the levee, where they left him, not having delivered him over to the civil authorities or instituted any proceedings against him, but left him there without money or means to return home. But Mr. Brisbois was known in St. Louis, at least by reputation, and readily found friends who assisted him to return home. During his absence, the commandant, who I believe was Lieutenant Colonel Hamilton, ordered Mrs. Brisbois and family out of her house and took possession of it in which to spread the contractor's flour to dry, and also took possession of Mr. Brisbois' bakehouse with about 200 cords of dry oven wood, which was used by the commissary or contractor, for which aggressions and injuries Mr. Brisbois received no compensation. Although in a time of peace, and our government had received the country by treaty stipulation, the officers of the army treated the inhabitants as a conquered people, and the commandants assumed all the authority of governors of a conquered country, arraigning and trying the citizens by courts martial, and sentencing them to ignominious punishments. This was more particularly the case under the reign of Colonel Chambers, who was a brave soldier in the field, but a weak man and not qualified for a commandant, as he was generally governed by some favorite officer or officers who, not being responsible for the outrage committed by their superior, would induce him to do acts to gratify their whims or prejudices. Charles Menard, the husband of the notable Mary Ann, was arrested, having been charged with selling whiskey to the soldiers. He was brought about 5 miles from his residence under a guard, tried by a court-martial, whipped, and with a bottle hung to his neck, marched through the streets, with music playing the Rogue's March after him. Menard protested that he had not sold liquor to the soldiers, but that they had asked him for it, and that he refused to let them have any, as he did not keep liquor for sale. And during Colonel Chambers' reign, for some alleged immoral conduct, he banished Joseph Rolette to an island about 7 miles above Prairie du Chien, where he obliged him to pass the winter, but in the spring permitted him to return to the village to attend to his business, as his outfits were coming in from the Indian country. Mr. Brisbois informed me that he had resided in Prairie du Chien about 30 years. Note: Mr. Brisbois, in 1820, gave evidence before Mr. Lee, the government commissioner, that he had been 39 years in the country and was then 60 years of age, and this would give the year 1781 as the year of his coming to Prairie du Chien, LCD. End note. And there was an old Scotchman by the name of James Aird. Note: Mr. Aird was from Mackinac and was a worthy man and enterprising trader. His field of operations was mainly with the Sioux or Dakotas in what is now Iowa and Minnesota. On the return of Lewis and Clark's expedition in 1806, they met Mr. Aird with 2 trading boats above the Big Sioux River on the Missouri, and in their journal they speak of him as, quote, a very friendly and liberal gentleman, end quote. In 1812, he had a trading post at Mendota, LCD, end note. Connected with a company by which I was first employed in the Indian trade, who generally wintered among the Sioux Indians and had been a trader about 40 years. There was also another man by the name of Duncan Graham, who had been engaged in the Indian trade about the same length of time and was captain in the British Indian Department during the war, from whom I obtained considerable information of the Indian country and of the earlier days of Prairie du Chien. Prairie du Chien was, at this time, an important post for Indian trade and was considered by the Indians as neutral ground, where different tribes, although at war, might visit in safety, but if hostile, they had to beware of being caught in the neighborhood, going or returning. Yet I never heard of any hostile movement on the prairie after they had safely arrived. The factories which John W. Johnson had charge of were established by an act of Congress previous to the War of 1812 for the humane purpose of preventing the British traders from extortions on the Indians and of counteracting British influence over them, which they exercised through the traders. But unfortunately, they had the contrary effect, and through the bad management of the traders, the government of the United States was made to appear contemptible in the eyes of the Indians. The idea was then prevalent in the U.S. that the most sleazy and cheap goods were what the Indians wanted, whereas the blankets furnished by the British traders, although of coarse wool, were thick and substantial, and so were the cloths and calicoes, while those furnished by the Americans were greatly inferior. It was many years before Mr. Astor, with all his wealth and sagacity, could obtain in England suitable blankets and cloths for the Indian trade, and also the proper guns. There was, at that time, an Indian gun manufactured in England called the Northwest gun, of simple, plain, and strong construction, and it was understood that the manufacture of blankets, cloths, and guns was so much under the influence of the Northwest Fur Company that an American could not procure the genuine article, and hence the goods furnished by the factors were all of an inferior article, except tobacco, and the British traders took especial pains when they happened to have a poor article to call it American. They had been furnished for many years with their tobacco from Albany, an inferior article, made into carrots of from 2 to 3 pounds, and when the American tobacco in plugs and of a tolerable good quality was introduced among them, they admitted that it was the best. When I first came to the country, it was the practice of the old traders and interpreters to call any inferior article of goods American, and to speak to the Indians in a contemptuous manner of the Americans and their goods, and the goods which they brought into the country, but too generally warranted this reproach. But after Mr. Astor had purchased out the Southwest Company and established the American Fur Company, he succeeded in getting suitable kinds of goods for the Indians, except at first the Northwest Indian gun. He attempted to introduce an imitation of them, manufactured in Holland, but it did not succeed, as the Indians soon detected the difference. At that time, there were generally collected at Prairie du Chien by the traders and U.S. factors about 300 packs of 100 pounds each of furs and peltries, mostly fine furs. Of the different Indian tribes that visited and traded more or less at Prairie du Chien, there were the Menomonies from Green Bay, who frequently wintered on the Mississippi, the Chippewas, who resided on the headwaters of the Chippewa and Black Rivers, the Foxes, who had a large village where Cassville now stands, called Pina, i.e. Turkey, the Sauks, who resided about Galena and Dubuque, the Winnebagos, who resided on the Wisconsin River, the Iowas, who then had a village on the upper Iowa River, Wabashaw's band of Sioux, who resided on a beautiful prairie on the Iowa side of the Mississippi, about 120 miles above Prairie du Chien, with occasionally a Kickapoo and Potawatomi. The Sauks and Foxes brought from Galena a considerable quantity of lead, molded in the earth, and bars about 2 feet long, and from 6 to 8 inches wide, and from 2 to 4 inches thick, being something of an oval form, and thickest in the middle, and generally thinning to the edge, and weighing from 30 to 40 pounds. It was not an uncommon thing to see a Fox Indian arrive at Prairie du Chien with a hand sled loaded with 20 or 30 wild turkeys for sale, as they were very plenty about Cassville, and occasionally there were some killed opposite Prairie du Chien. About the year 1822, a man by the name of Hardin Perkins from Kentucky came to Prairie du Chien for the purpose of building a sawmill in the Indian country, and obtained permission from Major Taliaferro, then agent for the Sioux Indians, with the consent of the Indians, to erect a sawmill on their land on the Chippewa River and tributaries, but Perkins, not having the capital to carry out his project, or sufficient influence to obtain the permission of the Indians to erect this mill, solicited Joseph Rolette and myself to join him, which we did, and contracted with the Wabashaw's band of Sioux, who claimed the Chippewa River country, for the privilege of erecting a mill and cutting timber for it, paying them about $1,000 per year in goods, and furnished Perkins the necessary means for the purpose, and he was to take charge of and conduct the business. He proceeded to Menominee River, a tributary of the Chippewa, and on a small stream running into the Menominee, about 20 miles from its mouth, erected a sawmill and had it so near done that he expected to commence sawing in a very few days, when one of those sudden freshets to which hilly countries are subject came upon him and swept away the dam, mill, and appendages, and Perkins returned to Prairie du Chien with his family and hands, having suffered during his residence there considerable from fear of the Chippewa Indians who resided near, and sometimes visited the mill builders. Colonel Snelling, who commanded at Fort Snelling, had frequently, since Perkins and his men commenced operations, threatened to send a force and destroy the mill, saying the Indian agent had no authority to give permission to build mills in the Indian country. The parties being pretty well convinced of the fact, and that Colonel Snelling had malice enough to carry out his threat, if for nothing else but to punish Mr. Rolette, with whom he had some difficulty, concluded not to rebuild until they could be authorized by some better authority, supposing then that the Secretary of War had that power, and Mr. Rolette and myself made up our minds to pocket the loss, and let Perkins off with the loss of the few articles he had furnished and his services, which amounted to about $1,500. It proved a bad speculation to all parties. The annuity we agreed to pay the Indians for the privilege of building the mill and cutting timber, being stopped during the time there was no work on the mill, the Indians insisted upon its payment and inquired the reason we did not go on with the work. We were obliged to tell them that their great father would not allow us to do so. They said they had given us permission, and that the country was theirs, and their great father had no right to say anything about it. In the fall of 1829, returning from St. Louis, I met at Galena Major John Biddle of Detroit, who had then been elected our delegate to Congress from Michigan, and inquired what he could do for me or the people of Prairie du Chien at Washington. I then related to him the situation in which I and Mr. Rolette were placed with regard to the mill and annuities to the Indians. He told me that when I got home, if I would address him at Washington, stating our case, that he would attend to it. I wrote to him a full statement of the case and difficulties, and Major Biddle obtained for us from the Secretary of War permission to erect mills, etc., provided we contracted with the Indians through the Indian agent at Prairie du Chien. We renewed our contract with the Indians through their agents, and in May 1830 sent a millwright who was also a partner, a superintendent, carpenter, and blacksmith, with laborers, provisions, teams, and tools to erect a mill on the Chippewa River or its tributaries. The millwright selected the site of the old dam of Perkins for his dam and built the mill on the Menominee River and dug a canal across a point of land from the small stream to the mill. The hands we were obliged to employ were mostly Canadians, and we engaged the wife of one of them, a Menominee half-breed, as cook for the hands. Few Americans can manage the Canadian voyageurs to advantage. They suppose that they must be treated with the same familiarity as American laborers and reason them into doing their duty, but this is not the proper treatment. The voyageur has been so long accustomed to look upon his employer as his superior and to be treated by him as his inferior that so soon as he is treated as American hands expect to be treated by their employer, they at once conceive a contempt for him and become mutinous. Such was the case with our superintendent, and he proved not to be qualified to superintend any kind of men or business, and all the hands looked upon him with contempt. 3 or 4 Chippewas came to them, and the Menominee half-breed woman, she being the only one that understood the Chippewa language, and told them that if they did not leave there, they would kill them all. This was about nightfall, and the superintendent was so much alarmed that at dark he got into a canoe with one man, as much frightened as himself, and went down in the night over the rapids that were difficult to navigate even in the daytime, leaving orders with the men to load the provisions, tools, etc. into the boat, and to start in the morning down the Chippewa River near to its mouth, which they did, driving the oxen by land. The superintendent, whose name was Armstrong, arrived at the prairie evidently much alarmed, and gave me a terrible account of his escape, and not until he had been at the prairie some considerable time did he inform me that he had ordered all the men to leave the mill, and that they were probably on their way down. I was then satisfied that my presence was required there, unless I intended to abandon the mill, and it being in the hot weather of August, I did not feel much inclined to make a voyage in a canoe exposed to the sun, but from the materials we had to deal with, I saw at once that it was necessary. I had a canoe manned with a half-breed Winnebago who spoke Chippewa, and together with Armstrong and the Frenchman who had come down with him, put out at once, taking in my canoe provisions enough for myself and crew to reach the mill. We had proceeded about 40 miles up the Mississippi when early in the morning at a sandbar in the middle of a channel and about 1/4 of a mile from the shore, I met a canoe with a Menominee half-breed and a large athletic Ohioan by the name of Hartwell, whom I had never seen before. Armstrong had engaged him as carpenter and taken him to the mill without my having seen him or knowing his name. I asked them where they were going, and they said to the prairie. I said, "No, you must return with me." I knew that the half-breed would obey without difficulty, but Hartwell said he was going to the prairie, and I knew in order to take all of them back, I must take these back as I met them. Hartwell was a strong man and armed with a rifle, but I said to him, "This canoe at least is mine, and does not go to the prairie. You can take your choice, either to go back or to remain on this sandbar." End quote. He concluded to go back, and for fear that they might give me the slip, I got into the canoe with them, and we proceeded up the river about 10 miles farther, where we met all the Canadians with a half-breed Menominee woman, when we all put ashore. I told them that they must go back to the mill, which they refused to do. I soon discovered, as I had suspected, that the woman was the leader of the party, and I bribed her to go back. She consented, and the others followed her example. She and her husband were in a large canoe, not half finished, which would go hard upstream. From the manner of her consenting so readily to return, I suspected that she intended as soon as they could lag a little behind and get some point between me and them to slip down the stream, which I afterwards learned was really their intention, to prevent which I told them, as they were weak-handed and had a heavy canoe, that I would embark with them and help them paddle. I paddled all day and made a good day's work upstream, and encamped in a channel of the river opposite to Wabashaw's prairie. The men had only taken provisions enough to last them to the prairie, and it was soon seen that my stock would not be sufficient for the additional mouths until we reached the boat. In camp at night, one of the men named Francis Lapointe, a native of Prairie du Chien and well acquainted with the customs of the Indians, told me that it was but a short distance across the country to the Chippewa, where the boat then was, and proposed to go there, take a canoe, and meet us with provisions, which I requested him to do. He accordingly, after breakfast, borrowed a gun, took some crackers in his pocket, and started across, while we proceeded up the channel along under the bluffs for about 5 miles to where the canoes crossed the Mississippi to the western side. Just as we were about putting off from the shore, Lapointe came running down the hill hallooing, "Indians!" The canoes were all putting out into the river, but I ordered the canoe that I was in to put to shore and take the man in, confiding at the time in his statement. Lapointe had on, when he started, 2 cotton shirts, and when he returned one of the shirts was nearly cut from him and several stabs through the other. He had thrown away all his ammunition and his hat, and stated that after crossing the hill and getting into a ravine of tall grass, that 5 Chippewa Indians suddenly surrounded him, took away his powder, shot, and provisions, cut his hat and shirt all to pieces, called him a dog, and would have taken his gun had he not begged hard to retain it, telling them that it was not his. He told so probable a story of what would naturally be the conduct of a war party of Indians that I at first believed him, but we stopped shortly after for dinner, and although the men pretended to be much afraid of the Indians, I discovered something in their conduct that satisfied me that it was a hoax. They proposed to turn back to Prairie du Chien for fear of the Indians, but I told them that I was never in the habit of turning back through fear until I saw there was really danger, and that I did not require them to run any risk which I would not myself freely share. We finally proceeded on quietly until near the mouth of Rivière au Boeuf, or Buffalo River, when Armstrong and the man who came down with him, who were actually in great fear, as they were not in the secret of the plot, discovered an Indian on the bluffs below its mouth, or imagined they did, and gave the alarm of Chippewa. But we met some Sioux at the foot of the bluffs, and they said that it could not be Chippewas, as they had the day before been hunting over there and thought it probable that some of their people might still be hunting there. So we proceeded to a point opposite to the mouth of the Chippewa River and encamped for the night. So much had been said about danger from the Chippewas that I began to believe there was something in it, and must confess that the next morning I entered the narrow mouth of the Chippewa, fringed with bushes, with some fear that some Indian might be hid and fire upon us without giving notice of his presence. But once in, the feeling of fear wore off, and we proceeded on with little to eat until about 10 o'clock, when we came to a Menominee lodge, where we found a great deal of venison and a quantity stuck up around the fire cooking, to which we did ample justice. We then proceeded about 10 miles up the river, where we found the boat and 3 Americans who had remained with it. But they refused, as well as the Canadians, to go back to the mill under the superintendence of Armstrong. And from all accounts of the men, as well as from what I had seen of him, I was satisfied that he was not calculated to conduct such a business, and I concluded that the best way to get rid of him was to purchase him out, even if I had to give more than he was justly entitled. His fear of the Chippewas was such that he did not wish to return. He owed me about $500, which would not be worth much if he left the mill. Yet, to get rid of him, I gave him that, and took a quitclaim of all his claims upon the mill, and let him have a small canoe in which he descended the river. My people agreed to go back to the mill, provided I would get the Menominees to go up the river with us, but I had no interpreter in whom I could confide, as my half-breed Winnebago had joined his comrades, the Canadians, against me. So I sent down for the Menominees at the lodge we had passed to come and go with us, but presumed that the half-breed Menominee woman had instructed them how to act, for although I offered them a high price, they pretended to be afraid of the Chippewas, which I was satisfied was not the case, and declined to go unless another band who were hunting on the Chippewa above the mouth of the Menominee River would go with them. So I sent an Indian for them and proceeded on with my boat, and encamped on a sandbar opposite the Menominee River, and waited for the Indians until about noon the next day, when they arrived, but did not want to go into the Menominee, expressing their fears of the Chippewas. I offered them a keg of powder, a bar of lead, and promised, when they next came to Prairie du Chien, to give them a keg of whiskey. But they still declined going, reiterating their apprehensions, which I was satisfied were feigned for the occasion, and that they were but playing their part as instructed by the half-breed woman. Believing such to be the case, I ordered the men to put the things in the boat, telling them that I was not afraid of the Chippewas and should go to the mill. Upon this, some of the Canadians showed a disposition to mutiny, but I had made up my mind to go and knock down the leader with a club and force them to accompany me. How I should have succeeded, I do not know, but at that moment the Indians, finding that I was determined to go without them, said they would go, and we proceeded up the Menominee River about 9 miles, where we encamped. The Winnebago and Menominee half-breeds unloaded one of the canoes and said there was a lake near there, and that they would go and shoot elk. But in about an hour they returned, apparently much alarmed, and said they saw tracks of Indians around the lake. But the Menominees who had agreed to go with us, fearing to lose their promised pay if we went back, said that the tracks were not Chippewas but Menominees, as some of their people had been there that day hunting. The next day we proceeded on up the river without anything of note until we reached the mill, except occasionally seeing a Chippewa in imagination. There was among the carpenters of my party a discharged soldier of the name of Holmes, who was a better millwright than Armstrong, and upon whom, as I afterwards learned, Armstrong had depended to build the mill. I then made a bargain with Isaac Saunders, one of the carpenters Armstrong had taken up, giving him an interest in the mill to superintend it, and engaged Holmes by the day to build the mill. There had been very little work done during the summer, and they did not get the mill ready to commence sawing until March 1831, and by the 1st of June following had sawed about 100,000 feet of lumber. It was impossible at that time at Prairie du Chien to get any other hands than Canadians, except occasionally a discharged soldier, and among the Americans that were at the mill, there was not one who knew how to construct a raft. The Canadian manner of rafting had been to lay 2 floats of timber about 10 inches square and raft the boards on them, and they rafted our lumber in that way. But when they had completed the raft, they found there was not water enough to float it, the water being very low that spring. As many of the men's time would be out in May, I went up with another set of hands to supply the places of those that would come away with the raft. But on arriving there, I found the water very low, and the Canadians declared that the lumber could not be rafted out of the river. It appeared that we would have to wait for a rise of water, and having a double set of hands, I concluded to build another mill on a stream about 1 mile from the other. I set the hands to work getting out timber for the dam, mill, etc. The Canadians who had first gone there and went back with me against their will, and whose times were about expiring, were still disposed to be mutinous, and declared their intention of not waiting for a rise of water to get the timber out, and of leaving as soon as their time should expire. I told them that they could not leave until they took down the lumber, that I would pay them for their time, and that they could not get provisions to go unless they took it by force, and that, I did not think, would be very safe for them to attempt while I was there, and if they cut a pine tree to make a canoe of, I would have them prosecuted and imprisoned, and as a Canadian is much afraid of a jail, they concluded to continue their work. End of section 5. Section 6 of Articles from the Collections of the State Historical Society of Wisconsin, Volume 2, by Lyman Copeland Draper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Early Times and Events in Wisconsin, Part 4. During the time I was contriving how this lumber was to be got to the mouth of the Menominee, and talking with Holmes one day about it, he told me he had somewhere seen lumber rafted over rapids by laying one sawed board or slab lapping about half its length upon another, after the manner of shingling, and thus repeat and combine until the raft or crib should be formed, and that it would hang together in passing over any rapids. Upon this hint, I caused a crib to be made, but the men said it would drown anyone who would be foolhardy enough to take it over the rapids. I waited till the following Sunday, when the men would be idle, and then told 2 of the hands that if they would take that crib to the mouth of the Menominee, I would pay them $1 each. They did so without accident, and returned by land before night, and reported that the lumber could be taken down in that way without any difficulty. The men now went to work and rafted it, got it nearly all to the mouth of the river, when about the 1st of June it commenced raining, and continued most of the time very hard for a fortnight. The stream on which our dam was rose in about 12 hours something like 12 feet, and the Menominee River about the same, carrying away the dam and sweeping the loose-made cribs of lumber from their moorings, and scattered the lumber over the bottoms of the Menominee and Chippewa rivers. About 50,000 feet of this lumber was afterwards recovered in a damaged state at a great expense, and taken to St. Louis and sold at a reduced price. Such were some of the difficulties attending the early attempts at lumbering in this country. The only hands that could be employed were the Canadian voyageurs. They could row a boat well or run a raft, but that was about the extent of their knowledge of lumbering. Occasionally you could pick up a discharged soldier that had some knowledge of the business, and these were the materials that pioneer sawmill proprietors had to use and manage as best they could. Shortly after this, Daniel Whitney of Green Bay obtained from the Secretary of War a similar permit to that granted to Mr. Rolette and myself, and built a mill upon the upper Wisconsin. Of all the foreigners that came to this country, the Canadians of French extraction seemed to have the least idea of the privileges of American citizenship. It appeared almost impossible to instill into their minds anything of the independence of self-government, and this was not confined entirely to the uneducated, but would apply more or less to the partially educated classes. They do not consider it a privilege to vote for the officers who are to govern them, and consider it only desirable to use the elective franchise in order to gratify some friend who has asked them to vote for himself or his candidate, and when so requested, they are too polite to refuse, unless a previous promise had been made to some other. I have lived among this people upwards of 30 years, and have taken considerable interest in elections, and frequently asked the people to vote for the candidate that I supported, and recollect but a solitary instance in all that time, where a man had the independence to refuse my request. It was amusing after the county of Crawford was organized and an election was to take place for a delegate to Congress from Michigan to see these people about election time. It so happened that Joseph Rolette and myself influenced about an equal number of voters, and as we generally supported different candidates, these people would meet and talk among themselves about the election, asking each other who they were going to vote for. The answer invariably was, "Je vais voter pour Monsieur Rolette," or "Je vais voter pour Monsieur Lockwood," the names of the opposing candidates never being mentioned and very seldom known, a rather amusing circumstance. In the spring of the year 1824, a delegate to Congress was to be elected for Michigan, and Michigan, like all other portions of the Union, had several patriotic men who desired to sacrifice themselves to the service of their country. Among the numerous candidates, Mr. Rolette and I each selected one for our support and solicited the votes of the Canadians for our respective candidates. Among the voters was a respectable and industrious farmer living in the lower end of Prairie du Chien by the name of Burnett, whose vote had been solicited both by Mr. Rolette and myself. But Burnett, being engaged in getting in his spring crop of grain, and thinking if he went to the election he would offend one or the other of us, which he wished to avoid, concluded it would be wisest to remain at home and work on his farm. Mr. Rolette's idea of the elective franchise was such that he believed that every man was bound to vote, and moreover that he should do it precisely in accordance with his leader's wishes, without exercising any judgment whatever of his own. Mr. Rolette, being a Canadian by birth, of French extraction, and although an educated man, considered himself insulted by Burnett's not coming to the election and voting for his candidate, and declared that he would be revenged on him. There was a law at that time in Michigan preventing stud horses from running at large when over 18 months of age, under a penalty of $10 for each offense, if willingly or willfully at large. At this time, the water was high in the Mississippi, and the old village of Prairie du Chien was an island. One morning shortly after the election, Mr. Rolette with his men brought me 2 horses of the aforesaid description and hitched them before my door. I was then a justice of the peace. Rolette entered my house under considerable apparent excitement, saying he had brought me 2 horses that were running at large, contrary to law. I answered him that I did not want the horses, nor was I going to take charge of them. Mr. Rolette then asked, as they were at large contrary to law, what was to be done. I answered that I would have nothing to do with the horses, and should not take charge of them, but if he wished to make a complaint against their owners, I was bound to take notice of it. Mr. Rolette then concluded to make such complaint against Burnett, the owner of one of the horses, and let the other off, as he had no pique to gratify in his case. Process was accordingly issued against Burnett, and soon returns served. On the day of trial, a man by the name of Perkins, heretofore spoken of, seeing that the suit was brought by an apparently wealthy man to oppress a poor one, volunteered his services to assist in defending him, and on calling the case, the defendant demanded a jury. The legislature of Michigan had some 2 or 3 years before this reduced the jury before a justice of the peace to 6, and the year preceding this trial, they had repealed that law without any saving clause. Under these circumstances, I decided that the repeal of the law revived the old one of 12 jurors, and accordingly had a jury of that number summoned and sworn. It so happened that there were some Americans on the jury, and as the trial proceeded, the defendant admitted that his horse was at large, but not willingly or willfully, and proved that his horse was old and had been worked down very poor in the spring, and that when he was through with his work and wished to turn him out on the prairie, to save himself from the penalty of the law, he had taken him to be castrated to the only man on the prairie that pretended to perform such operations. But he declined doing so, saying that the horse was too poor and weak to live through it, and that he had better turn him out on the prairie to rest and recruit a few days, as he could do no harm. Under his testimony, the jury brought in a verdict for defendant, stating that Burnett's horse was neither willfully nor willingly at large, contrary to law. After this, Burnett, by advice of his friend, brought suit against Mr. Rolette before N. Boylvan, Esquire, another justice of the peace, for trespass and swimming his horse across the slough of St. Farol, and had another jury who gave Burnett $5 damages and costs, which mortified Mr. Rolette very much. He did not care so much about the money as he did about attempting to punish a Canadian farmer for disobeying his wishes and to have that farmer beat him. In the fall of 1818, a severe fight took place in the prairie between Lake Traverse and the headwaters of the Mississippi, under something like the following circumstances, as related to me immediately after by some Indians who had participated in the action. I was then at my wintering station near Lake Keparl on the St. Peters. During the summer, a Yankton chief, who generally resided near Lake Traverse, called by the French the Grand Serrure, had met with some Chippewas with whom he had smoked the pipe of peace, and after the council had broken up, and the Chippewas were wending their way, as they supposed, safely to their homes, when a party of the Grand Serrure's band followed them and killed some of the men, and took one woman prisoner. Upon this, 11 young Chippewas, armed, provisioned, and provided with moccasins, and started for the Sioux country, declaring that they would not return until they had avenged the insult and outrage. They traveled in the Sioux country about a month without falling in with any Sioux, and were apparently on their way home, when on the prairie between Lake Traverse and the headwaters of the Mississippi, they discovered a large camp of Sioux of about 500 lodges. As they were in the neighborhood of the camp, they were discovered by some Sioux on horseback, who immediately gave notice to the camp. The Chippewas, finding that they were discovered and that their fate was sealed, sent one of their number home to carry tidings of their probable destruction, and the other 10 got into a copse of timber and brush on the prairie and commenced throwing up breastworks by digging holes with their knives and hands, determined to sell their lives as dearly as possible, knowing that there was not the remotest hope for their escape. Note: this digging holes was a common mode of defense for a weak party. See Pike's Expeditions, Philadelphia edition, 1810, page 19, and Brunson's sketch of Crawford County in Volume 1, wisconsinagr.trans.lcd. End note. In a short time, the warriors from the Sioux camp surrounded them, and it would appear made the attack without much order or system, and fought something like the militia in the Black Hawk War at the attack near Kellogg's, where each one attacked and fought on his own account without orders. To show their bravery, the Sioux would approach the entrenched Chippewas singly, but from the covert and deadly fire of the Chippewas, they were sure to fall. They continued to fight in this way until about 70 of the Sioux were killed or wounded, when one of the Sioux war chiefs cried out that the enemy were killing them in detail and directed a general onset, when they all in a body rushed upon the Chippewas with knives and tomahawks, and after a severe struggle, overpowered and exterminated them, wounding in the melee many of their own people. The brave Chippewas had exhausted their ammunition and now fell a sacrifice to superior numbers. Thus perished 10 as intrepid warriors as ever entered the battlefield. The 11th pursued his way and carried to his people the news of the probable fate of the others. The Sioux exulted in their mournful victory, which was purchased at the cost of the lives of between 70 and 80 of their warriors. If scalps are taken after the fall of the leaves from the trees, it is usual for the Indians to continue the scalp dance over them until the appearance of the leaves again, when the scalps are buried with considerable ceremony, and if scalps are taken after the putting out of the leaves, they continue to dance until their fall in the autumn. In the year 1828, General Joseph M. Street was appointed Indian agent at Prairie du Chien and arrived alone in the fall of that year to assume the duties of his office, and in the winter returned to Illinois and brought his family to Prairie du Chien in the spring of the following year, being the first family who settled in Prairie du Chien that made a profession of religion of the Protestant faith of any of the different sects. In 1830, a man by the name of Coe, who claimed to be a minister of the Presbyterian Church and missionary to the Indians, passed through the country and remained over Sunday at Prairie du Chien and made an attempt at preaching, but he was a very illiterate man and not overstocked with good sense. I must here relate an anecdote of this man. He made several trips to the upper Indian country, and on one occasion took passage on a keelboat and arrived within about 30 miles of Fort Snelling on Saturday night. And as the boat would start early in the morning, and he would not travel on the Sabbath, he went on shore without provisions and encamped over Sunday, and on Monday made his way to Fort Snelling, hungry and nearly exhausted. Sometime in the year 1832, a student of divinity of the Cumberland Presbyterian sect came here and taught school for about 6 months, and on Sundays attempted to preach. In some of the treaties with the Winnebagoes, note, at the Treaty of Fort Armstrong, Rock Island, of which General Scott and Governor Reynolds were the commissioners, concluded September 15, 1832, in part consideration for a claim of land, it was stipulated that the general government should, for a term of 27 years, maintain a school at or near Prairie du Chien for the education and support of such Winnebago children as should be voluntarily sent to it, to be conducted by 2 or more teachers, and at an annual cost not to exceed the sum of $3,000 LCD. End note. Provision had been made for an Indian school near Prairie du Chien, and in the year 1833, the Reverend David Lowry of the Cumberland Presbyterian denomination came to the place as superintendent of said Indian school, but it was about a year thereafter before suitable buildings were erected on the Yellow River in Iowa, and Mr. Lowry remained at Prairie du Chien and preached on Sundays, and during this time collected those professing religion of the different denominations into a society. In the fall of 1835, the Reverend Alfred Brunson visited Prairie du Chien and returned home the same autumn, and in the spring of 1836 he came back with his family as superintendent of the Methodist Episcopal Mission of the Upper Mississippi and Lake Superior. He purchased a farm and built a house, the materials for which he brought with him from Meadville, Pennsylvania, and continued for several years laboring in his missionary capacity. He several times visited the missions on the Upper Mississippi, and when at the Prairie, preached and formed a Methodist society. In the year 1836, the Reverend Mr. Cattle of the Episcopal Church came to the Prairie as a missionary, but was shortly after appointed chaplain to Fort Crawford, in which capacity he continued until 1841, when feeling, as he expressed it, that he was not in his proper place preaching to soldiers, who went to hear him more from compulsion than anything else, he resigned his chaplaincy and again entered the missionary service in another part of the territory. Mr. Cattle, while chaplain of the fort, formed a church of the few communicants of the Prairie and the officers and ladies of the fort, which he called Trinity, but was obliged for most of the church officers to elect non-communicants. I must not omit to mention another of the early American settlers. In 1833, the quartermaster of Fort Crawford advertised in Galena for proposals for a contract to furnish the fort with a year's supply of wood. Ezekiel Tainter and a man by the name of Reed got the contract and came here and supplied the first contract together, at the end of which Mr. Reed left the country. Mr. Tainter remained and continued for several years to take the wood contract, together with that for supplying the fort with beef, and at this business, which he well understood, in connection with the cultivation of a farm on the bluff where he cut his wood, he made money quite fast, as he was industrious and saving. He sent for his family, which he had left in the state of New York, and paid off some old scores that he had previously been unable to do, and had some money left for which he had no immediate use. Notwithstanding he knew nothing about merchandising, he concluded, as he expressed it, quote, that the merchants were coining money, and that he would have a hand in, end quote, and borrowing some means in addition to his own, went to St. Louis and purchased a small stock of goods, which, as might be expected, were not very judiciously selected for the market. During this time, his brother Gorham arrived by his assistance, whom he took into partnership, but knowing as little about mercantile affairs as his brother, the business was not very well conducted. Both had large families to support, and it appears that they kept no account of expenses or of what each took from the store. If one wanted an article, the other took something else to balance it. They continued business for about 2 years, when they took an account of stock and found a deficiency of about $3,000, for which they could not account, and as goods to this amount had been taken from the store without keeping any account of them, it did not at first occur to their minds that their families had consumed them. This satisfied Mr. Tainter that money was not so easily gained by merchandising as he had supposed, and he returned to farming, and is now a resident and worthy citizen of the county. In the year 1842, the Reverend Mr. Stevens of the Presbyterian Church, who had been on a missionary service somewhere in the Indian country, came as a missionary of that denomination, formed a church, and continued here 2 or 3 years. There being too few members of his church to supply the means of support with a stipend he received from the missionary society, he left for some other part of the territory, since which time the Methodists have supplied the place regularly with preachers, and occasionally a transient clergyman of some other denomination visits us and preaches. Reverend Alfred Brunson, since his residence at Prairie du Chien, has probably taken more interest than any other person in it to develop the resources of the country, having at different times visited most parts of western and northern Wisconsin, and has written and published several articles on the subject, well calculated to attract attention to this part of the country. Of the old inhabitants found at the prairie on my arrival here, John W. Johnson, the factor and Chief Justice of the County Court, was in 1832 relieved of his duties as factor by the winding up of the factory system of Indian trade, when he removed to St. Louis, where he died a few years since. Francis Boutellier, one of the associate justices of the county court, moved to Galena, near which place he died in 1833 or 1834. Wilfred Owens ended his days in 1821 by cutting his throat in a fit of mental derangement. Note: the following notice of Mr. Owens' death we find in the Detroit Gazette, October 5, 1821. Quote, died at Prairie du Chien on the 23rd of August last, Mr. Wilfred Owens, merchant. He committed suicide by cutting an artery of his arm and his throat in the presence of two of his friends, and was supposed to be insane. Mr. Owens was judge of probate and associate justice in the county of Crawford, and a very respectable member of society, end quote, LCD, end note. And John L. Findley, the first clerk of the court, went in 1821 in company with a Frenchman by the name of Depuse and a Canadian named Barrett up the Mississippi in a canoe on some business. On their arrival at Lake Pepin, near the mouth of the Chippewa, they met with a war party of Chippewas looking for Sioux Indians, and the whites being probably overcharged with whiskey, of which they were all exceedingly fond. A quarrel ensued, as was afterwards learned from the Chippewas. Barrett, who had been lumbering on the Black River the previous winter, recognized in one of the Indians of the war party one whom he believed had formerly stolen his horse, and being of rather a pugnacious disposition, and probably surcharged with whiskey, imprudently charged the Indian with the theft, upon which a quarrel ensued, which ended in the Indians murdering the whole party and plundering them of their goods, provisions, etc. John P. Gates, the first register of the probate, on the closing of the factory, went to Carondelet, Missouri, where he was drowned a few years since. Thomas McNair, the first sheriff of the county, moved down to Fever River near Galena about 1830, and as I learned, died a few years since in some part of Illinois. Nicholas Boylvan died on a keelboat on his way to St. Louis about the summer of 1824. Joseph Rolette died at Prairie du Chien in 1841. Note: Mrs. Kinsey relates in her Wabun the following capital story of Monsieur Rolette. The scene was on Lake Winnebago, where Monsieur Rolette was engaged with a trading boat when he met another boat on which were his employees, directly from Prairie du Chien. Quote, of course, after an absence of some weeks from home, the meeting on these lonely waters and the exchanging of news was an occasion of great excitement. The boats were stopped, earnest greetings interchanged, question followed question. Eh bien, inquired Monsieur Rolette, have they finished the new house? Qui, monsieur? Et tu chimney, fume-t-elle? Does the chimney smoke? No, monsieur. And the harvest, how is that? Very fine indeed. Is the mill at work? Yes, plenty of water. How is Whip, his favorite horse? Oh, Whip is first rate. Everything, in short, about the store, the farm, the business of various descriptions being satisfactorily gone over, there was no occasion for farther delay. It was time to proceed. Eh bien, adieu, bon voyage. Arrêtez, mes jeunes. Go ahead, men. Then suddenly, arrêtez, arrêtez. Stop, stop. Comment se portent Madame Rolette et les enfants? How are Mrs. Rolette and the children? Mrs. Kinsey also gives us another glimpse of Monsieur Rolette's character. The Indians, she says, called him Akezopita, or 5 more, because, as they said, let them offer what number of skins they might, and bartering for an article, his terms were invariably 5 more. Upon one occasion, continues Mrs. Kinsey, a lady remarked to him, "Oh, Monsieur Rolette, I would not be engaged in the Indian trade. It seems to me a system of cheating the poor Indians." "Let me tell you, madame," replied he with great naivete, "it is not so easy a thing to cheat the Indians as you imagine. I have tried it these 20 years and have never succeeded." LCD, end note. While our county court was still in existence, a district court was established in 1823. Note: it is stated in Mr. Baird's address that it was at the 1823-24 session of Congress that the new judicial district was established. It was done at the previous session when an act was passed to provide for the appointment of, quote, "an additional judge for the territory of Michigan," end quote, and jurisdiction was given to the courts held by him over the counties of Mackinac, Brown, and Crawford, which included all of Michigan not in the peninsula, the now state of Wisconsin, and the country north of St. Croix River and east of the Mississippi to latitude 49, now under the government of Minnesota. In the winter or spring of 1823, James D. Doty was appointed by President Monroe the additional judge. At the session of 1823-24, Congress changed the tenure of office of the judges of Michigan from good behavior to the term of 4 years, and Judge Doty's reappointment was announced in Niles' Register of February 28, 1824. The first term of Judge Doty's court was held at Mackinac in July 1823. Seeing a discrepancy in dates in regard to this matter between Mr. Baird and Judge Lockwood, Judge Doty was referred to set the matter right, who has furnished the facts in this note, LCD, end note, comprising the counties of Mackinac, Brown, and Crawford, and an additional judge appointed in the person of James Duane Doty, a young lawyer of Detroit, then only about 23 years of age. He had come to Prairie du Chien in the fall of 1823 for the purpose of making it his residence and remained until after the following May term of his court. Soon after arriving at Prairie du Chien and finding our mail matter came up on keel boats or by military express sent occasionally for the special purpose to Clarksville, Missouri, a village about 100 miles above St. Louis, and the then nearest post office, Judge Doty made application to the Post Office Department for the establishment of a post office at Prairie du Chien, which was granted, and he was appointed postmaster with the privilege of expending the proceeds of the office for carrying the mail. The receipts for postage, together with contributions from the principal inhabitants and officers of the garrison, enabled him to send Jean B. Lawyer, an old voyageur, one trip to Clarksville during the winter, for which he was paid $30. When Judge Doty arrived to enter upon his duties as judge, he brought me a commission as clerk of his court for Crawford County, which I declined to accept. As there were then no attorneys here, and Judge Doty, learning that I had at one time studied law and had relinquished the profession for mercantile pursuits, suggested that I had better resume the practice of law, and kindly tendered me the use of his library and any instructions I might require in order to refresh my studies. Not being extensively engaged in business at this time, I availed myself of Judge Doty's suggestions, library, and instructions, and studied hard all the following winter and spring, and although I had obtained considerable knowledge of law, I was entirely ignorant of the practice of courts, except what I learned from old English authors on that subject. I commenced the practice of the profession and attended the courts of Brown and Mackinac, and found no attorneys in Brown, but at Mackinac found a man by the name of Rex Robinson who had studied law in the state of New York, but had abandoned it and come to Mackinac to try his luck in the Indian trade, and a man by the name of Lee who hailed from Ohio and claimed to be a lawyer, but whose greatest qualification was his impudence, and Henry S. Baird, then quite a young man, just commencing the practice, and whom I considered the best lawyer among us. Until the year 1824, it was believed that a steamboat could not come up to Prairie du Chien over the Des Moines and Rock River rapids. But in the spring of that year, David G. Bates, who had for several years been engaged in running keel boats on the upper Mississippi, the water then being at a good stage in the river, brought to Prairie du Chien a very small boat called the Putnam. She was one of the smallest class of boats that run on the Ohio in a low stage of water. Captain Bates proceeded to Fort Snelling with his boat. In June following, boats of a much larger class came over the rapids and went to Fort Snelling with supplies for the troops. Since then, the river from St. Louis to Fort Snelling has been navigated by steamboats, increasing every year in size and convenience. During the winter of 1823 to 24, Judge Doty concluded to change his residence from Prairie du Chien to Green Bay and resigned his office as postmaster and recommended me for the vacancy, and I was appointed with the same power and authority that he had. I applied during the summer of 1824 and got a post office established at Galena, and Ezekiel Lockwood appointed postmaster, also an office at Rock Island with Lee Davenport postmaster. The proceeds of both offices to be applied by me to defraying the expenses of conveying the mail from Prairie du Chien via Galena and Rock Island to Clarksville, Missouri. The increased fund by this new arrangement enabled me to send the mail twice during the winter to Clarksville, and thus the postal arrangements remained until the close of 1825, when a post route was extended from Springfield, Illinois to Galena, and on the 1st of January, 1826, John D. Winters, the contractor, arrived at Galena with the first mail sent through by this arrangement, the office at Prairie du Chien continuing to send to Galena for her mail at her own expense until the fall of 1832, when Dr. Addison Filio, who had obtained the contract to Prairie du Chien, sent through the mail. In the summer of 1825, a grand council or treaty was held at Prairie du Chien with the different tribes of Indians. Governor Cass of Michigan and General Clark, Superintendent of Indian Affairs for Missouri and Dependencies, were appointed commissioners on the part of the United States. The Indian tribes represented were the Sioux, Sauks, Foxes, Chippewas, Winnebagos, Menomonies, and Iowas. Some of the Indians from up the Missouri were expected, but did not come. The professed object of this treaty was to make a general and lasting peace between these tribes, and also to settle the boundaries between them respectively. After I understood the object of the treaty, I asked Governor Cass what good he thought would result from it. He shrugged up his shoulders and, smiling, said that they would have it so at Washington. They made the Treaty of Perpetual Peace and settled the boundaries between the different tribes, which resulted in the U states sending a corps of surveyors and surveying the boundaries at great expense, and perhaps keeping the Indians at peace until they were ready to go to war again. In the winter of 1825 to 26, the wise men at Washington took it into their heads to remove the troops from Fort Crawford to Fort Snelling and abandon the former. This measure was then supposed to have been brought about on the representation of Colonel Snelling of Fort Snelling, who disliked Prairie du Chien for difficulties he had with some of the principal inhabitants. During the winter there were confined in the guardhouse of Fort Crawford 2 Winnebago Indians for some of their supposed dishonest acts, but what they were charged with I do not now recollect. At that time, as already mentioned, our mails from St. Louis, the east and south, came via Springfield to Galena, and the postmaster at Prairie du Chien sent to Galena for the mails of that place and Fort Snelling. An order would frequently arrive by steamboat, countermanding a previous order for the abandonment of the fort before the arrival of the first order by mail, and this matter continued during the summer of 1826 and until October, when a positive order arrived directing the commandant at Fort Crawford to abandon the fort and proceed with the troops to Fort Snelling, and if he could not procure transportation, to leave the provisions, ammunition, and fort in charge of some citizen. But a few days previous to this order, there had been an alarming report circulated that the Winnebagos were going to attack Fort Crawford, and the commandant set to work repairing the old fort and making additional defenses. During this time, the positive order arrived, and the precipitancy with which the fort was abandoned during the alarm was communicated to the Indians through the half-breeds residing at or visiting the place, which naturally caused the Winnebagos to believe that the troops had fled through fear of them. The commandant took with him to Fort Snelling the 2 Winnebagos confined in Fort Crawford, leaving behind some provisions and all the damaged arms, with a brass swivel and a few wall pieces, in charge of John Marsh, the then subagent at this place. End of section 6. Section 7 of articles from the collections of the State Historical Society of Wisconsin, Volume 2, by Lyman Copeland Draper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Early Times and Events in Wisconsin, Part 5. The Winnebagoes, in the fall of 1826, obtained from the traders their usual credit for goods and went to their hunting grounds. But early in the winter, a report became current among the traders that the Winnebagoes had heard a rumor that the Americans and English were going to war in the spring, and hence they were holding councils to decide upon the course they should adopt, hunting barely enough to obtain what they wanted to subsist upon in the meantime. Mr. M. Brisbois said to me several times during the winter that he feared some outrages from the Winnebagoes in the spring, as from all he could gather they were bent on war, which I ought to have believed, as Mr. Brisbois had been among them engaged in trade over 40 years. But I thought it impossible that the Winnebagoes, surrounded as they were by Americans and troops in the country, should for a moment seriously entertain such an idea. I supposed it a false alarm, and gave myself very little uneasiness about it. But in the spring, when they returned from their hunts, I found that they paid much worse than usual, although they were not celebrated for much punctuality or honesty in paying their debts. It was a general custom with the traders, when an Indian paid his debts in the spring pretty well, on his leaving to let him have a little ammunition, either as a present or on credit. A Winnebago by the name of Wanapeka had taken a credit from me, and paid me but a small part of it in the spring, and when I reproached him, he was disposed to be impudent about it, and when his party were about going, he applied to me as usual for ammunition for the summer, and insisted upon having some. But I told him if he had behaved well and paid me his credit better, that I would have given him some, but that he had behaved so bad that I would not give him any, and he went away in a surly mood. A man by the name of Methode, I think, a half-breed of some of the tribes of the North, had arrived here sometime in the summer of 1826 with his wife and I think 5 children, and sometime in March of 1827 he went with his family up the Yellow or Painted Rock Creek, about 12 miles above the prairie on the Iowa side of the Mississippi River, to make sugar. The sugar season being over, and he not returning and hearing nothing from him, a party of his friends went to look for him and found his camp consumed, and himself, wife, and children burned nearly to cinders, and she at the time enceinte. They were so crisped and cindered that it was impossible to determine whether they had been murdered and then burned, or whether their camp had accidentally caught on fire and consumed them. It was generally believed that the Winnebagoes had murdered and burnt them, and Redbird was suspected to have been concerned in it. But I am more inclined to think that if murdered by Indians, it was done by some Fox war party searching for Sioux. In the spring of this year, 1827, while a Chippewa chief called Hole in the Day, with a part of his band, visited Fort Snelling on business with the government, and while under the guns of the fort, a Sioux warrior shot one of the Chippewas. The Sioux was arrested by the troops and confined in the guardhouse. The Chippewas requested Colonel Snelling to deliver the Sioux to them, to be dealt with after their manner, to which he agreed, provided they would give him a chance to run for his life. To this they acceded. The Sioux was sent outside of the fort, where the Chippewas were armed with tomahawks and war clubs. He was to be allowed a fair start, and at a signal started, and one of the swiftest of the Chippewas, armed with a club and tomahawk after him, to overtake and kill him if he could, which he soon effected, as the Sioux did not run fast, and when overtaken made no resistance. The Winnebagoes, hearing a rumor of this, got the news among them that the 2 Winnebagoes confined there had been executed. During the summer of 1826, I built the first framed house that was erected in Prairie du Chien. I sent men to the Black River and got the timber for the frame and the shingles, and had the plank and boards sawed by hand and brought them down to the prairie. But then I had no carpenter or joiner, there being none at Prairie du Chien. I went on board of a keelboat that had landed and inquired if there was a carpenter and joiner on board, on which a ragged, dirty-looking man said that he professed to be such, and having before seen quite as unprepossessing fellows turn out much better than appearances indicated, I agreed with him at $1.50 per day and board. I built on the site near Fort Crawford, now occupied by what is called the commanding officer's house. My house was of the following description: a cellar kitchen, 30 by 26 feet, with a frame on it of the same size, 2 stories high, with a wing 16 by 20 on the south side, 1 story, which I used for a retail store. There was a hall through the south end of the 2-story part, the whole length of the house, with stairs from the cellar kitchen up into the hall and stairs from the hall to the upper story. The north end of the house was divided, the front part about 14 by 16 feet, into a parlor or sitting room, a chimney in the center of the north end, and a bedroom in the back part about 14 feet square, a door leading from the hall to the bedroom, and one to the sitting room, and a door by the side of the chimney from the bedroom to the sitting room, and a door from the hall into the wing or store. This house I afterwards sold to the government with the land on which the fort now stands. It was good enough for General Taylor and family while he commanded here, but as soon as General Brooke was in command, he got an appropriation from Congress to repair the house and had it all torn down except a part of the cellar wall, and built the one which is there at present at a cost of about $7,000. During the spring of 1827, the reports about the Winnebagoes bore rather a threatening aspect, but as I said before, situated as they were, I did not believe they would commit any depredations. Under this belief, and having urgent business in New York to purchase my goods, I started for that city on the 25th of June. It then took about 6 months to go and return. Mine was the only purely American family at the Prairie after the garrison left. There was Thomas McNair, who had married a French girl of the Prairie, and John Marsh, the sub-Indian agent, who had no family, and there were besides 3 or 4 Americans who had been discharged from the army. Without apprehension of danger from the Indians, I left my family, which consisted of Mrs. Lockwood and her brother, a young man of between 16 and 17 years of age, who was clerk in charge of the store, and a servant girl belonging to one of the tribes of New York civilized Indians settled near Green Bay. I started to go by way of Green Bay and the lakes for New York in a boat up the Wisconsin and down the Fox River to Green Bay, thence in a vessel to Buffalo and down the canal to Albany, and thence by steamboat to New York City. About 4 o'clock in the afternoon of the first day's journey up the Wisconsin, I came to an island where were sitting 3 Winnebagoes smoking, the oldest called Wanapeka, who had a credit of me in the fall previous and had paid but little of it in the spring. The other 2 were young men not known to me by name. They had some venison hanging on a pole, and we stopped to purchase it. As I stepped on shore, I discovered an appearance of cold reserve unusual in Indians in such meetings, and as I went up to them I said, "Bonjour," the usual French salutation, which they generally understood, but Wanapeka said that he would not say bonjour to me, upon which I took hold of his hand and shook it, asking him why he would not say bonjour to me. He inquired what the news was. I told him I had no news. He told me that the Winnebagoes confined at Fort Snelling had been killed. I assured him that it was not true, that I had seen a person lately from that fort who told me of the death of the Sioux, but that the Winnebagoes were alive. He then gave me to understand that if such was the case, it was well, but if the Winnebagoes were killed, they would avenge it. I succeeded in purchasing the venison, giving them some powder in exchange, and as I was about to step on board of my boat, Wanapeka wanted some whiskey, knowing that we always carried some for our men. I directed one of the men to give them each a drink, which Wanapeka refused, and taking up his cup that he had by him, he showed by signs that he wanted it filled, and believing that the Indians were seeking some pretense for a quarrel as an excuse for doing mischief, I thought it most prudent under the circumstances to comply. There were among the boat's crew some old voyageurs, well acquainted with Indian manners and customs, who, from the conduct of these Indians, became alarmed. We, however, embarked, watching the Indians, each of whom stood on the bank with his gun in his hand. As it was late in the day, we proceeded a few miles up the river and encamped for the night. As soon as the boat left the island, the 3 Indians each got into his hunting canoe, and the 2 young Indians came up on either side opposite the bow of the boat and continued thus up the river until we encamped, while Wanapeka kept 4 or 5 rods behind the boat. They encamped with us and commenced running and playing with the men on the sand beach, and after a little, the young Indians proposed to go hunting deer by candlelight and asked me to give them some candles to hunt with, which I did, with some ammunition, and they promised to return with venison in the morning. After they had gone, Wanapeka proposed also to go hunting and begged some candles and ammunition, but remained in camp overnight. Morning came, but the young Indians did not return, and I saw no more of them. In the morning, after Wanapeka had begged something more, he started, pretending to go down the river, and went as we supposed. But about an hour afterward, as we were passing on the right of the upper end of the island on which we had encamped, I saw Wanapeka coming up on the left. He looked very surly, and we exchanged no words, but we were all satisfied that he was seeking some good opportunity to shoot me, and from the singular conduct of the Indians, I and my men were considerably alarmed. But about 9 o'clock in the morning, meeting a band of Indians from the portage of Wisconsin, who appeared to be glad to see me, and said they were going to Prairie du Chien, my fears with those of men were somewhat allayed. I wrote with my pencil a hasty line to my wife, which the Indians promised to deliver, but they never did, as they did not go there. This day, the 26th of June, we proceed up the Wisconsin without seeing any Indians until we came near Prairie du Baie, when an Indian, alone in a hunting canoe, came out of some nook and approached us. He was sullen, and we could get no talk out of him. We landed on Prairie du Baie, and he stopped also, and a few moments thereafter a canoe of Menominees arrived from Prairie du Chien, bringing a brief note from John Marsh saying the Winnebagoes had murdered a man of mixed French and Negro blood named Registy Gagnier and Solomon Lipcap, and for me, for God's sake, to return. I immediately got into the canoe with the Menominees and directed my men to proceed to the portage, and if I did not overtake them, to go on to Green Bay. I proceeded down the river with the Menominees, and when we had descended to the neighborhood where we had fallen in with the Indians the day before, we met Wanapeka coming up in his hunting canoe alone, having with him his 2 guns. He inquired if I was going to the prairie. I told him I was. He then told me that the whiskey at the prairie was shut up, but did not tell me of the murders, and asked me that should he come to the prairie, whether I would let him have some whiskey. I told him I certainly would if he brought some furs, not wishing then to make any explanation or to enter into any argument with him. About this time we heard back of an island, and on the southern shore of the Wisconsin, the Winnebagoes singing their war songs and dancing, with which I was familiar, and so well satisfied was I that Wanapeka was only seeking a favorable opportunity to shoot me, that if I had had a gun where he met us, I believe that I should have shot him. After talking with him, the Menominees moved down the river and arrived at the mouth of the Wisconsin about dark, without seeing any more Winnebagoes. It was so dark that the Menominees thought that we had better stop until morning, and we accordingly crawled into the bushes without a fire and fought mosquitoes all night, and the next morning, the 27th, proceeded to the prairie. I went to my house and found it vacant, and went to the old village where I found my family and most of the inhabitants of the prairie assembled at the house of Jean Brunet, who kept a tavern. Mr. Brunet had a quantity of square timber about him, and the people proposed building breastworks with it. I learned on my arrival at the prairie that on the preceding day, the 26th, Redbird, who when dressed always wore a red coat and called himself English, went to my house with 2 other Indians, and entering the cellar kitchen, loaded their guns in the presence of the servant girl, and went up through the hall into Mrs. Lockwood's bedroom, where she was sitting alone. The moment the Indians entered her room, she believed they came to kill her, and immediately passed into and through the parlor and crossed the hall into the store to her brother, where she found Duncan Graham, who had been in the country about 40 years as a trader, and was known by all the Indians as an Englishman. He had been a captain in the British Indian Department during the War of 1812, and a part of the time was commandant at Prairie du Chien. The Indians followed Mrs. Lockwood into the store, and Mr. Graham by some means induced them to leave the house. They then proceeded to McNair's Coulee, about 2 miles from the village, at the lower end of Prairie du Chien, where lived Regeste Gagnier, son of the noted Mary Ann, heretofore mentioned. His wife was a mixed blood of French and Sioux extraction with 2 children, and living with him was an old discharged American soldier by the name of Solomon Lipcap. The Winnebagoes commenced a quarrel with Gagnier and finally shot him, I believe, in the house. Lipcap, at work hoeing in the garden near the house, they also shot. During the confusion, Mrs. Gagnier seized a gun, got out at a back window with her boy about 3 years old on her back, and proceeded to the village with the startling news. The cowardly Indians followed her a part of the way, but dared not attack her. On her arrival at the village, a party went to the scene of murder and found and brought away the dead, and the daughter of Mr. Gagnier, about 1 year old, whom the mother in her fright had forgotten. The Indians had scalped her and inflicted a severe wound in her neck and left her for dead, and had thrown her under the bed, but she was found to be still alive. She got well, and arriving at womanhood, got married, and has raised a family of children. She is yet alive, and her eldest daughter was but recently married. The people had decided not to occupy the old fort, as a report had been circulated that the Indians had said they intended to burn it if the inhabitants should take refuge there. During the day of the 27th, the people occupied themselves in making some breastworks of the timber about Mr. Brunet's tavern, getting the swivel and wall pieces from the fort and the condemned muskets and repairing them, and concluded they would defend themselves, each commanding, none obeying, but everyone giving his opinion freely. About sunset, one of the 2 keel boats arrived that had a few days previously gone to Fort Snelling with supplies for the garrison, having on board a dead Indian, 2 dead men of the crew, and 4 wounded. The dead and wounded of the crew were inhabitants of Prairie du Chien, who had shipped on the upbound trip. They reported that they had been attacked the evening before, about sunset, by the Winnebago Indians. Note: Ex-Governor Reynolds of Illinois, in his recent interesting volume of his Life and Times, thus states the immediate cause of this attack, and which, if true, exhibits the boatmen and voyageurs in no enviable light. That somewhere above Prairie du Chien on their upward trip, they stopped at a large camp of Winnebago Indians, gave them liquor freely, and got them drunk, when they forced 6 or 7 squaws, stupefied with liquor, on board the boats for corrupt and brutal purposes, and kept them during their voyage to Fort Snelling and on their return. When the Winnebago Indians became sober and fully conscious of the injury done them, they mustered all their forces, amounting to several hundred, and attacked the foremost of the descending boats in which their squaws were confined. LCD. End note. Near the mouth of the Bad Axe River, and the boat received about 500 shots, judging from the marks on its bow and sides. The Indians were mostly on an island on the west of the channel, near to which the boat had to pass, and the wind blowing strong from the east drifted the boat towards the shore, where the Indians were, as the steering oar had been abandoned by the steersman. During this time, 2 of the Indians succeeded in getting on board of the boat. One of them mounted the roof and fired in from the forepart, but he was soon shot and fell off into the river. The other Indian took the steering oar and endeavored to steer the boat to the island. He was also shot and brought down in the boat, where he fell. During all this time, the Indians kept up a hot fire. The boat was fast drifting towards a sandbar near the shore, and they would all have been murdered had it not been for the brave, resolute conduct of an old sailor on board called Saucy Jack, his surname I do not remember, who during the hottest of the fire jumped over at the bow and pushed the boat off, and where he must have stood, the boat was literally covered with ball marks, so that his escape seemed a miracle. Note: Governor Reynolds adds that Saucy Jack, as he was called, was a sailor by profession on the lakes and ocean, and had been in many battles with the British during the War of 1812-15. He was large and strong, and possessed the courage of an African lion, and seizing a piece of the setting pole of the boat, which was about 4 feet long, and had on the end a piece of iron, which made it a more weighty and formidable weapon, he used it with great effect when the Indians attempted to board the boat, knocking them back into the river as fast as they approached. Such an instance of signal heroism is enough to render any man famous, and we should be glad to learn more of Saucy Jack's history. LCD. End note. They also reported that early the day before the attack, they were lashed to the other boat drifting, and that they had grounded on a sandbar and separated, since which time they had not seen or heard anything of the other boat, and thought probably that it had fallen into the hands of the Indians. This created an additional alarm among the inhabitants. The same evening my boat returned, the men becoming too much alarmed to proceed. That night sentinels were posted by the inhabitants within the breastworks, who saw in imagination a great many Indians prowling about in the darkness, and in the morning there was a great variety of opinion as to what was the best to be done for the safety of the place, and appearances betokened a great deal of uneasiness in the minds of all classes. On the morning of the 28th, I slept rather late, owing to the fatigue of the preceding day. My brother-in-law awakened me and told me the people had got into some difficulty, and that they wished me to come out and see if I could not settle it. I went out on the gallery and inquired what the difficulty was, and heard the various plans and projects of defense proposed by different persons. Some objected to staying in the village and protecting the property of the villagers, while theirs, outside the village, was equally exposed to the pillage of the Indians. Others were for remaining and fortifying where they were, and others still urged the repairing of the old fort. As the eminence on which my house stood overlooked the most of the prairie, some were for concentrating our people there and fortifying it. After hearing these different projects, I addressed them something as follows, quote, "As to your fortifying my house, you can do so if it is thought best, but I do not wish you to go there to protect it. I have abandoned it, and if the Indians burn it, so be it. But there is one thing. If we intend to protect ourselves from the Indians, we must keep together, and someone must command." End quote. Someone then nominated me as commander, but I said, "No, I would not attempt to command you, but here is Thomas McNair, who holds from the governor a commission of captain over the militia of this place, and has a right to command. If you will agree to obey him implicitly, I will set the example of obedience to his orders, and will, in that case, furnish you with powder and lead so long as you want to shoot, I being the only person having those articles in the place. But unless you agree to obey McNair, I will put my family and goods into my boats and go down the river, as I will not risk myself with a mob under no control." End quote. Upon this, they immediately agreed to acknowledge Mr. McNair as commander, and I was satisfied that he would take advice upon all measures undertaken. Joseph Brisbois was lieutenant, and Jean Brunet was ensign, both duly commissioned by the governor. Captain McNair ordered a move of all the families, goods, with the old guns, to the fort, and it was near sunset before we had all got moved there. About that time we discovered the skiff of the other keelboat coming around the point of an island near Yellow River, about 3 miles distant. But we could not discover whether they were white men or Indians in the canoe, and of course it created an alarm, but in a few moments thereafter the keelboat hove in sight and the alarm ceased. It soon arrived, reporting that they had received a few shots in passing the places where the other boat had been attacked, but had received no injury. On this boat, Joseph Snelling, son of Colonel Snelling, returned to Prairie du Chien. Joseph Snelling and myself acted as supernumeraries under Captain McNair. The government of Fort Crawford was conducted by a council of the captain and those who acted under him. It was immediately resolved to repair the old fort as well as possible for defense, and the fort and blockhouse were put in as good order as circumstances and materials would admit. Dirt was thrown up 2 or 3 feet high around the bottom logs of the fort, which were rotten and dry and would easily ignite. Joseph Snelling was put in command of one of the blockhouses, and Jean Brunet of the other, with a few picked men in each, who were trained to the use of the swivel and wall pieces that were found and mounted therein. and a number of barrels were placed around the quarters filled with water, with orders in case of an attack to cover the roof of the buildings with blankets, etc., and to keep them wet. All the blacksmiths were put in requisition to repair the condemned muskets found in the fort, and mustering our force, we found of men and women about 90 that could handle a musket in case of an attack. The next day, after taking possession of the fort, J.B. Lawyer, an old voyageur, was engaged to cross the Mississippi and go back through the country, now the state of Iowa, to inform Colonel Snelling, commanding Fort Snelling, of our situation. For this service, Lawyer was promised $50 and furnished with a horse to ride and provisions, and Duncan Graham was engaged to accompany him, for which he was to receive $20, provisions, and a horse to ride, and for these payments I became personally responsible. Governor Cass, who had come to Butte des Morts on the Fox River to hold a treaty with the Winnebagoes, learning from rumor that there was dissatisfaction among them, started in his canoe and arrived at Prairie du Chien on the morning of the 4th of July. He ordered a company of militia into the service of the United States and appointed me quartermaster and commissary with the request that I would use my own funds for the supply of the department and that he would see it refunded, and furthermore assumed the debt for ammunition and provisions already advanced, and also the expenses of the express to Fort Snelling, and directed me to issue to the troops a keelboat load of flour that I had previously receipted for to one of the agents of the contractors for Fort Snelling, who feared to go farther with it. After these arrangements had been made, Governor Cass proceeded in his canoe to Galena and raised a volunteer company under the late Colonel Abner Fields as captain and assigned him the command of Fort Crawford. Lieutenant Martin Thomas of the U.S. Ordnance Department, and then stationed at the arsenal near St. Louis, who happened to be at Galena, came up and mustered the 2 companies of the militia into the service of the United States, and contracted with Phineas Black of the village of Louisiana in Missouri, whom he found at Galena, for a quantity of pork which was sent up by the boat that brought the volunteer company. Governor Cass proceeded from Galena to St. Louis to confer with General Atkinson, then in command of Jefferson Barracks and of the Western Military Department. This resulted in General Atkinson's moving up the Mississippi with a disposable force under his command at Jefferson Barracks. During this time, Colonel Snelling came down the Mississippi with 2 companies of the 5th Regiment of U.S. Infantry and assumed the command of Fort Crawford, and soon after discharged the Galena Volunteer Company, as they could not well be brought under military discipline. But the Prairie du Chien Company was retained in service until sometime in the month of August, for which service, through the fault of someone, they never received any pay. During this time, General Atkinson arrived with the troops from Jefferson Barracks, having on his way up dispatched a volunteer force under General Dodge from Galena to proceed by land to the portage of Wisconsin. When General Atkinson, with great difficulty, owing to the low state of the water in the Wisconsin, arrived at the portage, he met old gray-headed Descauray with his band, who, finding himself surrounded by the volunteers in the rear and General Atkinson's force of regulars in front and a company of volunteers from Green Bay, concluded to disclaim any unfriendly feelings towards the United States and disavowed any connection with the murders on the Mississippi. General Atkinson, on these assurances of Descauray, returned, but ordered the occupation of Fort Crawford by 2 companies of troops. Notwithstanding these murders of our citizens and movements of troops, the wise men at Washington, with about as much judgment as they generally decide upon Indian affairs, decided that this was not an Indian war. After the people had taken possession of the fort, and before the arrival of General Cass, Indians were seen in the village, and a guard was sent out to take them and bring them to the fort. They made no resistance, but surrendered themselves and were brought to the guardhouse. One proved to be the famous Redbird, who headed the party that murdered Gagne and Lipcap. Another was Wanapeka, the Indian I had met up the Wisconsin River, and whose conduct had so much alarmed me and my men. The other was a young Indian whose name I do not recollect. There being no charge of crime against Wanapeka and the young Indian, after the United States troops were stationed at Fort Crawford, they were discharged, and Redbird was retained in the guardhouse, where he died before he was tried for the murder of Gagne and Lipcap. End of section 7. Section 8 of articles from the collections of the State Historical Society of Wisconsin, Volume 2, by Lyman Copeland Draper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Early Times and Events in Wisconsin, Part 6. The first Sunday school established in the place was by my first wife, Mrs. Juliana Lockwood. Mrs. Lockwood was raised among the Presbyterians or Congregationalists of New England and early imbibed the strong prejudices of those people against the Roman Catholics, but afterwards, having lived in Canada 2 or 3 years, and having become intimately acquainted with several ladies of that faith who were apparently good, pious people, she concluded that there were good and bad among all sects or denominations calling themselves Christians, and her early prejudices in a great measure wore off. We were married in the summer of the year 1824 and came to Prairie du Chien in the autumn. There was not at that time any church or meeting to attend on Sunday. Even the Roman Catholics had a priest visit them only occasionally, and Mrs. Lockwood, having been accustomed to see the children collected in Sunday schools and seeing a large number playing about the streets on the Sabbath, concluded it would be doing them a good service to gather them into a Sunday school, and proposed to Miss Crawford, a young lady raised in the place, who spoke English and French fluently, and who had a good common education, to assist her. To this she agreed at once, and they influenced Dr. Edwin James. Note, Dr. James accompanied Major Long's expedition to the Rocky Mountains of 1819-20, of which he wrote a narrative published in 1823 in 3 volumes, and in 1830 appeared Tanner's Indian Narrative, of which he was the editor, LCD. End note. Surgeon of the U.S. Army, then stationed at Fort Crawford, and John H. Kinsey, Esquire, formerly of Chicago, then quite a young man, in the employment of the American Fur Company at Prairie du Chien to assist them. They collected the children and commenced their school in the spring of 1825, and continued it until the winter following, but not without opposition. As this measure did not originate with Mr. Rolette, he felt bound to oppose it. He took what he thought would be the most effectual mode of suppressing it by going to the mothers of the children who attended the school and representing to them that it was the design to make Protestants of the children. To counteract Mr. Rolette, they introduced and taught the children the Roman Catholic Catechism, finding nothing to their minds very objectionable in it, and as I said before, they continued their school until winter, during which time Dr. James was ordered to some other post. In the spring of 1826, my wife and myself went to New York. Miss Crawford accompanied us as far as Mackinac, where she remained until she was married. Mr. Kinsey went also to Mackinac, during which time he received an appointment in the Indian Department under Governor Cass, and went to Detroit to reside. The Sunday school was not again resumed, nor was one again attempted in the place until about 1830, when the members of the different religious denominations united in forming the Union Sunday School. This continued a few years until the Methodists, becoming by far the most numerous class, assumed the management of it, since which time they have claimed it as a Methodist Sunday School. When the 5th Regiment of U.S. Infantry came into the country in 1819 and established their headquarters at the mouth of the St. Peter's River, they brought with them a man by the name of John Marsh, a graduate of some Eastern college, as teacher of the post school at headquarters. He appeared to have great fondness for the Sioux Indians and was endowed with the faculty of acquiring languages with great facility. He soon learned the Sioux language, so that he spoke it with as great ease as they did themselves. Getting tired of teaching an army school, he came down to Prairie du Chien in 1826 and went over to Green Bay, and either went to Detroit or somewhere met Governor Cass, who was much interested in getting Indian information, traditions, anecdotes, tales, etc. He employed Marsh by the month for that purpose and procured for him the appointment of sub-Indian agent at Prairie du Chien, and appointed him Justice of the Peace for the county of Crawford. Some of his decisions were almost equal to those of Judge Room of Green Bay. He was in the practice of taking notes for collection and issuing process on them. Some person sent him a note to collect from Green Bay against Benjamin Roy. Now there were two men in the country of that name. One resided at the Portage of Wisconsin, and the other was in the employ of the American Fur Company at Prairie du Chien. Neither of them could write his name. The note was signed with a mark and witnessed by a man who wrote his name, and the witness had gone into the Black River country to winter. Marsh, believing that the Roy that was here was the man, issued process and had him brought before him, but he denied any knowledge of the note. But Marsh, satisfied that he was the person who gave it, rendered judgment against him for the amount and said he would examine the witness when he came down in the spring. Colonel Dousman, hearing of this decision, went to Marsh and told him that if he proceeded any farther in the case, he would report him to Governor Cass. That ended the proceeding. In 1830, a party of Sauks and Foxes killed some Sioux on or about the headwaters of Red Cedar River in the now state of Iowa. In the same season, a band of Fox Indians, who resided about where Dubuque now is, had occasion to visit Prairie du Chien on business with the agent, whom they had previously informed that they would arrive on a certain day. An Indian named the Kettle was their chief. It was generally believed that John Marsh gave the Sioux information of the coming of the Foxes and of the time they were expected, and on the morning of the day appointed for the arrival of the Foxes at Prairie du Chien, a small war party of young Sioux made their appearance here, and joined by a few of the Menominee young men, proceeded down the Mississippi to the lower end of the Prairie du Peru, some 12 or 15 miles below Prairie du Chien, where a narrow channel of the Mississippi runs close to that end of the prairie, fringed with small trees, bushes, and grass. They knew the custom of the Indians in going upstream to avail themselves of all such side channels, as there was less current in them than in the broad river, and secreting themselves among the bushes, trees, and grass, awaited their unsuspecting victims. When the Foxes came within point-blank shot, they all fired upon them, killing their chief Kettle and several others. The Foxes, finding their chief killed, returned down the river to carry the news of their misfortunes to the tribe, while the Sioux and Menominees returned home with the tidings of their victory and to dance over it. They passed through Prairie du Chien and remained a short time here, but for some unaccountable reason, no notice whatever was taken of it. The signs of several war parties of the Foxes were reported to have been seen on the opposite side of the river during the year, but they effected nothing until sometime, I think in June 1831, when a considerable number of Menominees had collected at Prairie du Chien and encamped on an island near the eastern shore of the Mississippi, about 1/4 of a mile from the old Fort Crawford. They had obtained whiskey enough for all to get socially drunk upon, and it is rare to find a Menominee who will not get drunk when he has a chance, and they had carried their revels far into the night, until men, women, and children were beastly drunk. About 2 hours before day, a Fox war party that had been watching their movements fell upon them in that helpless state and killed about 30 of them. By this time, some of the more sober of them were aroused and commenced firing upon the Foxes, who fled down the river, pursued a short distance by the Menominees. Thomas P. Burnett, the sub-Indian agent, was sleeping with me in my store, and it being very warm weather, we had made a bed of blankets on the counter, when about 2 hours before daylight we were awakened by the cries of a Menominee woman at the store door. We let her in when she told us of the disaster to the Menominees. Mr. Burnett took my horse and went to inform General Street, the Indian agent, who lived about 4 miles above this, and who arrived about daylight and gave the first information to the fort. Although there had been a great firing of guns and hallooing among the Indians, the sentinels had reported nothing of it to the officers, but on hearing of the affair, the commandant immediately dispatched a company of men in boats after the Foxes, but they did not overtake them. The government demanded of the Sauks to deliver up the perpetrators of this deed. The Foxes fled to the Sauks, and their chief, Kettle, being dead, they remained among and amalgamated with them, and have not since continued a separate nation or tribe. I have always believed this to be the origin of the Black Hawk War. There were, I suppose, other causes of discontent, but I believe that this transaction was the immediate cause of the movements of Black Hawk. In 1830, the present Fort Crawford was commenced, and in 1831 it was occupied with a part of the troops, leaving the sick in the old hospital and the surgeon in the old fort. The fort, I think, was finished in 1832. In 1833, the authorities of Crawford County concluded to build a courthouse and jail and commenced raising funds by increasing the taxes, and in 1836 constructed a stone building of sufficient size to have on the ground floor a room each for criminals and debtors, and 2 rooms for the jailer, with a courtroom and 2 jury rooms on the second floor. The taxable inhabitants then in the county were confined to the prairie. We were then attached to Michigan Territory, and so well were our county affairs managed that the taxes were not raised more than 5 mills on a dollar to pay for this improvement, and this was the first courthouse erected in Wisconsin. Sometime in 1827 or 1828, the Chief Justice of the county and one of the associate justices having removed away, I presume application was made to Governor Cass. I do not know how it was, as I was absent from the last of July 1827 to the summer of 1829, and Joseph Rolette was appointed Chief Justice and John Burnett Associate Justice. When Thomas P. Burnett arrived here in 1830, he found the court so different from what he had been accustomed to that he at once decided that he could not practice before one organized as ours then was, and made representations of their proceedings to the governor, reporting some decisions, and sending a petition requesting their removal and the appointment of General Joseph M. Street as Chief Justice. Note: General Street migrated from Richmond, Virginia in the winter of 1805-6 to Frankfort, Kentucky, where he soon engaged in the publication of the Western World, and for several years took a conspicuous part in the gladiatorial field of Kentucky politics. Appointed in 1828 to the Indian Agency at Prairie du Chien, he was there during the Black Hawk War, and that captured chief was surrendered to him by One-Eyed Day Cowray and party, and he died on the Des Moines River, Iowa, while agent for the Sauks and Foxes, May 5, 1840, at about the age of 60 years. LCD, end note. And myself and Hercules L. Dousman as associates. These removals and appointments were accordingly made. Mr. Michael Brisbois, the other associate judge, became blind in 1829, and I believe died in 1837, and by his son, at his request, was buried on a prominent bluff back of Prairie du Chien. Joseph Rolette, of whom I have so often spoken, was a Canadian by birth, of French extraction, and an educated man. He told me he was educated for the Roman Catholic Church, but not liking the profession, he quit it and served a regular apprenticeship to mercantile business, and about the year 1804 came to Prairie du Chien in business connection with Mr. Cameron. Note: from the annals of the Minnesota Historical Society, we learn that Cameron had his trading post towards the sources of the Minnesota, that he was a shrewd and daring Scotchman, and died in 1811, and the spot where he was buried, on the upper Minnesota, is known to this day as Cameron's grave. Murdoch Cameron left behind him a name of much celebrity in the Northwest. LCD, end note. An old Indian trader who usually resided at Lake Keparl on the St. Peters River. Mr. Rolette superintended the business at the Prairie and kept the books of the concern, wintering occasionally at and in the vicinity of Lake Pepin, and returning to Prairie du Chien early in the spring to take advantage of the spring trade of the Indians visiting here. Mr. Rolette was an active merchant and trader, and I suppose would be called a clever merchant. That is, he was active in taking every advantage of his neighbor for making money, without regard to the morality of the transaction. Although he was active in business, and used every exertion to make money, it was not with a miserly disposition of hoarding it, for he was equally liberal in scattering it. Among many bad qualities of a citizen, Mr. Rolette yet possessed many redeeming traits. He was hospitable and generous, and liberal to the poor, and where a man had met with loss by accident, he was generally one of the first to afford relief, and for an Indian trader, he had considerable enterprise for the prosperity and improvement of the country. I believe that he introduced the first swine into the country, but I'm not sure that such is the fact. I know that he introduced the first sheep, and that he was much imposed on in its purchase. He bargained with an American below this on the Mississippi to deliver him a certain number of ewes at the prairie. The man brought the number of sheep and told him they were according to contract, and Mr. Rolette, knowing very little about sheep, counted them and directed his man to take them to his farm and pay for them agreeable to contract, and after a while someone examined them and found that instead of ewes they were nearly all wethers. About 1840, a man by the name of Manhan, who was a tanner and currier, came to this place and proposed to set up his business here. But not having the necessary means, Mr. Rolette advanced them to him, but it turned out a poor adventure. I must here relate an anecdote of Rolette. His ambition was always to be ahead of me in everything. I think that sometime in 1823, I mentioned to some person that I thought a distillery would do well at the prairie, and that I would introduce some rye, and if I could induce the French to raise it on the front of their farms that were sandy, I would build a distillery, but wished to get the rye growing first. Mr. Rolette, hearing of my suggestion, concluded at once that he would build a distillery, and in going to Mackinac, he fell in with a man by the name of Curtis, who had been a captain in the army, and had been cashiered by court-martial, and being without means of support, was ready for almost anything. He persuaded Mr. Rolette that he was a scientific man and could do almost anything, and especially was well acquainted with distilling. Mr. Rolette engaged him and brought him to the prairie in 1824. But as the distillery was not yet built, Mr. Rolette employed him as a teacher in his family, for which he was very well qualified. During this time, Mr. Rolette ordered and received the coppers and other apparatus for his distillery. For some reason, the building of the distillery was delayed until the spring of 1828, when a man by the name of Giasson, a Canadian by birth, clerk of our circuit court and fond of a joke, told Mr. Rolette one day that I had said that I would make him build a distillery, that I had only to say that I was going to build one, and he would be certain to immediately do so. It was not true that I had ever said so to Giasson, but Mr. Rolette soon after sent his coppers and other apparatus to St. Louis, and nothing more was heard of the distillery. It was so well understood that Mr. Rolette would oppose any measure that he did not introduce, that when I wished to carry out any object without opposition that I considered for the public good, I would get some person to go to Mr. Rolette and tell him that I was going to introduce such a measure, and I would soon after hear that Mr. Rolette was going to do the same thing. I would of course second him, and we would get along without any difficulty. Mr. Rolette was evidently the first man of this little village when he came to the country, and some may say that in representing his foibles, I have maliciously taken advantage of him, as he cannot now answer for himself. As we were for several years opposing candidates for the rank and consideration of the first man of our little village, and were rival Indian traders, I have introduced our respective names only when necessary to elucidate the events in the history of the region of Prairie du Chien. Colonel Hercules L. Dousman came to the prairie in the autumn of 1827 in the employ of the American Fur Company, and has ever since steadily pursued what he appeared to have most taste for, the accumulation of wealth, until at this time he is considered very wealthy. In speaking of the early settlers and their marriage connections, I should perhaps explain a little. In the absence of religious instructions, and it becoming so common to see the Indians use so little ceremony about marriage, the idea of a verbal matrimonial contract became familiar to the early French settlers, and they generally believed that such a contract of marriage was valid without any other ceremony. Many of the women married in this way believed, in their simplicity and ignorance, that they were as lawfully the wives of the men they lived with as though they had been married with all the ceremony and solemnity possible. A woman of Prairie du Chien, respectable in her class, told me that she was attending a ball in the place, and that a trader who resided on the lower Mississippi had his canoe loaded to leave as soon as the ball was over, proposed to marry her, and as he was a trader and ranked above her, she was pleased with the offer, and as his canoe was in waiting, he would not delay for further ceremony. She stepped from the ballroom on board his canoe and went with him down the Mississippi, and they lived together 3 or 4 years, and she had 2 children by him. She assured me that she then believed herself as much the wife of this man as if she had been married with all the ceremony of the most civilized communities, and was not convinced to the contrary until he unfeelingly abandoned her and married another. And from her manner of relating it, I believed her sincere. In 1816, at the time of my advent to Wisconsin, the Menomonies inhabited the country about Green Bay, and their women occasionally married Winnebagos, but not often. The Menomonies are a quiet and peaceful race, well-disposed, and have always, since their acquaintance, been friendly to the whites. Tomah, the acting chief of the nation, was highly spoken of by all the traders as a great and good man. It was related to me by some of the traders at that period, I believe it was Judge Law, that at the time of the general combination of the Indians under Pontiac in 1763 for the destruction of all English in the western country, the Menomonies under their chief Tomah went to the officer in command of the British fort at Green Bay, consisting of about 20 men, and informed him of the plot for their destruction, in common with other garrisons. But if he would abandon the fort, and he and his men surrender up their arms, that he, Tomah, and his people would conduct them safely to Montreal. The officers and men yielded up their arms to Tomah, except Sergeant Nobles, who declared that he would never surrender his gun to an Indian, and was finally allowed to retain it. All were safely conveyed in canoes to Montreal, and Sergeant Nobles, for his fearless conduct, though he could not be promoted, having a family, was favored with a discharge, and engaging in his trade of a shoemaker, eventually became wealthy. But as I see no special mention of it in Lieutenant Gorrell's Journal of those times, published in the first volume of Collections of the Wisconsin Historical Society, I conclude there must be some mistake about it. Note: this tradition, judging from Gorrell's Journal and Parkman's History of the Conspiracy of Pontiac, cannot be regarded as reliable. It is certain that Lieutenant Gorrell and his men made no surrender of themselves or arms, and that the Menomonies and others conducted them to the village of L'Arbre Croche in the region of Mackinac, whence the Menomonies returned to Green Bay. But this tradition serves to confirm us in the belief that Tomah or Caron was much older than represented by the inscription on his tombstone, and that he was a man of consequence during the border wars of 1755 to 1763. In Gorrell's journal, referring to the events of 18th May 1763, he speaks thus, quote, "The chiefs of the Menomonies were much displeased at Croix's getting a present from Mr. Goddard of a fine suit of embroidered clothes. This Croix was much thought of by the French." End quote. This refers undoubtedly to the noble Tomah or Caron, and we hope hereafter to be able to prepare for some future volume of the Society's collections a more extended and detailed account of his life and character than has yet been given. What was recorded of him in our last year's report and collections excited general interest in the history of this brave and generous chief. His nobleness and generosity of character reflect real honor on the Indian race, and on the Menomonies especially, and it should be the pride and pleasure of our historical society to spare no pains to search out and garner up every fact extant, illustrative of the career of so truly great and worthy a Wisconsin chieftain. LCD. End note. The principal villages of the Winnebagos were at the lower and upper end of the lake of that name, with an occasional lodge along the Fox River. At the season that traders generally passed the portage of Wisconsin, they would find old, gray-headed De Cowray at the portage with his band. Their village was a short distance from there up the Wisconsin, and the Winnebagos had villages up the Menoys and on the Baraboo rivers, and several small ones along down the Wisconsin to near its mouth. They were estimated at that time by the traders best acquainted with them to be about 900 warriors strong. Of the De Cowrays, there were 4 or 5 brothers who were all influential men in the nation, and I knew one sister who had a family of children by a trader named Lecoyer, who had married her after the Indian manner. Tradition says that their father was a French trader who during the time the French had possession of the country married a Winnebago woman, the daughter of the principal chief of the nation, by whom he had these sons and daughter, that at the time the country was taken possession of by the English, he abandoned them, and they were raised among the Indians, and being the descendants of a chief on the mother's side, when arrived at manhood they assumed the dignity of their rank by inheritance. They were generally good Indians, and frequently urged their claims to the friendship of the whites by saying they were themselves half white. Note: Mrs. Kinsey conveys the idea that they boasted of a remote cross of French blood in some former generation, that they possessed remarkably handsome features, and their mother was living as late as 1831, then supposed to be over 100 years of age. Mrs. Kinsey designates one of the De Cowrays as a grand old chief, the same, doubtless, mentioned by Judge Lockwood, and another, his very antipodes, was not inappropriately called Rascal De Cowray, and the one-eyed De Cowray was distinguished for the part he took in the capture of Black Hawk, LCD. End note. I suppose that having been so long among the Indians, it will be expected that I should give some account of their manners, customs, religious ceremonies, etc. But of the Indians who inhabit Wisconsin, I can say very little. The Indians who visit a trading post like Prairie du Chien are generally seen in their worst state, and I always had such a dislike to the Winnebagoes that I never sought to learn their language or much of their customs or ceremonies. The Indians with whom I am most familiar are the Sioux, with whom I spent 3 winters in their own country, where I saw many Indians who had never seen any white men except occasionally a trader. But none of the Sioux have ever resided within the limits of our state, although they were at one time included within the territory of Wisconsin, when what is now Iowa and Minnesota formed a part of that territory. Of them I will endeavor to give some account. And firstly, of their marriages. When a young Indian desires to marry, he invites his relatives who are near or in camp to a feast and informs them that he wishes a certain girl for his wife. If they are in favor of the match, they immediately collect goods and suitable articles for a present to the relations of the desired one. One gives a gun, another a blanket, and another a kettle or horse, as they may happen to possess at the time. When the collection is completed, some of the relatives carry the presents to the lodge of the father of the young woman, one of them expressing in song the object for which they are intended, and leave the things at the door and retire. If the father is favorably disposed to the match, he invites all his relatives that are near to a feast, and when assembled, if they conclude to give the girl in marriage to the young man, each takes of the articles such as he can return in kind. For instance, if one can return a gun, horse, kettle, blanket, or other articles, he takes such an article, and presents in this way are made up by the relatives of the desired bride, generally of the same kind of articles they have received, and taken, together with herself, to the lodge of the young man with singing, etc., after which she returns again to the lodge of her father, where they usually reside, the son-in-law hunting for the father-in-law until about the time the oldest child can walk, after which he generally gets a lodge for himself. A small apartment is partitioned off in the lodge of the father-in-law for the young couple. The young man generally during the day is out hunting, and seldom visits the lodge of his bride until the others have gone to sleep, when he crawls into the lodge. There is no familiarity between the parents of the bride and their son-in-law. If he is ever in their presence, he appears ashamed and seldom speaks to them. If he wants to communicate to them, it is done through his wife, and if he happens to be in a trader's house and either father or mother-in-law enters, he generally retires. Such is Sioux etiquette between these relations. Of births, as soon as a child is born, the mother goes into the water and stands in it over her waist and bathes herself for some considerable length of time. If in winter, she has a hole cut in the ice through which she enters and bathes. Deaths and burials. When a person dies, the body is decorated in all of his or her finery, and 4 forks or crotches are cut and stuck in the ground, upon which a scaffold is made, and the deceased wrapped in a newly painted buffalo skin or new blanket, and laid thereon with some ceremony. If the death takes place at a trader's house in the fall before they go to their hunt, An old woman, a relative of the deceased, is left there to feed and cry over the dead during the absence of the others. She usually goes about dark in the evening with a dish of provisions and sits down under the scaffold and commences crying and howling with loud lamentations and calling upon the Great Spirit something as follows: Wakatongo Oshimendak, naming the deceased, with other cries which mean, Great Spirit, have mercy on the deceased, etc. This doleful noise is very unpleasant, and after continuing it for about an hour, she leaves the dish of food under the scaffold and returns to the lodge, and the dogs or wolves eat the provisions when the Indians suppose the dead eat them. The corpse is left in this manner until nothing remains but the bones, when they are collected and carried to their village. At one time at my house in St. Peter's, an Indian of some note, who had 4 grown daughters, had a death in his family, and he named 4 young men to build the scaffold and put the corpse thereon, and when concluded, he rewarded each with one of his daughters for a wife. When a death happens in a family, no matter how well they are clothed, the good clothes are stripped off and given away, and the worst old leather rags substituted in their place, besmearing their hair, hands, and face with dirt, leaving the hair uncombed to mat with the dirt, gashing their legs and arms, and leaving them to get well without the least attention. Some of them carry their grief so far as to raise the skin of their arms and pierce holes with their knives and put pegs through. They continue their mourning about a year, although by giving a feast and performing certain ceremonies they can be relieved from their mourning in a much less time. Religious superstitions, etc. Wakaw, in their language, signifies a spirit or spiritual. The French have interpreted or rendered it medicine, but the Indians call the Great Spirit or God Wakar Tongo, the latter part signifying great. The devil they call Wakar Shiko, the latter part signifying bad. It is difficult to get an Indian to talk on the subject of his religious belief, but my interpreter, who is a half-breed, informed me that they believe that the great good spirit resides in a beautiful country of good hunting ground, and where there is everything in abundance that an Indian can desire, even a plurality of beautiful wives. But to get there, they must be good Indians in this world, and perform all their duties well as hunters, warriors, etc., that on the way to this happy land there is a deep gulf to pass, with a very narrow way to cross it, and that only the good can successfully pass over, that the bad, in attempting to pass, fall off into the gulf and wander about in a starving condition. They are very particular in performing their religious rites by feasts, sacrifices, etc. The first fruits gathered are set apart for the purpose of a spiritual or holy feast. The first corn or wild rice of the season, the first duck or goose killed when they appear in the spring, are all reserved for the feast, at which those Indians only who are entitled to wear the badge of having slain an enemy are invited. The women, and those who have never taken the scalp of a foe, no matter how hungry, are never invited to participate. You will see boys of 16 or 18 years of age at the feast, while old gray-headed men are excluded with the women, and looked upon as old women, which is a term of great reproach among them. We cannot then wonder that the Indian tribes are so constantly at war, as it is the only thing that gives them fame and consequence among themselves. I was told of a tradition of the Sioux that in ancient times a man could not get a wife until he had killed an enemy. The mother trains her sons to believe that revenge upon their enemies is a cardinal virtue, and this advice and admonition are constantly instilled into their minds. End of section 8. Section 9 of Articles from the Collections of the State Historical Society of Wisconsin, Volume 2, by Lyman Copeland Draper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Early Times and Events in Wisconsin, Part 7. From early infancy, they believe in minor evil spirits and in ghosts who operate upon and influence them. While sleeping in a camp of Indians in the night, you will frequently be awakened by the firing of guns, and inquiring the cause, you will be told they are shooting the dead that trouble them. Overloading their stomachs, as they often do, They are no doubt frequently troubled with a nightmare and imagine that they are attacked by a ghost and get up and shoot at their supposed intruder. They have also their doctors and astrologers who are well paid for their services. When a person is sick, they send for a doctor who gets his pay in advance. He then commences shaking over the sick his gourd, which has in it some beads to make it rattle, until he finds out what is the matter with his patient, which he generally discovers is that some beast, fish, or bird has got into the body of the patient, which by shaking his rattle, singing, and other necromancy, he causes to depart. Previously to driving out the unwelcome intruder, he cuts its figure or likeness out of birch bark and places it in front of the door of the lodge with 2 young men situated so to fire at it from different directions at a given signal, who generally blow it into pieces. If this operates upon the mind of the patient so that he recovers, it is well. If not, there is some mistake about it. The animal was not killed, or some evil spirit operates against him. So they try it over again, and probably continue to do so for months until the patient recovers or dies, in which latter case they have always good reasons to show why the patient did not recover. They have some few specifics, which they sometimes administer, but their art consists mostly in necromancy. They cure wounds generally sooner than most surgeons because they suck them, and thus keep them clean from all matter. It is also the business of the doctor to suck clean any old sore that he undertakes to cure, no matter how filthy or disgusting, even venereal disorders and sore eyes. I have seen the doctor pretend by sucking to draw from sore eyes small bits of straw, etc., and according to their theory, as in most other complaints, some animal, bird, fish, or reptile has inflicted the disease. The father-in-law of my interpreter was an Indian doctor among the Sioux. I recollect hearing the old man the most part of a day singing and shaking his gourd rattle in his lodge, after which he came into the house and sat down looking very serious and thoughtful. His son, over 30 years of age, had sore eyes, and he was endeavoring to effect a cure. He said that nearly 30 years before, when his son was a very small boy, he had fastened a pin to a stick and was amusing himself one day spearing minnows, and that he thus pricked one with his pin spear, and that it was strange that the fish, after so long a time, should come to seek revenge on his son's eyes. Their soothsayer or spiritual man, after sweating alone in a small lodge and singing, pretends to foretell events, as when certain friends will arrive, or when the buffalo will come into that neighborhood, or when some other expected event will happen. And should it fail, they will explain it by saying that the little spirit lied to them, an image of which each one of these jugglers carries in his holy or medicine bag. An Indian in a pious fit hangs on a tree a beaver or otter skin, bear or dressed deer skin, for a sacrifice to the Great Spirit, which remains there until destroyed, or until some other Indian passes that way, wants and takes it, leaving a piece of tobacco in place thereof, which he may lawfully do. On the prairie are often found isolated granite rocks, which, from their isolated and scattered appearance, are considered holy, and every Indian who passes them either paints them with vermilion or leaves a piece of tobacco as a tribute to the Great Spirit. Hence the great number of places in this country where the Sioux were accustomed to pass that bear the name of Painted Rock. I have frequently been told by French voyageurs, traders, and interpreters of the ceremonies performed by some juggler in going into his little holy lodge to consult with the Great Spirit. After having fasted a while, he strips himself naked and goes into the lodge alone, and soon after entering, the poles of the lodge commence shaking violently, and those without hear 2 or 3 distinct voices within. After this is continued about 2 or 3 hours, the juggler comes out of the lodge in a high state of perspiration. During the time of the ceremonies in the lodge, the jingling of bells and other musical instruments is heard, as though they were attached to poles of the tent or lodge, and my informers generally believed that the Indians had communications with the devil. It so happened that I never witnessed one of these scenes. The Sioux have a feast which is calculated, in their estimation, to preserve their women from all illicit connections. It is after this manner. The young Indians, like some young white men, are in the practice of vaunting of having gained some advantage over some frail one of their tribe. When a woman, either married or single, learns that she has been slandered in this way, she selects a spot, clears away the bushes and rubbish, builds a fire, puts the kettle on, makes a circle around it, and near one end of the fire places a stone painted with vermilion. And when everything is properly prepared, she sends the crier of the camp around to give notice of it. He performs this duty by going through the camp, singing in as loud a voice as he possibly can, that such a woman, announcing her name, will give her feast that day, stating the name or object of the feast, and inviting all to attend. All the women of the camp are usually present on such occasions. If anyone is absent, it is strongly suspected that she dare not come for fear of being exposed. When assembled on the ground, the hostess of the feast heads the ring formed by the women and marches around until she reaches the painted stone, which she touches reverently, thereby solemnly protesting her innocence. Some Indian, the while, stands on some slight elevation and harangues the young men, telling them if any of these women are unworthy to partake of this feast of the virtuous, to fail not to expose them. The young men pride themselves upon every exposure it is in their power to make, so that a woman who is unworthy dared not be present, unless she happens certainly to know that her guilty paramour is so far away that he cannot be there. If a woman not worthy to partake of the feast is so bold as to venture there, the Indian who says she is not worthy goes and takes her by the arm and leads her out, asking her before the whole assemblage if she does not remember such a time and place, which he specifies. It is thought that they seldom falsely accuse, as they believe that if they do so, the Great Spirit would be angry and visit them with some dire calamity. Their feasts. With Indians, a man who gives a feast is popular and well spoken of, and has plenty of pretended friends, precisely as with the white man who often gives good dinner and other parties. They have their holy or sacred feasts, where the guests know, when they are invited, of what they are to partake. And as they pride themselves upon the quantity they can eat, each carries with him the sized dish which he supposes he can eat full. The master of the feast, not eating himself, serves the others, singing and shaking his gourd rattle all the time. Nothing of this food must fall to the ground. Each guest's dish is filled, and he must eat it himself, or pay someone else to eat it for him. And frequently, in attempting to devour what has been put in their dish, they eat until they vomit it back again into the dish, as nothing is allowed to fall upon the ground, and someone must be hired to eat it for them. They have been known to gourmandize to that extent that on leaving the feast they have fallen down dead. But even then, the survivors will not admit that it was overeating that killed them. After the feast is over, the dishes and kettle are carefully wiped out with grass or evergreen boughs. They accustom their sons, when children, to eat a great deal, and frequently stuff them, when very young, with raccoon oil to expand their stomachs, and often boast of their feats in eating. The dog feast. The Sioux Indians, and I believe it is true of all others, consider that the greatest compliment they can pay a stranger is to give him a dog feast. And this intended compliment constitutes the burthen of the speech of the giver of the feast, or the master of ceremonies. The traders are generally invited to these feasts. I have tasted dog meat. It is like pork, only it has a sweeter taste. Those who can get over the prejudice against such meat become very fond of it, but my prejudice was too strong ever to be able to relish it. I think the Indians understand the art of flattery as well as any people in the world. When I concluded to enter into business for myself, there were several Indians of influence from about the mouth of the St. Peter's River and of the Jean de Fuel, or Leaf Nation, from the little rapids on the St. Peter's, who had wintered in my neighborhood and came to my house in the spring. I agreed with these Indians to meet me at my wintering house in the fall, with as many of their tribes as they could persuade to come up, that I would have a large cargo of goods and would fit them out to go across to the head of the Mississippi to hunt. According to agreement, I met them in the fall with 2 Mackinaw boatloads of goods, and found on my arrival about 3,000 Indians of the Yankton, Sisseton, Jean de Lac, Jean de Fuel, and other Sioux bands, encamped about it, and they received me with a grand salute, each man having a gun, firing with ball over the boat, so that we could hear the balls whistle nearer than was agreeable to us. They had prepared several lodges together, so as to make one great lodge of at least 20 feet, across the middle of which they had made a wall of dried buffalo meat. Note: the manner of drying the buffalo meat is this. They take each side and the belly and cut and spread them out thin, so that they will thoroughly dry through. When fully extended, this makes a sheet of about the size of a deerskin, and when dried they fold them up, as they do their deerskins, and pack them into bundles. JHL. End note. And had made a dog feast, to which they invited me. The customary speech on such occasions was made, as usual, saying that this feast was designed as the greatest compliment they could pay me, and then added, "Your father must be a great man to send out one so young as you, with so many goods, and we hope you will be very charitable, and furnish us with plenty of clothing to keep ourselves, women and children warm, and with plenty of ammunition with which to hunt, etc." To all of which I replied that unfortunately my father was a poor man, and I was a poor boy, and that I had got these goods on credit to supply their wants, and that unless they hunted well and loaded my boat with furs, I should not be able to pay for these goods and get more to come back again, but that I would furnish them with clothing to keep them warm, and with arms, traps, and ammunition to keep them from starving, and hoped they would hunt well and pay me, so that I could get more goods and continue to trade with them. I took to my house the meat presented, and made them payment in suitable presents of ammunition, etc. Note: it is proverbial, with all acquainted with the Indians, that to receive presents from them is by far the most expensive way of obtaining their desirable commodities, as the trader not only has to pay back the full value of the articles, but also something clever in addition for the compliment of the present. It is not uncommon for a Yankton chief to make a present to the trader of all the buffalo robes he brings, and after he has received in return all they are really worth, together with something for the compliment, he remembers a great many little articles, naming them, of which he is in want, and if not gratified, he is offended, or pretends to be so. Though it is, in Indian etiquette, an insult to refuse a present, I have often done so, and advised the Indian that he had better trade in the usual way. JHL. End note. An Indian thinks it politeness to eat everything that is set before him, and when traders are invited to a feast, what they do not eat, they generally carry home with them in the dish and give it to their men, and send back the dish with a piece of tobacco in it. I have seen generous ladies residing in the neighborhood of the Indian country, when visited by Indians, set food before them and keep renewing the supply, and wondering at the Indians eating so much, whereas they considered themselves bound in politeness to eat all that was set before them. When Indians become too old and infirm to travel, they build a fire near water, and giving them some provisions and generally a small kettle, leave them to take care of themselves. Many children die from exposure, and learning them to be great eaters die in infancy. The practice of leaving the aged to die applies more particularly to migratory bands on the plains. Indians living about lakes and rivers, where they have canoes, I do not think ever expose them thus. At least I never heard of an instance. You never see a Sioux Indian, if he is in company, smoke alone. The pipe is lighted, and he takes a whiff or two himself, and passes it to his neighbor, always passing it around with his son. When several are assembled together, you will see a number of pipes going the rounds in the same manner. Their principal subjects of conversation at these times are their wars, feasts, hunting, and their women. A man may have as many wives as he can maintain among the Yanktons. The more he has, the better he is off, as they can dress and prepare the more buffalo robes for market. If an Indian marries the eldest daughter, he is entitled to take the others, as they come to maturity, for wives, but those who do not live in the buffalo range content themselves generally with 2, and many of them with 1. I knew one Yankton chief who had 6. When the Sioux women have their menses, they are looked upon as unholy and unclean, and are not allowed to remain in the lodge with the family, but are obliged to build a small lodge outside of the other, and remain alone during the time of its continuance, fed in a dish by one of the family, and not allowed during the time to enter the family lodge or touch anything except the dish in which their food is handed to them, until the menstrual discharges cease and they are washed up. When a maiden arrives at womanhood and has made her first out-of-door lodge, the public crier goes through the camp or village and announces the fact in a loud song. The Sioux have secret societies, something like Freemasonry, but they admit women to membership. They meet in a lodge, which is guarded on the outside from prying curiosity by one of their members. In this lodge, they perform their ceremonies. Any person wishing to join them makes the application through one of the members and is then on probation for about a year. If they are bad, they must reform. If at the end of that period no objection is made, he is generally admitted, and I was told that they have signs by which Indians of that fraternity of different bands know each other. Either after or before their meeting, I do not remember which, they assemble and have a holy dance, which is called by the French La Danse de la Grande Médecine, as the French translate all their spiritual or juggling proceedings into medicine. At this dance, among other ceremonies, after dancing and singing a while, one of their number takes a garnished sack, usually made from the otter, and runs at the different members, making some noise, and they generally fall down or over, pretending that it is the effect of spirits from the bag, and they prostrate for a moment or so, and then rise again and join in the dance. This dance is generally continued till late in the night. The amusements of the men are shooting at a mark or playing at the game of ball, called by the French le jeu de crosse. This is usually played in the summer on some large prairie. Note: Prairie lacrosse took its name from this game being frequently played there. JHL. End note. With a stick about 2.5 or 3 feet long, with a small hoop on one end, crossed with network of thongs of leather, making a sort of sack in which they frequently catch the ball. How they count, or their boundaries, I have forgotten. The women amuse themselves by playing at what is termed the dish play, which is performed by having the pits or stones of plums marked on one side with hieroglyphics and put into a dish, shook up and turned out, and the marked ones turning up count. They are so fond of gambling at this play that they will sometimes continue at it for several days without cessation, until one or the other has lost everything that she can put up for a stake. Women well clothed, having lost everything else, have been known to strip off their good clothes and gamble them away and put on old rags. The men also frequently play at this game, and to the same excess as the women. The men also have another game called the shoe play, which is generally played by 2 parties of 4 each. 4 moccasins are placed between the parties on the floor, and the side that gets the first winnings hides a piece of wood in one of the moccasins by running his hand into each of them in the presence of the others when one of the opposite party searches for it. If he finds it in the first moccasin that he examines, he loses a certain number, I think 10. But if he finds it in the second or third, it counts 20 for his side, and if in the fourth, a less number. The game tallies at 100. They play at this game sometimes as long as they can raise anything to wager. Indians, generally in a state of nature, have no word or gesture of salutation. Those acquainted with the customs of white people sometimes make use of the French salutation of bonjour on meeting a white man, but seldom on meeting another Indian. I was struck with a meeting of some Sioux Indians the first year I was in their country. When the attack was made on Prairie du Chien under Colonel McKay, a son of the Yankton chief called La Grande Serrure happened to be there with the agent, N. Boylvan, Esquire, and embarked on board the keel boats under command of Captain Yiser and went to St. Louis with him, where he was obliged to remain until the war was over, and in 1816 had got as far back as Prairie du Chien, and as we were then going into his country, we took him into the boat with us. When we arrived in the neighborhood of Lake Quiparle on a cold morning about the 1st of December, I was awakened from sleep and told that there were some Indians on the shore who had made a fire. We disembarked and breakfasted there and found that the Indians were 4 Yanktons, the uncles of the young Indian with us. They had come across the country to meet their nephew, who had been absent 2.5 years, and previous to their hearing that he was on his way home, they supposed he was dead. The uncles had made a fire and commenced smoking when the young Indian walked from the boat to where they were without saying a word to them, or they to him. The lighted pipe was handed to him when he smoked, and after it had passed around 2 or 3 times, they commenced talking slowly, and the conversation at length became general among them. In almost every Indian camp, they have what is called the Soldiers' Lodge, where the men of consideration of the village assemble to smoke and talk over the affairs of the nation. An Indian of consideration arriving from another camp usually goes to this lodge, but if a young man, and not of sufficient distinction to go there, he stands about among the lodges until someone sees that he is a stranger and invites him to his lodge. On entering, the pipe is handed to him, and after smoking a few whiffs, something is set before him to eat. After he has eaten a while, conversation is commenced, but no questions are asked previous to his having smoked and eaten. It was some time before I could learn so much of Indian politeness as to make no inquiry of an Indian arriving until after the smoking and eating had been attended to. At first, I commenced talking to them before this important preliminary, and always found them sulky and obstinate before entering into conversation. My interpreter, Frenier, told me that some years previous to the War of 1812, that he resided at the same place where we were then wintering, in the employ of Mr. Cameron, that Cameron had credited a band of Indians to go on the headwaters of some of the streams that empty into the waters of Mississippi in the direction of the Red River of the North, and that in the month of February an Indian runner came from the hunting ground and informed Cameron that the Indians were so loaded with furs and peltries that they could not bring them, and suggested to him to send his men to assist them. He sent Frenier with some 10 men, in company with the Indian, to the camp. After they had traveled some 3 or 4 days, they were overtaken by one of those sudden snowstorms that are so frequent in those vast prairies in that high latitude. They are often so sudden and give so little warning of their approach that you may set out on a prairie on as beautiful a sunshiny morning as you ever saw in winter, and before noon be enveloped in one of these storms, the snow so fine and thick that you cannot see a rod before you. On this occasion, as Frenier's party could not see any wood or timber, they concluded their safest plan was to stop where they were. Wrapping themselves snugly in their blankets, they all laid down and let the snow cover them, except the Indian, who, having purchased several blankets from the trader, wrapped himself in them and stayed on top of the snow until the storm was over, which lasted 3 days, when he discovered that it was not more than 1/4 of a mile to a point of wood, whither he repaired and kindled a fire. He then made use of a pole, poking through the deep snow, where he recollected to have seen the men lay down, and found them all alive and uninjured, except one man a little frostbitten on the hip. In 1816, and for years previous, the Yanktons were in the practice of making up war parties and going into the Spanish territory, for the purpose of stealing choice horses and mules. When on a march from place to place, there are warriors on duty to regulate the march according to rules promulgated before their departure, and if anyone infringes on these rules, he is punished by having his gun broken, his dog or horse killed, his lodge cut, or causing him to suffer a penalty in some manner. The chief or leader of the party is not exempt from these regulations. Any act of this kind performed by warriors on duty is not revenged, as they did it in performance of inflexible regulations, but any affront of an individual in his private capacity is sure to be revenged sooner or later, and the avenger is always known, as it would not be any satisfaction to him if he could not enjoy the credit of it. An instance came under my observation. It is usual for the trader to take to his post as many guns as there are good hunters, who will probably pay for them. These are generally at first distributed to those for whom he may particularly intend them, before he commences giving out other articles. One year, in distributing the guns, my interpreter overlooked a good hunter, while some other not so good a hunter got the gun. This mortified the good hunter, and that night he killed the horse of every man who had received a gun, and it was known the next morning who had done it and what was the cause. It is common to revenge an insult or injury by killing the offender's horse or dog, and there are, in this way, a great many horses killed every year among the Sioux. And they not only revenge insults or injuries among themselves, but, as the late Colonel Robert Dixon, in conversation with me on the subject, expressed it, they revenge upon their enemies the acts of the Almighty. For when a chief or man of distinction dies, they commence singing the war song and raise a war party to revenge his death upon their natural enemies, as well as to appease the troubled minds of the departed. It is a prevalent opinion among persons not acquainted with Indian customs and polity that they, like white people, have a king or great chief over all, but such, so far as I am acquainted, is not the case with any Indians in the Northwest or Southwest. The government of their tribes or bands is patriarchal. The chiefs, as with politicians who obtain office, are the greatest slaves among them. They get the honor without independence, not being able to do any act of their own will, without first looking to see if it will be popular. If a chief buys a good gun, and one of his young men takes a fancy to it and expresses a wish for it, it is given to him. If not, probably the chief's horse would pay the forfeit. These bands are generally thus originated. When a man has 5 or 6 sons and several daughters, taking his family, he leaves the large band, forms a new camp or settlement, and acts the patriarch or chief. His sons and daughters, marrying, bring their wives and husbands to his band, and frequently a brother-in-law accompanies him and remains. Thus the new band multiplies from natural increase into sessions until it becomes large and respectable. In case of the death of the father, the eldest son assumes the duties of chief, if old enough. If not, one of the brothers of the deceased assumes the office. The chief uses no authority, but advises, and if popular, his advice is followed. If not, each one judges and acts for himself. The only arbitrary authority exercised among Indians is by the war chief when on the warpath, which I am told is then absolute. The warriors, when on duty, never correct their children except by advice, and if they are obstinate and pugnacious, it is laughed at and looked upon as a sign of bravery. There was, when I first visited the country, a band of Indians who had their village on a prairie on the west bank of the Mississippi, where the village of Winona, which means the eldest daughter, now stands, about 120 miles above Prairie du Chien. The chief was called Wabashaw. He was a very sensible Indian and was truly one of nature's noblemen. Note: the name of Wabashaw, the great Sioux chief, will long live in history. He was induced to join the fortunes of the British in the War of 1812-15 and fought at the siege of Fort Meigs and elsewhere. When peace took place, the Indians were left by their employers in a wretched condition, and as a consequence, their spirits were broken. General Cass has preserved a speech of Wabashaw's at Drummond's Island in 1815, when Colonel McDowell, the British commandant of that post, laid a few presents before him. It is touchingly pathetic and eloquent. "My father," said he to Colonel McDowell, "what is this I see before me? A few knives and blankets. Is this all you promised us at the beginning of the war? Where are those promises you made us at Michilimackinac and sent to our villages on the Mississippi? You told us you would never let fall the hatchet until the Americans were driven beyond the mountains, that our British father would never make peace without consulting his red children. Has that come to pass? We never knew of this peace. We are now told that it was made by our great father beyond the water, without the knowledge of his war chiefs, that it is your duty to obey his orders. What is this to us? Will these paltry presents pay for the men we have lost, both in battle and on the road? Will they soothe the feelings of our friends? Will they make good your promises to us? For myself, I am an old man. I have lived long and always found the means of supporting myself, and I can do so still." LCD. End note. Although only chief of his band, he had great influence with the other chiefs. Above Winona was another large band of Indians who had their village on the west bank of the Mississippi, where the Presbyterian Mission now is, a few miles below St. Paul, whose chief was called Little Crow, a man of good sense and generally considered a good Indian. There was another small band who had their village at Mendota, which signifies the meeting of the waters. Note. Some of the tribes of the Northwest give to Mendota the significance of large or great, LCD, end note, whose chief was called Black Dog. He was not a man of much consequence. There was also another small band who had their village a short distance above, whose chief was Ponachon, a man of little note. Where the village of Shakopee now is, was an Indian village whose chief bore that name, which simply means 6. He possessed a good intellect, but was not popular among the traders, as he was considered very dishonest. At the Little Rapids was another village, called by the French Gens de Feuilles, or Leaf People. The name of their chief I do not recollect. There was a village of the Sissetons at the Rocher Blanc, above which I remember no others. The Sisseton and Yankton bands seldom made any regular villages, as they roved from place to place, encamping temporarily for the purpose of hunting, and that mostly among the buffaloes. Under the most unfavorable auspices have I written these reminiscences. With ill health, suffering a great part of the time with rheumatism and bad eyesight, bordering almost on blindness, I have not been able to prepare this narrative to my own satisfaction, and I fear not to the satisfaction of the Society. I have no doubt omitted many things that might have been interesting, but never having kept a journal or notes of events, I was obliged to depend upon memory, and frequently when writing, and having by a train of reflection recalled past events to mind, either my rheumatism or my eyes would admonish me that it was time to cease from my labors, and before I could recommence, I would probably forget the thread of my narrative. Nor have I been able to review what I have written. Learning that the Reverend Alfred Brunson had been invited to write a history of Crawford County, and that he intends to comply with the request, I have purposely omitted saying anything of the events of the county since he settled therein, believing that he will be able to do the subject more justice than I could, even were I in better health than I am, and had all my faculties about me. End of section 9. Section 10 of Articles from the Collections of the State Historical Society of Wisconsin, Volume 2, by Lyman Copeland Draper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Shaw's Narrative, by Colonel John Shaw. Note: this was dictated by Colonel Shaw and written down by Lyman C. Draper in the forepart of September 1855, and may be relied on as substantially correct. End note. I was born May 30th, 1783, in Johnstown, Montgomery County, New York. My father's name was Comfort Shaw, and my grandfather's was Daniel Shaw, who resided at Stonington, Connecticut, and was of Scotch descent. And at Stonington my father was born. Soon after the commencement of the Revolutionary War, fired by the patriotism of the times, my father, unable to obtain the permission of his parents to join the American Army, ran away at the age of 16 and effected the object so near his heart. He had from early life excelled in playing the spirit-stirring fife, and soon received the appointment of Fife Major and served several years in that capacity in the Army. He was present and participated in the memorable battles at Saratoga, and was among the first that scaled the enemy's breastworks on the 7th of October, 1777. My father was a man of unusual personal activity, and rendered his country long and faithful service in the War of Independence. Towards the close of 1780, he was united in marriage at Johnstown, New York, with Miss Mary Hollenbeck, whose father was John Hollenbeck, a native of Amsterdam, Holland, and who, when a young man, came to America and settled at Claverack on the Hudson. He married a New England wife and raised a large family, only one of whom was a son named after his father. This young John Hollenbeck early migrated to Johnstown and settled on a farm about 3 miles east of the village, and took with him his young sister Mary. I was the second of 8 children, all sons, 6 of whom grew to years of maturity, and 2 of my brothers, Nathaniel of Calhoun County and Comfort of Pike County, Illinois, both four-handed and respectable farmers, yet survive. When 3 years of age, I one forenoon accompanied my elder brother Daniel to the village school in Johnstown. A Mr. Throop, the adopted father of Enos T. Throop, since governor of New York, was the teacher. I was so terrified with his repulsive appearance, having very long eyebrows and a very unpleasant physiognomy, that I could never after be induced to attend school. What little education, therefore, I became possessed of was obtained by piecemeal and in a picked-up way. When I was 14 years of age, my father died, having been 4 years incapacitated by consumption for labor, and the two eldest boys, Daniel and I, had all the work to do in order to support the family. In the spring of 1808, when 25 years of age, I resolved to go to the Western country, as my younger brothers had now grown up and could more than fill my place in providing the family support. I had thought there was no chance to secure a competency in the old settlements, and I had formed an ardent desire to pass the Rocky Mountains and bathe on the shores of the Pacific. For a year prior to this period, I had carefully practiced the use of the gun and became very expert with it. I started that spring for Montreal, intending to journey with some party of the Northwest Fur Company, and by that means reach the remote West. But concluding this was not very practicable, I went up the St. Lawrence and along the shore of Lake Ontario to Niagara Falls, which latter I had first visited 2 years previously. There was only a single log house, nearly a mile from the falls, on the Canada shore, and at Black Rock I crossed the river and went to Buffalo, where there were about 30 wooden houses. From some of the Indians at Buffalo, I purchased a bark canoe and paddles and made the necessary outfit, and resolved to push on up Lake Erie and pursue the lake route to Green Bay, and employed 2 young men to accompany me. In consequence of a severe storm and the rock-bound shores of the lake, I changed my course. I had my canoe transported across the country in a wagon to Chautauqua Lake, where again launching my frail bark, I descended the lake, its outlet into French Creek, and finally entered the Allegheny. Continuing down the river, I stopped at Pittsburgh, Wheeling, Marietta, Limestone, now Maysville, Cincinnati, and Louisville, only long enough to rest and procure needful supplies. Thence I kept on down the Ohio and crossed the Mississippi on the 10th day of August, 1808, when I turned my course up the Mississippi by land to Cape Girardeau and St. Genevieve, at which latter place I well remember seeing Henry Dodge, then sheriff of that county, and since so distinguished in the West. Passing up to St. Louis, thence to Florissant, Portage de Sioux, and St. Charles, I then became acquainted with the celebrated Daniel Boone and family, together with nearly all the leading French families of these several Missouri settlements. Spending the ensuing autumn and winter at St. Louis, New Madrid, and the various settlements in then Upper Louisiana, and viewing the country, I early the next spring procured from Edward Bates, father of the present Honorable Edward Bates of St. Louis, an accomplished Marylander, then Secretary of Louisiana Territory, and in the absence of Governor Meriwether Lewis, acting governor, a license to search for gold and silver anywhere within the limits of that territory, then supposed to extend to the Pacific, still resolving to reach that distant ocean. I at once fitted myself out for a long journey and engaged Peter Spear and William Miller to accompany me in this adventure. I fully explained to them the dangers to be encountered, and if successful, I agreed that we should equally share the profits of the enterprise. We started from the extreme western settlement of Cape Girardeau County on the head of St. Francis River, where a few families then resided, and then pushed into the great western wilderness. Our route was very nearly upon what, I have since learned, was the 37th degree, or perhaps half a degree south of that parallel. We crossed a branch of White River, which I named the Currents, which it has ever since retained, and then Black River, and afterwards Spring River, which we followed to its source, where we found a very large spring, and hence the name of the stream. We next passed the main fork of White River, and then continued on westwardly until we reached the prairie country, and went beyond all the western headwaters of the Mississippi except the Arkansas and Missouri. We continued our journey, as I should judge, between 800 and 1,000 miles from the settlements. On our outward journey, we met with a number of friendly Indian parties of the Chickasaws, Choctaws, and Creeks or Muskogees engaged in hunting, who did not venture too great a distance beyond the western verge of the white settlements. But we had no difficulty with them. We encountered vast herds of buffaloes and occasionally large herds of wild horses. We judged from the buffalo trails that we passed near the Great Salt Rock, and a long distance beyond we came in view of the spurs of the Great Rocky Mountain chain. In this remote region, we one day, during the summer, met 3 men who proved to be the only survivors of a party of some 15 trappers who had penetrated high up the Missouri, when in 2 savage attacks by the Indians, all the others were slain, and these survivors were now directing their course to the Arkansas River and admonished us to desist our further journey westward. Not heeding these earnest admonitions, we kept on, and the next day discovered a party of 12 or 20 wild Indians, probably Comanches or Pawnees, chasing and catching wild horses with the lasso, which they used with great dexterity and success. We saw them in time to secrete ourselves, unseen by them, and had a full view of them for 3 or 4 hours in an immense prairie, and though generally perhaps not less than 5 miles distant from us, they once came within a mile of us in chasing the wild horses. Those engaged in the chase were, of course, mounted on well-trained steeds, while others were in groups on foot, taking care of the restless animals that had been taken. When these unwelcome Indians disappeared, we took the matter into serious consideration, and as painfully as I regretted to abandon our intended exploration to the Pacific, it seemed madness to attempt any further progress, and so we reluctantly turned our faces to the eastward, and when we got what we deemed pretty safe hunting ground in what is now eastern Kansas and western Arkansas and Missouri, we pitched our camp and went to hunting, mostly for beaver. We then little dreamed that the white settlements would extend to that region for the next 500 years. Our main camp was near the headwaters of one of the northern tributaries of the Arkansas, and having no traps, we procured the beaver musk and placed it some distance from the shore, which tempted the animals to go and smell it when we would secrete ourselves and shoot them. During the autumn of 1809, all of the year 1810, and the winter of 1810 to 11, we steadily pursued our hunting, and in the spring of 1811, we gathered and packed up all of our beaver, otter, and bear skins, about 50 beaver and otter, and about 300 bear skins, and 800 gallons of bear's oil, and making canoes or pirogues on one of the headwaters of White River, we conveyed our skins and oil to them by the 3 horses which we had taken with us in all our journeyings. The oil was carried in sacks made of bear skins, one being swung on either side of a horse. Lashing our boats together and trading off our horses to friendly Indians, we descended White River to the Mississippi, and thence, stopping briefly at one Turnbull's, an English planter, upon the high bluff where Vicksburg now stands, and at Natchez, we passed down the river and arrived at New Orleans about the 1st of May. Here another disappointment was in store for us. The embargo, then in force, put a total check to all exportation, and our cargo of furs, peltries, and oil, which found their market in Europe, were a drug in New Orleans. The large quantity of oil, if not soon shipped as the hot season had commenced, would become rancid and almost worthless. The result was that our large cargo, which at former rates would have brought between $2,000 and $3,000, we now sold for the mere pittance of $36. No language can depict my great disappointment, first in failing to reach the Pacific, and then all our hopes being frustrated in regard to the proceeds of our 2 years' hunt. The sickly season now approaching, I proceeded through the Choctaw Nation, accompanied by Spear, leaving Miller in New Orleans and never seeing him afterwards. We passed through the Choctaw and Chickasaw country to Colbert's Ferry on the Tennessee, and thence to Vincennes, and at length to St. Louis. While lodging about 30 miles north of New Madrid on the 14th of December, 1811, about 2 o'clock in the morning, occurred a heavy shock of an earthquake. The house where I was stopping was partly of wood and partly of brick structure. The brick portion all fell, but I and the family all fortunately escaped unhurt. At the still greater shock, note, since Colonel Shaw dictated this narrative, I have discovered by reference to Bradbury's published journal, kept at the time, and the writer then in the vicinity of New Madrid, that the first shock, in which the writers on that event convey the idea of being the severest, occurred on the morning of the 16th of December, and as Colonel Shaw was 30 miles distant from New Madrid, the center of these convulsions of nature on this first occurrence, and was there at the February shock, the latter doubtless appeared to him to be the most severe. LCD. End note. About 2 o'clock in the morning on the 7th of February, 1812, I was in New Madrid when nearly 2,000 people of all ages fled in terror from their falling dwellings in that place and the surrounding country, and directed their course north about 30 miles to Tewapati Hill on the western bank of the Mississippi, and about 7 miles back from the river. This was the first high ground above New Madrid, and here the fugitives formed an encampment. It was proposed that all should kneel and engage in supplicating God's mercy, and all simultaneously, Catholics and Protestants, knelt and offered solemn prayer to their Creator. About 12 miles back toward New Madrid, a young woman about 17 years of age, named Betsy Masters, had been left by her parents and family, her leg having been broken below the knee by the falling of one of the weight poles of the roof of the cabin. And though a total stranger, I was the only person who would consent to return and see whether she still survived. Receiving a description of the locality of the place, I started and found the poor girl upon a bed, as she had been left with some water and cornbread within her reach. I cooked up some food for her and made her condition as comfortable as circumstances would allow, and returned the same day to the grand encampment. Miss Masters eventually recovered. In abandoning their homes on this emergency, the people only stopped long enough to get their teams and hurry in their families and some provisions. It was a matter of doubt among them whether water or fire would be most likely to burst forth and cover all the country. The timberland around New Madrid sunk 5 or 6 feet, so that the lakes and lagoons, which seemed to have their beds pushed up, discharged their waters over the sunken lands. Through the fissures caused by the earthquake were forced up vast quantities of a hard, jet-black substance which appeared very smooth, as though worn by friction. It seemed a very different substance from either anthracite or bituminous coal. Note: the late Honorable Louis F. Lynn, a resident of St. Genevieve and for many years a member of the United States Senate from Missouri and a man of science, addressed a letter in 1836 to the chairman of the Committee on Commerce in which he speaks of the New Madrid earthquakes and distinctly mentions water, sand, and coal issuing from the vast chasms opened by the convulsions. LCD. End note. This Hegira, with all its attendant appalling circumstances, was a most heartrending scene and had the effect to constrain the most wicked and profane earnestly to plead to God in prayer for mercy. In less than 3 months, most of these people returned to their homes, and though the earthquakes continued, occasionally with less destructive effects, they became so accustomed to the recurring vibrations that they paid little or no regard to them, not even interrupting or checking their dances, frolics, and vices. The upper Mississippi Indians of all tribes commenced depredations on the frontiers of Missouri and Illinois in 1811 and early in 1812. Several persons were killed in different quarters. About 30 miles above the mouth of Salt River and fully 100 above the mouth of the Missouri was Gilbert's Lick on the western bank of the Mississippi, a place of noted resort for animals and cattle to lick the brackish water, and where a man named Samuel Gilbert from Virginia had settled 2 or 3 years prior to the spring of 1812. In that region, and particularly below him, were a number of other settlers. About the latter part of May 1812, a party of from 12 to 18 upper Mississippi Indians descended the river in canoes and fell upon the scattered cabins of this upper settlement in the night and killed a dozen or more people. At the time of this massacre, I was staying in the house of one riffle in that region, and hearing the alarm, I went in company with others in pursuit of the Indians and saw them at a distance as they were embarking in their canoes and soon disappeared to our view. This massacre in the Gilbert's Lick settlement caused great consternation along the Missouri frontier, and the people, as a matter of precaution, commenced forting. Some 7 or 8 forts or stockades were erected, to which a portion of the inhabitants resorted, while many others held themselves in readiness to flee there for safety in case it should be thought necessary. I remember the names of Stout's Fort, Wood's Fort, a small stockade at what is now Clarksville, Fort Howard, and a fort at Howell's Settlement, the latter nearest to Colonel Daniel Boone, but the people bordering immediately upon the Mississippi River, being less exposed to danger, did not so early resort to the erection of stockades. About this time, probably a little after, while I was engaged with 18 or 20 men in building a temporary stockade, where Clarksville now stands, on the western bank of the Mississippi, a party of Indians came and killed the entire family of one O'Neill, about 3 miles above Clarksville, while O'Neill himself was employed with his neighbors in erecting the stockade. In company with O'Neill and others, I hastened to the scene of murder and found all killed, scalped, and horribly mangled. One of the children, about 1.5 years old, was found literally baked in a large metal bake kettle or Dutch oven with a cover on, and as there were no marks of the knife or tomahawk on the body, the child must have been put in alive to suffer this horrible death. The oil or fat in the bottom of the kettle was nearly 2 inches deep. I went to St. Louis in company with Ira Cottle to see Governor Clark and ascertain whether war had been actually declared. This must have been sometime in June, but the news of the declaration of war against Great Britain had not yet reached there. In our return, I was strongly urged by the people to act as a spy or scout on the frontier, as I was possessed of great bodily activity, and it was well known that I had seen much woods experience. I consented to act in this capacity on the frontiers of St. Charles County, never thinking or troubling myself about any pecuniary recompense, and was only anxious to render the distressed people a useful service. I immediately entered alone upon this duty, sometimes mounted and sometimes on foot, and carefully watching the river above the settlements to discover whether any Indians had landed, and sometimes to follow their trails, learn their destination, and report to the settlements. Upon my advice, several of the weaker stockades were abandoned for 20 or 30 miles around and concentrated at a place near the mouth of Coover or Copper River, at or near the present village of Monroe. And there a large number of us, perhaps some 60 or 70 persons, were some 2 or 3 weeks employed in the erection of a fort. We named it in honor of the patriotic governor, Benjamin Howard, and between 20 and 30 families were soon safely lodged in Fort Howard. As the war had now fairly commenced, an act of Congress authorized the raising of 6 companies of Rangers, 3 to be raised on the Missouri side of the Mississippi, and the other 3 on the Illinois side. The Missouri companies were commanded by Daniel M. Boone, Nathan Boone, and David Musick. The commission of Nathan Boone was dated in June 1812 to serve a year, as were doubtless the others. The Indians, supplied by their British employers with new rifles, seemed bent on exterminating the Americans, always, however, excepting the French and Spaniards, who, from their Indian intermarriages, were regarded as friends and connections. Their constant attacks and murders led to offensive measures, but I did not serve on Russell and Edwards' expedition in September 1812 against the Indians in the Peoria region. During not only the year 1812, but the whole war, I acted as a spy and was in constant service. The Missouri Rangers, by the terms of their enlistment, were to supply themselves with horses, accoutrements, provisions, and provender, and they expected to have been mostly stationed and in service in the frontier settlements, but finding that they were chiefly required to scour the region beyond the verge of the settlements, They had necessarily to enter into some arrangements to procure their supplies, as they were too far from their homes to provide for their wants from that source. I was solicited by them to furnish these needed supplies, pledging me payment every 3 months, not doubting that they would promptly receive their own pay from the general government. I commenced furnishing these supplies early in the summer of 1812, when the Rangers were ordered to the frontiers, and these 3 Missouri companies were each to consist of 100 men and were nearly full, and all of them I supplied more or less. I furnished, upon an average, more than 150 of the Rangers during the whole war. These men could not apply to the government commissaries, had there been any in the country, and there were none, as from the nature of their enlistments, they were to provide for themselves. They had, in their individual capacity, made repeated efforts to procure supplies upon their own credit, but they met with very indifferent success. The millers and farmers would be running no small risk to dole out their surplus provisions to so many persons, of whose ability and good intentions to remunerate them they could know so little. It seemed necessary that some person should step forward and act in the capacity of commissary to supply the Rangers, and this I was induced to undertake at their urgent desire. I had become pretty well acquainted throughout the Missouri frontiers, and my anxious solicitude to serve the frontier settlers was also well known, and hence I could command the requisite credit from the millers and stock raisers of the country. I employed the necessary number of assistants to purchase and drive forward beef cattle, and hands to boat or wagon flour and other provisions to the frontier stations where wanted. At the same time, I continued to act as a spy, sometimes going in advance of my teams in places of danger. On more than one occasion have I thus discovered the Indians in time to retreat and save my men and teams. I remember in the spring of 1813 being at the head of 5 teams loaded with supplies, when at the fording of a large stream known as Paruke Creek in the northern part of St. Charles County, I discovered a party of 13 Indians concealed behind blinds formed of bent bushes or broken bushes stuck in the ground for a screen, and retreated in time to save both teams and loading. I then procured a large boat in which to transport the supplies up the river to the nearest point to Fort Howard, in order to avoid the danger to which we were exposed by the land route. Leaving my horse, I went up with a boat and met with no obstacle. Upon arriving at Fort Howard, so many reports came to the ears of my boatmen that they at first declined returning in the boat down Couver River a few miles to the Mississippi. When once into a large stream, they would feel perfectly safe, as they could keep out beyond the reach of danger. Couver River was very crooked and between 20 and 30 rods in width, and its banks generally low and sometimes overflowed back a considerable distance. At length, however, the boatmen consented to return, I agreeing to go ahead of them in a canoe to see that no Indians were ready to intercept them. Taking with me in the canoe one Joseph Claremont, we proceeded, and the large boat was to follow at a respectful distance until they should hear the report of 1 or more guns as a signal to retreat. The distance from the landing spot on Couver River to its mouth, by its sinuosities, was some 8 or 9 miles, though not exceeding 3 by land. When we had descended about 3 miles by the river, I discovered 3 or 4 Indian canoes on the northern bank of the stream when we were abreast of them, and knowing Indians were not far off, concluded to push ahead, and did so, but in less than a minute we heard a noise, and looking back we got a glimpse of 12 to 20 Indians rushing down the bank and jumping into their canoes, seizing their paddles, and pursuing after us. In a very short distance we fortunately turned a sharp wooded angle in the stream to the right, which screened us from the Indians, and there we ran a few rods up a small bayou and left the canoe, and ran about 1.5 miles up the stream, much of the way fully knee-deep in water on the overflowed bottom, and fearing the Indians might be near, we remained from about 10 o'clock in the forenoon till dark, some of the time in water up to our necks, when some men came from the fort only 1 mile distant, and conveyed us over the river and thence to the garrison that evening. The larger boat and crew also escaped. I can add nothing particularly to the statements given in the histories of the times relative to the occurrences at Forts Madison and Mason in April 1813. About the 1st of June following, Governor Howard resigned his governorship and accepted the appointment of Brigadier General in the United States service to command the 8th Military Department, then embracing the territory from the interior of Indiana to the frontier of Mexico. General Howard soon after visited Fort Howard, and upon the urgent solicitation of all the inhabitants that I should be continued in the spy service, as I had repeatedly discovered and given timely notice of the approach of Indian war parties, General Howard said, as he had no authority to appoint spies, he would use every exertion in his power to secure ample remuneration for such services as I had rendered, of which he had good evidence from the people and rangers, and which he desired I might continue, giving me a certificate, pledging himself to use his best exertions to secure for me pay from Congress or the War Department. He also commended my exertions in furnishing supplies for the Rangers. Shortly after General Howard's visit to Fort Howard, a strong apprehension was entertained by the people that the upper Mississippi Indians would descend the Mississippi in a body, and it was concluded that it was advisable to erect a fort directly on the bank of the river to watch and check any such movement of the enemy. About 8 or 10 miles above the mouth of Coover River on the eastern bank of the Mississippi is a large, well-known promontory or grit of sandstone, hence called Cape Au Gris, directly opposite to which, on the western shore, was the place selected for the new fort, which was soon erected and named Cape Au Gris Fort. Captain David Musick was placed in command there. It was less in size than Fort Howard, and some of the neighboring people took shelter there with their families. End of section 10. Section 11 of articles from the collections of the State Historical Society of Wisconsin, Volume 2, by Lyman Copeland Draper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Shaw's Narrative, Part 2. Sometime during the summer of 1813, I crossed the Mississippi to its eastern shore, 2 or 3 miles above Cape Au Gris, to see if there were any signs of Indians in that quarter. When about 3 miles east of the river, I discovered quite a large camp of Indians, somewhere, I thought, from 60 to 80 in number. I immediately retreated without being observed and hastened to Cape Au Gris with the intelligence. It was at once resolved to pursue, and it was only a question of numbers and a strife for the command. Lieutenant John McNair of the Rangers, a resident of St. Charles County, a nephew of Colonel Alexander McNair, afterwards governor of Missouri, was permitted to take the command at his own urgent request and selected 12 men for the service, together with myself for pilot. I strongly urged a larger number, but the lieutenant was headstrong and utterly rejected my advice. There were but a couple of small log canoes or dugouts in which to cross, and it required 3 trips to convey our small party of 14 over the river. We immediately pushed forward, I taking the lead as pilot, and soon came in sight of the encampment in which the Indians still remained. Each party discovered the other about the same moment, we having crossed a rise of ground which brought us within about 40 rods of the Indians, who, when they espied us, seized their arms and rushed towards us. Seeing that they outnumbered us 4 or 5 to 1, we instantly retraced our steps towards Cape Au Gris Rock, a distance of some 4 or 5 miles. It was a hot chase, the Indians rather gaining upon us, and when we arrived at the water's edge of the river about midday, we turned and fired upon the Indians, who were now within a few rods of us. They were momentarily checked and in turn fired upon us, killing McNair and 11 of the men instantly, while the 12th Ranger, one Weber, dressed in a yellow hunting shirt, jumped into the river, evidently intending to swim over to the fort, but was soon arrested by a ball and his lifeless body dragged ashore. Providentially, I was untouched and quickly turned down the riverbank, leaped a small stream at a single bound, and then running along the side of the dripping rock, closely pursued by 3 Indians who kept up the exciting race for about 1.5 miles, All this in full view of 200 persons at the fort on the opposite shore, who, from their distance and want of boats, were unable to render the least assistance. I gained so much on the Indians during that mile-and-a-half race that they abandoned the pursuit, the guns of the Indians and myself being alike empty. Not aware that my pursuers had given over the chase, I kept on as rapidly as I could for 2 or 3 miles when, turning a point on the river and seeing nothing of the Indians, I reloaded my gun and kept on at a slackened pace. In the night, when some 20 miles below Cape Augres, I made a raft of dry sticks fastened together with grapevines and crossed to the western bank of the river, and on the morning of the 3rd day reached Fort Howard, and the same day was escorted to Cape Augres Fort, where I was received with unaffected joy. I now learned that the Indians had horribly mangled the bodies of my unfortunate companions and left them with every mark of indecency and indignity their inventions could suggest, and they shook the wrecking scalps in bravado in sight of the whites on the distant opposite shore. Having secured the guns, clothing, and scalps of their victims, and fully indulged themselves in yelling and screaming a while like so many demons, seeming conscious of their own safety, as the whites could not at once cross, they at length departed, fearing to pass the river with only the 2 small dugouts, lest they should be ambuscaded. The Rangers did not venture over until the next day, and not then until they had brought the cannon in the fort to bear on the spot where their slain companions were. The fragments of their mangled bodies were gathered up, conveyed over the river, and buried near the fort. On the 16th of July, 1813, the Indians attacked Fort Madison. I do not remember the number of troops stationed there or their commander. The blockhouse, built especially to command the ravine, was doubtless located west or northwest of the fort, as the ravine circled around the west side and north end of the fort into the Mississippi. The Indians, having carried the blockhouse, now availed themselves of the shelter of the deep ravine and attempted to dig a passage into the fort, and continued at it for some time, but finally gave it up. This was the second attack on Fort Madison, in which 2 whites were killed and 1 wounded. On the 15th of August, 1813, Captain Nathan Boone and a party of spies under his command, while on a scout between the Mississippi and Illinois rivers, were attacked in the night by 3 times their number, but no lives were lost. About September following, I accompanied General Howard's expedition to Peoria, where a fort was erected. Major Nathan Boone and Major William Christie of St. Louis were along. I made but a short stay. When I returned, after I left, there were some Indian disturbances, and Major N. Boone and Captain Samuel Whiteside scoured the country. Robert Walsh, a lawyer, afterwards a judge of St. Louis, was an aide to General Howard. The latter part of October, on the return of the troops, there was some snow, and the men suffered considerably, some having worn out their shoes, killed their horses, and wound strips of the hide around their feet or made hide shoes. Early in November 1813, Fort Madison was evacuated and the buildings burned in consequence of the contractor failing to furnish that garrison with provisions, which caused much alarm and apprehension at the forts and settlements below. In consequence of the abandonment of this important position, Fort Johnston was built opposite the mouth of the middle fork of the Des Moines River on a high promontory on the eastern bank of the Mississippi. It was erected by the Rangers and Regulars, and among the officers were Lieutenant Bennett Riley and W.S. Harney, and Dr. Muir, afterwards of Galena. I was there during its erection. The next spring, for the same reason that Fort Madison had been abandoned, Fort Johnston was also evacuated and destroyed. It was, however, subsequently rebuilt and called Fort Edwards. Fort Mason, which was probably erected at the outbreak early in 1812, was located 15 or 20 miles above the mouth of Salt River on the west bank of the Mississippi. This, too, was abandoned not far from the 1st of May, 1814, about the same time as Fort Johnston. The famous Battle of the Sinkhole near Fort Howard occurred on the 24th of May, 1814. Some 2 or 3 nights previously, I made a narrow escape in riding in the night from Cape Augres to Fort Howard. When about half a mile from the latter, I heard a whistle on the charger or powder horn, and soon heard a party of Indians endeavoring to cut me off from the fort, when I took a circuit and evaded them by taking a bypath when they had waylaid the main trail, and thus I reached the fort in safety. Not long before the sinkhole affair, one Bernard was killed on Dardenne River, the next stream below Perook Creek, and about the same time one Wetley was killed near the crossing of Perook, and William Lynn, a ranger, within 30 rods of Cape Au Gris Fort. Lynn had gone into the edge of the woods to visit a whiskey jug he had secreted there when the report of several guns was heard. Lieutenant Massey went out in pursuit, but the Indians had crossed the river below where their canoes were and decamped. On the Cape Au Gris rock, opposite the fort, the Indians deliberately showed themselves when a young warrior about a dozen years of age advanced, exhibiting Lynn's scalp, and exclaiming in the Sauk language, "Come here, you Americans, and we will serve you the same way." Lynn's family at the time of his death were living in Woods Fort. Within a few days of this affair, a young man named Bowles went to a deer lick at the foot of the bluff, about 2.5 miles from Cape Au Gris, and was there shot and scalped. Of the sinkhole battle, fought on the 24th of May, 1814, near Fort Howard, I shall be able to give a full account, as I was present and participated in it. Captain Peter Craig commanded at Fort Howard. He resided with his father-in-law, Andrew Ramsey, at Cape Girardeau, and did not exceed 30 years of age. Drakeford Gray was first lieutenant, Wilson Abel the second, and Edward Spears third lieutenant. About noon, 5 of the men went out of the fort to Burns' deserted house on the bluff, about a quarter of a mile below the fort, to bring in a grindstone. In consequence of backwater from the Mississippi, they went in a canoe, and on their return were fired on by a party supposed to be 50 Indians, who were under shelter of some brush that grew along at the foot of the bluff near Burns' house, and about 15 rods distant from the canoe at that time. 3 of the whites were killed and 1 mortally wounded, and as the backwater, where the canoe was only about knee-deep, the Indians ran out and tomahawked their victims. The people in the fort ran out as quick as possible and fired across the backwater at the Indians, but as they were nearly a quarter of a mile off, it was, of course, without effect. Captain Craig, with a party of some 25 men, hastened in pursuit of the Indians and ran across a point of the backwater a few inches deep, while another party, of whom I was one, of about 25, ran to the right of the water with a view of intercepting the Indians, who seemed to be making toward the bluff or high plain west and northwest of the fort. The party with which I had started and Captain Craig's soon united. Immediately on the bluff was the cultivated field and deserted residence of Benjamin Allen, the field about 40 rods across, beyond which was pretty thick timber. Here the Indians made a stand, and here the fight commenced. Both parties treed, and as the firing waxed warm, the Indians slowly retired as the whites advanced. After this fighting had been going on perhaps some 10 minutes, the whites were reinforced by Captain David Musick of Cape Au Gris with about 20 men. Captain Musick had been on a scout toward the head of Couver River and had returned, though unknown at Fort Howard, to the crossing of Couver River about a mile from the fort and about 1.5 miles from the scene of the conflict, and had stopped with his men to graze their horses when, hearing the firing, they instantly remounted and dashed towards the place of battle, and dismounting in the edge of the timber on the bluff and hitching their horses, they rushed through a party of the Indian line, and shortly after the enemy fled, a part bearing to the right of the sinkhole towards Bob's Creek, but the most of them taking refuge in the sinkhole, which was close by where the main fighting had taken place. About the time the Indians were retreating, Captain Craig exposed himself about 4 feet beyond his tree and was shot through the body and fell dead. James Putney was killed before Captain Craig and perhaps 1 or 2 others. Before the Indians retired to the sinkhole, the fighting had become animated, the loading was done quick, and shots rapidly exchanged, and when one of our party was killed or wounded, it was announced aloud. This sinkhole was about 60 feet in length and about 12 to 15 feet wide and 10 or 12 feet deep. Near the bottom on the southeast side was a shelving rock under which perhaps some 50 or 60 persons might have sheltered themselves. At the northeast end of the sinkhole, the descent was quite gradual, the other end much more abrupt, and the southeast side was nearly perpendicular, and the other side about like the steep roof of a house. On the southeast side, the Indians, as a further protection in case the whites should rush up, dug under the shelving rock with their knives. On the sides and in the bottom of the sinkhole were some bushes, which also served as something of a screen for the Indians. Captain Musick and his men took post on the northeast side of the sinkhole, and the others occupied other positions surrounding the enemy. As the trees approached close to the sinkhole, these served in part to protect our party. Finding we could not get a good opportunity to dislodge the enemy, as they were best protected, those of our men who had families at the fort gradually went there, not knowing but a large body of Indians might seize the favorable occasion to attack the fort, while the men were mostly away, engaged in the exciting contest. The Indians in the sinkhole had a drum, made of a skin stretched over a section of hollow tree, on which they beat quite constantly, and some Indian would shake a rattle called shishuki, probably a dried bladder with pebbles within, and even for a moment would venture to thrust his head in view, with his hand elevated, shaking his rattle, and calling out, "Peace, peace," which was understood to be a sort of defiance, or, as Blackhawk, who was one of the party, says in his account of that affair, a kind of bravado to come and fight them in the sinkhole. When the Indians would creep up and shoot over the rim of the sinkhole, they would instantly disappear, and while they sometimes fired effectual shots, they in turn became occasionally the victims of our rifles. From about 1 to 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the firing was inconstant, our men generally reserving their fire till an Indian should show his head, and all of us were studying how he could more effectually attack and dislodge the enemy. At length, Lieutenant Spears suggested that a pair of cartwheels, axle and tongue, which were seen at Allen's place near at hand, be obtained, and a moving battery constructed. This idea was entertained favorably, and an hour or more consumed in its construction. Some oak floor puncheons, from 7 to 8 feet in length, were made fast to the axle in an upright position, and portholes made through them. Finally, the battery was ready for trial, and was sufficiently large to protect some half a dozen or more men. It was moved forward slowly and seemed to attract the particular attention of the Indians, who had evidently heard the knocking and pounding connected with its manufacture, and who now frequently popped up their heads to make momentary discoveries, and it was at length moved up to within less than 10 paces of the brink of the sinkhole on the southeast side. The upright plank did not reach the ground within some 18 inches, our men calculating to shoot beneath the lower end of the plank at the Indians. But the latter, from their position, had the decided advantage of this neglected aperture, for the Indians shooting beneath the battery at an upward angle would get shots at the whites before the latter could see them. The Indians also watched the portholes and directed some of their shots to them. Lieutenant Spears was shot dead through the forehead, and his death was much lamented, as he had proved himself the most active and intrepid officer engaged. John Patterson was wounded in the thigh, and some others were also wounded behind the battery. Having failed in the object for which it was designed, the battery was abandoned after sundown. Our hope all along had been that the Indians would emerge from their covert and attempt to retreat to where we supposed their canoes were left, some 3 or 4 miles distant, in which case we were firmly determined to rush upon them and endeavor to cut them totally off. The men generally evinced the greatest bravery during the whole engagement. Night now coming on, and having heard the reports of half a dozen or so of guns in the direction of the fort, by a few Indians who rushed out from the woods skirting Bob's Creek, not more than 40 rods from the north end of the fort. This movement on the part of the few Indians who had escaped when the others took refuge in the sinkhole was evidently designed to divert the attention of the whites and alarm them for the safety of the fort, and thus effectually relieve the Indians in the sinkhole. This was the result, for Captain Musick and men retired to the fort, carrying the dead and wounded, and made every preparation to repel a night attack. As the Mississippi was quite high, with much backwater over the low grounds, the approach of the enemy was thus facilitated, and it was feared a large Indian force was at hand. The people were always more apprehensive of danger at a time when the river was swollen than when at its ordinary stage. The men in the fort were mostly up all night, ready for resistance if necessary. There was no physician at the fort, and much effort was made to set some broken bones. There was a well in the fort, and provisions and ammunition sufficient to sustain a pretty formidable attack. The women were greatly alarmed, pressing their infants to their bosoms, fearing they might not be permitted to behold another morning's light. But the night passed away without seeing or hearing an Indian. The next morning a party went to the sinkhole and found the Indians gone, who had carried off all their dead and wounded except 5 dead bodies left on the northwest bank of the sinkhole, and by the signs of blood within the sinkhole, it was judged that well nigh 30 of the enemy must have been killed and wounded. Lieutenant Drakeford Gray's report of the affair made 8 of our party killed, 1 missing, and 5 wounded, making a total of 14. I had thought the number was nearer 20. Our dead were buried near the fort when Captain Musick and his men went over to Cape Augris, where they belonged, and of which garrison Captain Musick had the command. We that day sent out scouts, while I proceeded to St. Charles to procure medical and surgical assistance, and sent forward Doctors Hubbard and Wilson. It may be proper to remark that from the crossing of Couver River to Fort Howard was a mile, from the fort to the sinkhole half a mile, and nearly a quarter of a mile from the fort to Bob's Creek. The fort was an oblong square, north and south, and embraced about half an acre, with blockhouses at all the corners except the southeast one. Lieutenant Drakeford Gray was left in command there. He belonged in the New Madrid region and did not long survive the war. Captain Musick resided near Florissant and lived, I think, to a good old age. Black Hawk's published narrative of this affair, and particularly of all the preliminary incidents prior to taking refuge in the sinkhole, is quite strange and confused, and I can only account for it by supposing that he has related as occurring here what really transpired at a different time and occasion. He represents that there were only 18 Indians with him in the sinkhole, while there must have been more than twice as many. He speaks of only 1 Indian and 2 whites being killed, and that when they emerged from the sinkhole in the evening, they placed their dead Indian on top of a dead white man. Of this latter circumstance, I have no recollection. In July 1814, 2 families had been killed by the Indians in the Wood River settlement east of Alton. Their names were Moore and Reagan. Captain Samuel Whitesides, who shortly after served on Major Taylor's expedition, immediately pursued the Indians with some 30 to 50 Illinois Rangers. Being then in that region seeking supplies as commissary, I went along as a spy and volunteer. We trailed the Indians toward the junction of the Sangamon with the Illinois. We got distant glimpses of them several times in the hot pursuit, and just at the dusk of the evening, we last saw them enter a thicket in the bottom of the Illinois, just below the mouth of the Sangamon, where the Indians had probably left their canoes. We had chased them that day what we judged to be 60 miles, and 1 old Indian, wearied out, gave out and stopped on the prairie just before the other Indians entered the thicket. As several of our party approached him, the old fellow raised his gun and pointed it rapidly from one to another, as if to deter them from firing. But about a dozen fired and killed him. We camped near there that night and then returned home. In the spring of 1814, Governor Clark headed an expedition to Prairie du Chien, and there met the Indians of that immediate region in council and established a fort when he returned to St. Louis. But in July 1814, the British under Colonel Mackay or McCoy retook the place. Colonel Mackay's force must have been less than 200 whites, and perhaps 2,000 or 3,000 Indians. Note: this number is probably much too high. The newspaper accounts of that period speak of the Indian force being at least 1,000. It was the 17th of July, 1814, that Colonel Mackay appeared before and captured Prairie du Chien, LCD. End note. Of all the nations of the Northwest, except the Menominees, they descended to Wisconsin. Note: Mr. Stephen Taylor, who resided in Wisconsin from 1835 to 1843, and now controller of the city of Philadelphia, states in conversation that he learned from different sources that Colonel Mackay's forces encamped on what has ever since been known as English Prairie, on which is located the present village of Muskota, and from this circumstance the prairie derived its name. This prairie is some 15 miles in length and perhaps, upon an average, 2 in width, and is something like 40 miles above the mouth of the Wisconsin, LCD, end note. To the point where the high bluff on the eastern bank of the Mississippi terminates near the Wisconsin, there, on the northern bank of the Wisconsin, they landed and marched overland about 7 miles to Prairie du Chien. Colonel Mackay immediately sent a flag demanding the surrender of the fort, to which Lieutenant Perkins declined a compliance, as he said he would defend it to the last. An attack was at once commenced, and an assault upon the fort made by the large body of Indians there assembled. Upon this rush and attack upon the fort, Lieutenant Perkins concluded it would be folly to resist, and surrendered, and the greatest exertions were required on the part of Colonel Mackay to preserve Lieutenant Perkins and his men from the fury of the Indians, and his almost superhuman efforts to this end were at length successful. Lieutenant Perkins probably surrendered at discretion, as there could have been no time for securing any specific terms. Colonel Mackay paroled all the Americans and sent them down the river in the gunboat Governor Clark, and sent a force with them for safety until beyond Rock Island, but they were dogged all the way by a large number of canoes of Indians. After passing below the mouth of Rock River, the British escort withdrew, and in due time the gunboat arrived safely at St. Louis. Of Lieutenant Campbell's expedition, destined for the relief of Prairie du Chien in July 1814, I need say but little. The attack on Campbell was made about 3 miles above Rock Island, at a small island near the Illinois shore, ever since known as Campbell's Island. Lieutenant Campbell disobeyed orders, was heedless, and kept out no spies, and in the attack he was badly shot through the left wrist. He was known after the war as Major Campbell, and settled at Louisiana, about 1.5 miles below the mouth of Salt River, Missouri, and there lived many years. He was a great spendthrift and fond of drinking. He left 2 sons, sort of traders at Louisiana, who sometimes traded among the Indians. Major Zachary Taylor's expedition up the Mississippi to punish the Indians on Rock River for their hostile attacks took place in the latter part of August and early in September 1814. Having furnished a narrative of this affair for General Smith's History of Wisconsin, I shall only speak in a brief manner of some of the events connected with it. Since learning the particulars of Major Taylor's official report, I feel constrained to modify some of my former impressions. I must have been mistaken as to the extent of Taylor's force, as it was clearly less than I had supposed. I know there were 22 boats at the rendezvous, but most likely General Dodge's expedition up the Missouri at this time caused the diminution of the boats and force designed for Major Taylor. I accompanied Major Taylor. Near Rock Island, it was discovered that a large body of Indians had collected. It seemed to me that there were from 2,000 to 4,000 of them. The British had erected a battery on the left or eastern bank of the Mississippi. In a row with 2 real 12-pounders, they had 6 painted wooden guns, all on a knoll or elevation on the riverbank, and there were apparently some 50 men dressed in British uniform. Some of them may have been Indians so dressed. From Major Taylor's report, it is uncertain whether it was Reiter's boat which got aground and Captain Whiteside relieved, but I would not now say, as I did in my narrative to General Smith, that Captain Whiteside disobeyed orders in doing it. The attack occurred on a very bright morning. The preceding night was cloudy, very windy, with some rain. I still insist that the first cannonball from the British battery passed through Taylor's boat, called the Commodore, yet Taylor in his report says it was Hempstead's boat. It may be that Hempstead was the captain of the Commodore, while Taylor was commander of the expedition. It became necessary for someone to expose himself in order to cast a cable from a disabled boat which was drifting fast towards the shore where the Indians were to Captain Whiteside's boat, and one Paul Harpole greatly exposed himself in accomplishing the object. But having done this, he lingered, and one after another he shot at the enemy, 14 guns handed to him, when he himself was shot in the forehead and tumbled forward into the river, when his body was obtained by the Indians and cut up into 100 pieces. The crippled boat was saved, but poor Harpole's exploit, in which he lost his life, was the wonder and admiration of all. He was a young man of some 23 years of age and resided near Wood's Fort in Missouri, where he had always been celebrated for his strength and activity, and was possessed of much backwoods wit and humor. End of section 11. Section 12 of Articles from the Collections of the State Historical Society of Wisconsin, Volume 2, by Lyman Copeland Draper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ted Lienhart. Shaw's Narrative, Part 3. The prairie where Major Taylor halted to repair his boats and attend to the wounded was about 3 miles below the mouth of Rock River on the Illinois shore. There were, as Major Taylor states, a great number of Indian horses opposite the mouth of Rock River, and were doubtless placed there to decoy the whites on shore into an ambuscade. Though Major Taylor dated his report at Fort Madison, that fort had not been reoccupied. He must have stopped there, and there dated his dispatch. I may add that my object in accompanying the expedition was twofold: to furnish supplies, which I took along, to such of the Rangers as I had contracted to supply, and also to act, if needed, in the capacity of a spy or scout. The death of General Howard, after a 2 days' illness at St. Louis in September 1814, was a serious loss to me. The certificate which he had given me in 1813 I had carried with me in my pocket during my spying service in rains and storms until it got frequently wet and finally worn out, and I had relied on General Howard to make the proper application for me to obtain adequate compensation from government. But amid his multiplied public duties, he had neglected to make the necessary representation, so far as I know, to the War Department. Thus was I left at the close of the war without my certificate and General Howard in his grave. Early in the spring of 1815, while the Indians were still hostile, the young men of Cape Girardeau, St. Genevieve, and parts of St. Charles and St. Louis counties, to the number of 750, formed themselves into a regiment with a view of offering their services to the government for the protection of Upper Louisiana. Meeting at Cape Girardeau, I was chosen colonel and Levi Roberts major of the new regiment. The Rangers had been disbanded, perhaps the preceding fall. 250 of the regiment embodied at Portage de Sioux about April 1815, and taking the command, I marched them up the Mississippi to Rock Island, and finding no enemy there, we went across towards the Illinois River, crossing Spoon River, and on the Illinois we met an express from Governor Clark from St. Louis with the news of peace, stating that all hostilities would cease and a treaty be held at Portage de Sioux in June, to which the Indians were invited. Returning home, and the war now ended, no report was made of the organization of the regiment or of our scout, and now we disbanded. I was present at the Treaty of Portage de Sioux, which was concluded on the 18th of July. Governor Clark, Governor Edwards of Illinois, and Governor Auguste Choteau of St. Louis were the commissioners, and Colonel René Paul, Choteau's son-in-law, was appointed French and English interpreter. My pecuniary condition was, at this time, exceedingly unpleasant. I was now about $30,000 in debt for supplies furnished the Rangers, and not a cent had they received for their services during the war, owing, I believe, to the culpable withholding of the pay on the part of the paymasters, who probably used it for purposes of speculation rather than the inability or inattention of government to pay it. The Rangers getting no pay, of course I got none. In some instances, the paymasters bought up the Rangers' claims at a reduced price and paid for them in goods. The balance due the Rangers was finally paid towards the close of 1815, but as they lived in various parts of the country, and many of them were irresponsible, I eventually lost $13,684.93, all in consequence of the Rangers not getting their pay while in service, for had they been paid then, I should have promptly received mine. After collecting all I could from every quarter, I was still over $8,000 in debt, which I ultimately paid to the last farthing by boating and other operations during the ensuing 4 years. My creditors, knowing the object for which I purchased supplies of them, and knowing also how I had suffered heavy pecuniary loss by the Rangers failing to get their pay promptly, never charged me any interest. I mention this to their credit. Though the Indians at the Treaty of Portage de Sioux had promised to be peaceful, there were individual exceptions. Relying upon the treaty and the good faith of the Indians, the enterprising whites pushed out up the river, while, as the sequel proved, not a few of the Indians were yet hostile in their feelings. Several whites were attacked by these malcontents during 1815. Among them was John York Sawyer, a Vermonter, afterwards a circuit judge of Illinois, who was one of a party in a boat ascending the Mississippi and had landed on the west bank of the river about 12 miles below the present city of Dubuque at a place known as Butte des Morts, where they were attacked and several killed. Sawyer, a very corpulent man, succeeded in secreting himself in a sinkhole back of the river hill, where he remained 3 days without food and then escaped. John S. Miller, another of the party, who was a blacksmith, managed, together with his wife, in some way to reach an island, yet known as Miller's Island, where they remained nearly a month before they were taken off. Miller afterwards settled at Galena, where he died about 1843. About this period, Dr. Muir of the United States Army, whom I had seen at Fort Johnston in 1814, was at Prairie du Chien when his life was threatened, and he was saved by a young Sauk squaw whom he married and by whom he raised a family. Dr. Muir often related to me the incidents of his wife's heroism in saving him, but the particulars I have forgotten. Like most of persons connected with the Army, he was too fond of liquor, otherwise he might have risen to a distinction in usefulness. Note: in conversation with Mr. Horace Smead of Grant County, who resided in the neighborhood of Galena from 1827 to 1833, we learned further of Dr. Muir that he was a Scotchman, a good physician, educated at Edinburgh, that trading with the Winnebagoes, a plan was concocted in the winter to kill him, when a young squaw apprised him of it and secreted him in a cave and supplied him with food till the alarm passed away. In gratitude to his deliverer, he took her with him as his wife and settled at Galena and raised several children. Dr. Muir was afterwards among the very first settlers at Keokuk, where he carried on the Indian trade and where he died, after which his family joined the Indians. LCD. End note. In the fall of 1815, I went up the Mississippi with a boat properly manned on a trading voyage. The Indian traders on the upper Mississippi, purchasing goods at St. Louis, were desirous of making payment by remitting lead from the mines on Fever River, which they had received in trade from the Indians, and which was of their own smelting and manufacture from the mineral. This promised to open up a new field of trade and commerce, but the process of boating up the Mississippi at this period was at times quite tedious. The boats were propelled upstream by means of poles and sails, and with a favorable wind, 110 miles have been accomplished in a single day. From 12 days to a month were requisite for the voyage from St. Louis to Prairie du Chien, while the descending trip was made in from 6 to 10 days. I had conversed with Indians at the treaty at Portage de Sioux and at St. Louis about trading with them and asking their permission to build a sawmill in their country if I could find a suitable locality, as it was a pine region and pine lumber was then worth $70 a thousand in St. Louis. I now started to carry out these views. At the place now called Bellevue in Iowa, about 15 miles below Galena and about 6 below the mouth of Fever River, I stopped and found a water power which I judged would fully answer my purpose. Here a small stream flowed into the Mississippi, and some 30 or 40 rods above its mouth was a fine locality for a mill, and logs could be rafted down to Wisconsin and other streams upon which the pine grew abundantly, as I had learned from traders and Indians in that quarter. The Indians had previously informed me that if I should go up for such a purpose, I must obtain written permission of the government. I now had a regular license from Governor Clark the superintendent of Indian Affairs, to trade with the Indians. There were a few Indians then encamped at this Bellevue locality, and others collected while I remained, so that in all there were 300 or 400 warriors and many more squaws and children assembled there. I soon discovered but little feeling of friendship on the part of the Indians towards the Americans. I had a talk with them, reminding them of their promises to me and my wish to trade at that point and erect a mill there. After I had distributed presents during several days to the amount of $300 in value, and concluding that they had obtained all they could, they said they had been consulting about the matter and declined to grant my request, that doubtless many whites would be soliciting similar favors and privileges, and one grant of this kind would pave the way for another, and they must firmly deny all, that they must check the advance of the whites, for if one should go into their country, others, like swarms of bees, would follow. They constantly begged for whiskey, of which I had none. I now proceeded on to Prairie du Chien, and there engaged in some little traffic. The place was much scattered and sparsely settled. There were some 50 or 60 dwelling houses, and all the people could speak the English, French, and Indian languages, and all imperfectly. There were perhaps 3 or 4 permanent traders located there, and during the warm season of the year, some 50 or more would resort there, and late in the fall scatter abroad to their several trading stations on the upper Mississippi and its numerous tributaries. This had been the custom for many years. I do not think there was an American resident at Prairie du Chien. The traders were polite and kind, and their hospitality was both general and generous, and while they drank freely, it was regarded as disgraceful to get drunk. Mr. James Aird, a Scotch trader, had been 37 years in the upper Mississippi country, making Prairie du Chien generally his place of summer resort. Joseph Rolette, Antoine and Michael Brisbois, Francis Boutelier, Jean-Baptiste Saint-Jean, Monsieur Tiercourt, Monsieur Burnett, Monsieur Palin, and many others were among the traders. All these traders had families, and mostly by Indian wives, but Michael Brisbois had a fine French wife. In Brisbois' family was a beautiful girl named Fisher, whose parents, early settlers there, were dead. Note: when Captain Pike visited Prairie du Chien in 1805, he speaks of Fisher as an American and a prominent man of the place. He then had the title of captain and judge, and probably then filled those positions. LCD. End note. And Joseph Rolette was said to have married this young girl when she was only 10 years of age. Rolette was regarded as the largest trader there and reputed wealthy. The marriage of the traders with squaws was without ceremony and to last only for a single trading season. The trader would make the engagement with the parents of the young squaw, to whom he would make liberal compensation, and by making a permanent marriage, the trader's business would be increased. When the trader renewed his engagement for his squaw wife for 2 or 3 years in succession, he generally then kept her for life. I remained a few weeks in Prairie du Chien and then returned without molestation to St. Louis, taking down a few skins and hides, but the trip was unprofitable. I learned, while at Prairie du Chien, that the people there had chiefly depended upon the traders bringing flour and other supplies from Mackinac, but their remoteness from the older settlements would now render it necessary to engage in farming and raise large crops of wheat, and that arrangements were then making for that purpose. I thought it would be a good locality for a grist mill, and promised the people that I would erect one, for which there was sufficient water power at Fisher's Coulee, 4 miles above Prairie du Chien. This promise was gratifying to them, as they had no mode of grinding except sometimes to hitch a horse to a sweep and grind on a small scale with a band and small stone, hence called a band mill. About June 1816, I returned to Prairie du Chien with a large boat and full load of merchandise and provisions, I then being but a common carrier for others. The post at Rock Island was then occupied and commanded by Major Willoughby Morgan. This post was commenced the previous year. On this visit, I believe, I found a detachment of U.S. troops arrived at Prairie du Chien shortly before me, perhaps from 50 to 150 in number, but I have forgotten the name of the commanding officer. Their arrival was very unwelcome to the settlement generally. They were occupying and repairing the old fort on the bank of the river at the upper part of the town. Having discharged my load, I descended to Fever River as I had orders from St. Louis merchants to bring down lead from the traders in payment for goods they had purchased there. Reaching a point then known as Kettle Chief's Prairie, note, probably named after the Fox chief Kettle, who was killed in 1830 by a war party of Sioux and Menomonies, as related by Judge Lockwood, vide page 170-171 of this volume, LCD, end note. Some little distance below where Cassville now is, perhaps 15 or 18 miles, I there met the traders upon whom I had the orders, and some 2,000 or 3,000 Indians congregated, holding a sort of jubilee just after their corn planting, swigging whiskey, and invoking the blessing of the Great Spirit upon their crop. The traders requested me to go down to the mouth of the Fever River, and there await their sending the lead down. They were very anxious that I should take it down to St. Louis for them, and they had it piled up at the very spot where Galena now is. This I refused, as I could not consent to wait so long, and asked to go up with my boat. This request the Indians refused, saying that, quote, the Americans must not see their lead mines, end quote, as they were particularly suspicious of Americans, but did not cherish the same feelings towards Frenchmen with whom they had been so long connected and associated. Speaking as I did the French as fluently as I did the English, the traders declared to the Indians that I was a Frenchman, and all my boatmen, which was true, were French voyageurs. The Indians, with very little persuasion, consented that I might go to their smelting establishments. About 200 Indians jumped upon my boat, while others followed in canoes, and we pushed on to the spot. There was no Indian town there, but several encampments and no trading establishment. There were at least 20 furnaces in the immediate neighborhood, and the lead was run into plaques or plats or flats of about 70 pounds each. These flats were formed by smelting the mineral in a small walled hole in which the fuel and mineral were mingled, and the liquid lead run out in front into a hole scooped in the earth, so that a bowl-shaped mass of lead was formed therein. The squaws dug the mineral and carried it in sacks on their heads to the smelting places. I loaded 70 tons of lead in my boat, and still left much at the furnaces. This was the first boatload of lead from Galena. The Indians had often previously taken lead in small quantities in their canoes to Portage de Sioux and St. Louis for purposes of barter. In the course of that year, I made 2 other trips in the trade to Prairie du Chien, and also trips in 1817, 18, 19, and 20, making altogether 9 trips. Note, in a letter dated at Prairie du Chien, June 7, 1818, it is stated, quote, since you left this place, there have been several arrivals at different times from St. Louis, among whom were Mr. Bolivan, who is now Indian agent and civil magistrate, Colonel McNair, Major Fowler, Mr. Shaw, and Lieutenant, now Captain, Hickman and lady. In 2 hours after his arrival, Colonel Chambers started for St. Louis. Whether he will return, I do not know. Hickman now commands this post, end quote. American State Papers, Public Lands, Volume 4, 33, LCD, end note. I am not certain that I took more than one other trip up Fever River for a load of lead, for the traders, now making all their purchases at St. Louis, would carry down their own lead and take back a new supply of goods suitable for the Indian trade. After the peace of 1815, and all was settled down again and quiet in the Northwest, the channel of the Indian trade was completely changed, from Mackinac, where it had so long centered, to St. Louis, as it was found far more accessible, and by this time there were several heavy establishments of merchandise selected with special reference to this trade. In 1818 I built a grist mill, as I had promised, at Fisher's Coulee, 4 miles above Prairie du Chien. It had but a single run of stones, and eventually proved a source of expense to me, but a matter of great convenience to the people. Lieutenant Colonel Talbot Chambers went up to Prairie du Chien in 1817 in my boat and assumed the command of the garrison. Colonel Chambers loved to make a display, was fond of drinking freely, and was naturally tyrannical and overbearing. and when intoxicated was desperate and dangerous. Once, when so inflamed with liquor, he chased a young female into the house of Jacques Menard, with no good motive for doing so, when Menard reproached him, upon which Chambers ordered a file of 25 soldiers to tie him up, strip, and give him 25 lashes with a cat-o'-nine tails, well laid on. While the preparations were making for carrying this inhuman order into effect, a son of Nicholas Boylvan, a bright and handsome youth of some 10 years of age, ran up and commenced crying and pleading in behalf of Menard, not wishing to see one of the citizens thus humiliatingly punished in public. After 2 or 3 blows were struck, Colonel Chambers ordered the drummer to cease. Menard was a clever citizen, cultivated a large farm, and had a worthy family of quarter-bloods. Colonel Chambers inflicted corporal punishment in several instances, and finally, for cutting off both ears of one soldier and one of another, was tried and cashiered, and then descended the Mississippi, went to Mexico and joined the army there, and had risen to about the rank of colonel in that service, and was in the Mexican army at the surrender of the city of Mexico to General Scott. It was in consequence of Colonel Chambers' petty tyrannies, the civil law not being much in force or very effectual, that I abandoned all idea of settling at Prairie du Chien, and all the designs of improvement I had formed, and sold my mill at a sacrifice. In 1819, I proceeded up Black River to the first fall, about 6 feet descent, and erected a sawmill on the southeastern bank of the stream. I had barely got it fairly going when hundreds of Winnebagoes came there in a starving condition and importuned me incessantly for everything I had for eating or wearing purposes, and I was thus soon left without supplies and returned to Prairie du Chien. The next spring I went up there again and found the Indians had burned the mill. I then rafted down a quantity of pine logs I had cut the previous year. These were the first mills erected in western Wisconsin. In the early part of 1821, I commenced clearing and settling a farm between the Mississippi and Illinois rivers at the point where Gilead is now located, and from year to year extended my farming operations until I cultivated 1,200 acres in 1 year and had nearly 400 head of cattle. In 1822, I was chosen to represent Pike County in the Illinois legislature, and my district then embraced all the country northwest of the Illinois River to the northern limits of the state. I was the anti-slavery candidate and in favor of a new convention. Note: Nicholas Hansen contested the seat with Colonel Shaw. Parties ran high in the state, and the legislature was very closely balanced. 2 questions then seemed to be the all-absorbing matters of interest. One was the re-election of Jesse B. Thomas as United States Senator, and the other was the calling of a new convention to revise the Constitution of the state. Governor Ford, in his History of Illinois, remarks, quote, Hansen would vote for Thomas, but Shaw would not. Shaw would vote for the convention, but Hansen would not. The party had use for both of them, and they determined to use them both, one after the other. For this purpose, they first decided in favor of Hansen, admitted him to a seat, and with his vote elected their United States Senator. And then, towards the close of the session, with mere brute force and in the most barefaced manner, they reconsidered their former vote, turned Hansen out of his seat, and decided in favor of Shaw, and with his vote carried their resolution for a convention. LCD. End note. I was twice subsequently chosen to the legislature, though others managed to get their certificates of election. I repeatedly held the office of county commissioner, was 23 years postmaster, and over 20 years a magistrate. For 29 years I continued farming and purchasing lands until, at one time, I owned 30,000 acres in Illinois and Missouri. In 1841, I was induced to build a steamboat, and it was the first one built on the Mississippi above St. Louis. It bore my own name by special desire of many friends, and the total loss of the boat a year after caused me a loss of $80,000. This so broke me up that, in 1845, I came to Wisconsin, and after exploring all the northern part of the territory, I finally located the present site of St. Marie on a beautiful bank of Fox River in Marquette County, where I removed in 1846 and where I still reside. On the opposite bank of Fox River is a large spring called by the early French La Côte Sainte-Marie. In 1852, I lost my eyesight, which I have partially recovered early in 1855 as a result of surgical operations in New York City, but not sufficiently restored to enable me to read or write. I am now in my 73rd year, 5 feet and 5 inches in height, with dark eyes, hair, and complexion, and weighing about 140 pounds, never having drank spirituous liquors, used tobacco, or indulged in games of chance, and am still generally healthy and active. I was never married. I have been almost 50 years a Western pioneer, and during this time have served my country to the best of my ability. I have run many a narrow chance of my life in defense of the exposed frontier settlers. Commencing 40 years ago, I have been a pioneer in the commerce, navigation, milling, lumbering, and lead trade of Wisconsin, and in every situation in life, I have aimed to prove myself honest, patriotic, enterprising, and useful. These reflections are a comfort and consolation to me in my old age. End of section 12. Section 13 of Articles from the Collections of the State Historical Society of Wisconsin, Volume 2, by Lyman Copeland Draper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Memoir of Thomas Pendleton Burnett, by Alfred Brunson, Part 1. At the request of the Historical Society of the State, I have compiled the following pages, mostly from the papers and correspondence left by Mr. Burnett. Being his father-in-law, I should be readily excused from eulogizing him. I have avoided the selection of such passages in his correspondence as might be calculated to give offense to the living or the friends of the dead, except perhaps in a few instances where it seemed necessary to do justice to the subject. I have omitted names where the subject matter might be offensive, if I could do so without marring the interest of the history. The writing has been done in detached portions of time, snatched from other vocations, and in connection with the examination of some 1,500 letters and papers, to ascertain which and what had reference to the subject in hand, and of course is not as perfect in composition as it might be, not having had time to copy. But among the most sensible of readers, a simple, unvarnished statement of facts is of more interest than highly colored, wire-drawn details of matters uninteresting in themselves. Some matters herein set forth may be of little interest to a certain class of readers, while they will prove very much so to others. In a work of this kind, variety is necessary to suit all kinds of taste. The historian of Wisconsin and the lawyer will find some things of interest to them, and it is hoped that the citizen, the student, the politician, and especially the friends of the deceased will be gratified with the perusal of the whole. Thomas Pendleton Burnett, son of John and Judith Burnett, was born in Pittsylvania County, Virginia, on the 3rd day of September, A.D. 1800. Of his parentage and family I have but little knowledge. From his name and place of nativity, we naturally infer that his family must have been connected, but how nearly or remotely we know not, with some of that name who hold honorable relation to the Old Dominion. Mr. Burnett, however, never boasted of his descent from one of the first families of Virginia, nor did he depend upon the merit or fame of his ancestor to give him an honorable position in society. He depended upon his own merits, arising from his own native talents, acquirements, enterprise, worth, and industry, and whatever he was in the estimation of others, he claimed to be a self-made man, having, as the sage of Ashland once said of himself, inherited nothing from his parents but existence, ignorance, and poverty. His father emigrated to Bourbon or Spencer County, Kentucky, when Thomas was but a child. From his letters I learned that he had 3 brothers, George W., William, and John C., and one sister, Emily A., who married J.H.D. Street, now of Iowa. His education was such as the common schools of the country then afforded, with an academy at some county seat. He was raised to farming, but aspiring to the profession of the law, he sought a suitable education with that view. The circumstances of his father not admitting of his aiding his son in his laudable design, he, like young Webster, was thrown on his own resources to obtain it. But not having the New England colleges to repair to, he availed himself of an academy with some private instruction from gentlemen who delighted to aid him in his studies. He wrought with his own hands a part of the time to obtain means with which to attend school the other part, and when he was sufficiently advanced to teach school, he did so a part of his time, prosecuting his studies as best he could when not so engaged. While reading law, he was favored with some minor offices, such as constable, deputy sheriff, etc., from the fees of which he derived a scanty means of support. Soon after he was admitted to the bar, he settled himself in Paris, Kentucky, and commenced its practice. Here he was often compelled to encounter some of the ablest lawyers in that chivalrous state. This, however, instead of being detrimental, was a benefit to him, because being resolved to succeed in his profession, the sharp rubbing he received from his elder brethren at the bar served to nerve him up to greater effort to meet, and if possible to vanquish, those legal Goliaths, and by availing himself of the points they raised and the authorities they cited against him, when they changed sides on similar cases, he was able to hurl back at them their own thunder, now made his own by adoption. By these means, added to untiring application, he gained considerable eminence for a young man in a short space of time, so that for 2 years he filled the responsible place of district attorney. At this time, the contest for the presidency was pending between John Quincy Adams and Andrew Jackson. In this, Mr. Burnett espoused the cause of the latter, and it seems that he was so active a partisan of that cause that it brought him into favorable notice and fraternal feelings with such men as Colonel R.M. Johnson, Thomas Marshall, W.T. Berry, N. Davis, and others of the same school, who were his fast friends at Washington and aided him in his future enterprises in that direction when, in accordance with the spirit of the successful party, he sought a portion of the spoils in the shape of an office. The difficulties, however, attending the distribution of political favors, where there are so many more applicants than there are offices to fill, prevented his succeeding according to his wishes. From a letter to him from Mr. Berry, it seems that he sought a clerkship in Washington, but was informed not only that the places were filled, but that the salary, $1,000, would not pay the expenses of a married man, and he was advised to accept of an office on the frontier, where, though the salary was less, the expenses were so much lower as to make it more profitable, and further, the prospect of rising to some higher place on the frontier was so much greater in a new country than at the capital as to make it preferable to the other. He was accordingly appointed sub-Indian agent at Prairie du Chien, October 15, 1829, under the agency of the late General J.M. Street. But during the pendency of this question, being in suspense whether to accept it or not, an incendiary set fire to the town of Paris, which threatened its entire destruction. In this emergency, though he had not a cent at stake, he exposed himself in his exertion to arrest the fire and save the property of others to an extent that nearly cost him his life. A wall of hot bricks fell upon him, which not only broke, but literally crushed one of his lower limbs, from the effects of which he was confined to his bed and room for 7 months, and left him a cripple the remainder of his life, causing him to limp as he walked. As though the cup of his affliction was not yet full, while his sufferings were intense and his life despaired of, his ungrateful wife left him to be cared for by others and never returned to her duty in the relation of a wife. It will be seen hereafter that there was no cause on his part for this desertion, and that both his and her friends justified and approved his suing for a divorce from her at a subsequent period. The disaster at the fire disabled him for business. His practice, of course, passed into other hands, and his funds were nearly exhausted. The idea of beginning anew to regain his practice being rather gloomy, he concluded to accept the office offered to him in the Indian Department and arrived at Prairie du Chien in June 1830. From some letters from his Kentucky friends, it would appear that this country, its then inhabitants, and the duties assigned him in his agency did not exactly suit his taste or meet the preconceived idea he had formed of it. But as he became better acquainted with matters and things connected with his residence, his duties, and the country, he became passionately attached to them all. At the time of his arrival in the country, there were but 2 or 3 American families in the place, except in the garrison, Fort Crawford. But the major part of the inhabitants, some 400 in number, were Canadian French and half-breeds who spoke only French, with some Indian languages, all of which were to him unknown tongues. A post office had been established for the benefit of the garrison, agency, and traders, but communication with the States by mail or otherwise was seldom and uncertain, the next nearest post office on the south being Galena, and there being no regular contractor to carry the mail. 8 weeks sometimes intervened between the arrival of the mails. To give an idea of his duties, as well as to preserve an item of the early history of Wisconsin, I copy the first letter of instructions which he received soon after his arrival at this place, from General Street, the Indian agent, dated July 1st, 1830. Quote, "Sir, you will please to remain at the lower part of the village of Prairie du Chien until otherwise directed, and occasionally visit the quarters of General William Clark, Superintendent of Indian Affairs at St. Louis, and receive and perform all that he may require of me as agent during the time I may be absent. You will particularly attend to and draw provisions for all the Winnebago Indians, except those living in the superintendency of General Cass, and if any Winnebagoes from Rock River attend and wish you to draw them provisions and attend to them, you will do so and report the case to me. If at any time a special requisition to see me is made, you will please hire some person to come immediately to my house for me. I shall be obliged to you to copy and hand to General Clark my letter on the difference between the Indians, and if desired, a list of the principal men attending and where from, also the number of Indians and where from." End quote. The residence of General Street at that time was at the north end of the prairie, about 5 miles from the fort, the usual place of doing business. These instructions therefore laid upon Mr. Burnett all the active duties of the agency, except when special calls for the agent occurred, and required of him the clerking labor and traveling to and from St. Louis to hand to General Clark the reports and returns made by the agent. At that time, this place was entirely within the Indian country. The beautiful prairie, 7 miles long, and from 2 miles wide at the south end to a point at the north end, was from its earliest settlement by the traders and their employees, say 1747, given by common consent of the Indians to the French and other settlers, and was, previous to 1793, divided off into farm and village lots. The farms fronting on the river or sloughs and running back to the bluffs being of different widths, as agreed upon by the claimants. These claims were subsequently confirmed by Jay's Treaty and an Act of Congress, and in 1823 the evidence of settlement was taken, and in 1828 the claims were surveyed by order of the government. St. Louis was then the emporium of trade, and the headquarters of the Army and Indian Department, and the center of mail facilities for all this upper country. This caused frequent journeys for the agents to obtain supplies of money, provisions, annuity goods, and to make returns and reports to the superintendent, as well as to receive instructions. These journeys were performed in summer by the occasional steamboats which ascended and descended the river, but if no boat came along at the time, the voyage was made in a canoe, or by land through the wilderness 500 miles. Steamboats ascended this high only when government supplies were sent to the agency or the army. The traders availed themselves of such opportunities to get up their goods and send away their furs and peltries. The friends of Mr. Burnett in Kentucky felt a strong solicitude for his safety and a great curiosity to know how a Kentucky lawyer would act in such a place, and especially in an Indian council. His correspondence at that time shows that their imaginations were in active flights of fancy, and pictured him out in a citizen's dress, but seated on the ground by the side of huge Indian chiefs, with a long Indian pipe in his mouth, smoking peace with the stalwart sons of the forest. Some thought that in a few weeks he could dispense with interpreters and talk himself with the 4 or 5 different tribes who did business at the agency. Some feared he would fall a prey to savage ferocity, while others supposed he could, if need be, fight his way through their ranks at pleasure. Notwithstanding the remoteness of the place from civilization and the sparseness of the population, say 300 or 400, Courts had been instituted under the laws of Michigan, which then extended its jurisdiction over this country. What is now Wisconsin was divided into Brown and Crawford counties by a line running north and south through Portage, where Portage City now stands, and all that part of Crawford south of the Wisconsin was set apart as Iowa County, October 9, 1829. The courts for Brown County were held at Green Bay, those of Crawford at Prairie du Chien, and those of Iowa at Mineral Point. Judges, justices of the peace, sheriffs, and constables were in being. Under these circumstances, Mr. Burnett had some practice as a lawyer. As a specimen of the surprise and amusement this fact produced among his old friends in Kentucky, I give the following extract of a letter from G.W. Williams, Esquire, dated Paris, Kentucky, February 17, 1831. Quote, I am much gratified to learn, as I did by your letter, that you are well and in good spirits, and what is perhaps nearly as comfortable, able to make something approaching respectability by the practice of the law. Heavens, who would have thought a sustenance could be made at Prairie du Chien at law, whilst in the commercial and moneyed states, the most industrious and talented scarcely receive more than 3% upon the capital invested, upon which an average may be estimated at about $20 office rent, $5 for wood in winter, and $100 for books. I am equally well pleased to learn that you are better satisfied with the country and your location than you at first anticipated would be the case. By the by, how do you get along with your sublime talks and big speeches with the Indians? I presume by this time you scarcely stand in need of an interpreter, but can converse in their language with some degree of facility. I wish you would in your next give me a specimen of one of your talks. End quote. Mr. Burnett's subsequent prominence in the country of his adoption naturally excites the desire to know his character and standing in the society he had left when he came here. Of this we gain some knowledge by the letters he received after his arrival. Nathaniel Davis, under date of July 15, 1830, says, quote, I had the satisfaction of examining a letter from you in which you speak of the habits, customs, and manners of the people of your country, as well as its situation. Your friends here appear to be all anxiety for your safety and prosperity. You have no correct idea of the number of your friends, nor of the lively interest they seem to evince both for your welfare and happiness. A person's absence will generally exhibit the extent of his friends or of his enemies. Of the latter, none have been so bold as to appear. End quote. George W. Williams, under date of July 23, 1830, says, quote, I am pleased to learn that you arrived safe at your point of destination, and I certainly hope you may realize all your reasonable expectations. Your trip must have been one of considerable interest, notwithstanding you had to undergo some necessary hardships. I expect it will be some time before you will be entirely at home in your agency, judging of you by myself. I suppose you will not at once be enabled to understand and act up to the notions of Indian conduct and character. You mentioned something of a council held recently for the purpose of making peace between some hostile tribes. I suppose in that council you made your debut. If so, give me an account of it in your next. I should like to know whether or not the reality will verify my imaginations on the subject. For instance, I fancy you to be not clouded or painted, but as usual in your ordinary dress, the broad-brimmed beaver, the white, cutting the most conspicuous figure, handing a large stone pipe with reed handle 4 feet long, plentifully supplied with kinnikinnick and tobacco, with the utmost dignity, combined with all possible conciliatory address, from one chief to another, and so on, hearing and making all kinds of speeches and powwows, and grand sittings, etc., etc. Is it a fancy, or is it a fact, as Curran said? God bless your labors, my dear fellow, and he will, for blessed are the peacemakers. End quote. At that time, 1830, there were evident signs of uneasiness among the Indians, but 3 years had passed since the disturbance made by the Winnebagoes, when several white families were murdered by them in this vicinity. General Street, the agent, was frequently absent on duty or business when the duties of the agency fell upon Mr. Burnett as subagent, and he was assiduous in watching the signs of the times. Colonel Morgan, then in command of Fort Crawford, was also on the alert, and to obtain information addressed a note to General Street, which called from Mr. Burnett the following answer, under date of December 6, 1830. Quote, Sir, in compliance with a request in your letter of the 7th inst., addressed to General J. M. Street, U.S. Indian Agent, I have to inform you that every intelligence which I have received since my arrival at this agency has confirmed me in the opinion that a war carried on between the Sioux and Chippewa tribes of Indians is highly prejudicial to the safety of white men in the vicinity of their hostile movements and dangerous to the navigation of the upper Mississippi, particularly that part about Lake Pepin and the mouth of the Chippewa River. This opinion, I think, is fully sustained by that of men older and more experienced in Indian transactions than myself, and by the murders committed on that lake in 1825. The facilities with which the Chippewa war parties descend the Chippewa River and lurk and conceal themselves about the shore of the lake enables them, if so disposed, to murder men navigating those waters with impunity. Of their disposition to attack white men when in a rage for war, I think their former outrages and their conduct this season at the mill and the Menominee River and its vicinity afford sufficient evidence. I am satisfied that while affairs with those tribes remain in their present state, no man who has a prudent regard for his safety would, in navigating the upper Mississippi, encamp on the east side anywhere near the lake or the mouth of the Chippewa River at any time during the season in which the war parties of those tribes are out. End quote. We have already seen that Mr. Burnett was one of General Jackson's early friends and firm supporters, and as such claimed, in common with the party, a share in the favors of that chieftain, and finding that the pay of his office, $500 per year, was not equal to the duties he had to perform, nor the expenses of living on this distant frontier, he addressed his firm friend, Colonel R. M. Johnson, soliciting his aid in obtaining a better situation, from whom he received the following answer of February 5, 1831. This letter shows not only the high estimation in which he was held at Washington, but also the difficulty of obtaining office, owing to the great number of applicants. Quote, Your favor has been received, in which you express a desire to be appointed Indian agent at sea, etc. As soon as I received your letter, I called on the Secretary of War to ascertain whether the place was still vacant, that I might present your claims as desired, and was informed by him that the person was selected for the office, and I believe was nominated to the Senate, which prevented even an opportunity of serving you. I should be happy to serve you whenever opportunity offers, but I can assure you that there is such a press of applications for every vacancy, high or low, that the prospect of success is gloomy for any person. I feel sincerely and feelingly what you say about your difficulties and embarrassments. End quote. At this time, the national administration looked with a jealous eye not only at the National Bank, but also at the American Fur Company. Whether this was because the chief agents of that company differed in politics from the administration, from which was inferred that opposition existed in their subordinates, or whether, as in case of the bank, the trade was deemed so profitable as to be an object worthy of control, to furnish office and employment for aspirants who could not otherwise be provided for, is not easy to be determined at this late day. But it is certain that a war of words, and to some extent of laws, was waged against the company as well as against the bank, and Mr. Burnett, as an agent of the government, was called upon by authority to furnish information to be used in the attack upon the company. A letter dated St. Louis, Missouri, May 3, 1831, to Mr. Burnett reads thus, quote, The American Fur Company seems to have made war upon the agents in all the Missouri country, except one or two who belong to them. Hence the reason for the publication of a series of numbers in the St. Louis Beacon, commencing 3rd February, to which you are referred. They have been attributed to me. I wish you to furnish me a full and minute history of the workings and doings of this company in your quarter, whether they do not oppose the present administration and views of the government and the agents of the government, whether they do not cheat and impose on the Indians of your agency as to prices, etc. What are their prices, and whether they have not purchased up all the interpreters that are worth anything, whether they do not hold councils with the Indians and render their agents odious to them, whether they do not employ persons that are really opposed to our government. The monopoly I refer to is the American Fur Company. Whether they do not bid in insolent defiance to the authority of the government and its agents, and is not their course opposed to civilizing the Indians? I want the benefit of your information generally, but not to be published, or your name in any manner exposed, or in the slightest manner referred to unless authorized. This company have threatened to break down the department and elevate themselves. Hence the lot has fallen on me to expose and break them down, which will be accomplished. Doubt not, I know the authority under which I proceed. Direct to me, care of General Clark." End quote. Whatever may have been the motive of this system of espionage, or whether Mr. Burton did as required, I know not. But I do know that whatever he may have thought of the course pursued by the American Fur Company, he held in perfect odium this relic of tyranny, a system of espionage in other men's concerns. Note: It may well be regretted that so much stress is laid upon this matter by Mr. Brunson. Of the writer of the letter cited, we know nothing. The letter itself comes to us as anonymous, and the "by authority" may well have been assumed for some sinister or vindictive purpose the writer had in view against the American Fur Company. Narratives like this, designed for historic preservation, to go forth under the auspices of the State Historical Society, and designed too for readers of all shades of political opinion, should never be marred by even the semblance of party prejudice or personal animosity. LCD. End note. But there really being no grounds, except as above hinted, for this parade of weapons against that company, the probability is Mr. Burnett did not furnish the desired information, and it is further probable that his not doing so was one cause of his proscription in 1834. There were, no doubt, some things in the management of the fur trade about as detrimental to the interests of the Indians as in the trade of merchants generally with the whites. But the advantages that both are to the communities in which they are established so far exceed their disadvantages that the latter sink into the shade of forgetfulness in the light of the former. In 20 years' residence among Indians, traders, and Canadians, I have not been able to discover any tendency towards Canada or the British government from the employment of Canadians or foreigners in the fur trade. The only thing that I could discern as influencing the Indians towards the British was the presents given them on Drummond's Island and Lake Huron. While these were given, the Indians from the head of Lake Superior and its tributaries would go occasionally to get them, but when these were discontinued, then visits were also discontinued. Nor were the profits of the fur trade so very valuable as was supposed, in proof of which we have the failure of one of the companies, as well as the vast majority of their factors or sub-traders. The trader might sell his goods for 3 times their original cost, and yet be the loser in the transaction. To give an idea of this, or the facts in the case, the account stands as follows. The original cost of the outfit, say $500, one clerk whose pay per annum is $500, 4 voyageurs who convey the clerk and his goods to their winter quarters, build their fort, guard their goods, get wood, provisions, etc., at $100 per man, $400. The wild rice and meat purchased, $100. Cost of outfit, besides canoes, $1,500. In this trade, the Indians must have credit for ammunition, blankets, etc., or they cannot hunt, and of these, upon an average, 1/3 is not paid. The game may be scarce, the hunt unfavorable, so that they cannot pay, and some Indians, like some white men, are dishonest and will not pay. Now, unless the trader sells at a price to pay expenses, including transportation from Europe to the place of sale, the expense of agents, factors, chief officers, etc., it must be a losing concern. In view of the facts of the case, the supposed profits of the trade were probably the object of pursuit. But before that could be obtained, some pretext must be found on which to legislate the company out of the Indian country. The Act of 1834, regulating the trade with the Indians, did not do this, but was in reality a benefit to the company. Yet the company failed because the Indians were decreasing, the trade diminishing, and the game fast disappearing. It was true enough that a majority at least of the agents and clerks of the American Fur Company were, like most other businessmen of that time, not favorable to the political views of the then dominant party, and it is further true that the Indian agencies being now filled by the friends of the dominant party, in reward for their services in electing their chief, this would of course bring the two opposites in political views into contact in the Indian country, and the traders might truly enough be opposed to the then administration. But this trading company was a private, not public concern, and the government had no authority or right in our free country to interfere with the business or to seek the supposed profits of the trade in order to reward partisans for their political services. End of section 13. Section 14 of Articles from the Collections of the State Historical Society of Wisconsin, Volume 2, by Lyman Copeland Draper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Memoir of Thomas Pendleton Burnett, Part 2. The government had its factories established under its patronage and control, the offices whereof could be filled by the executive with the same right and authority as other offices under his control. But these factories had proved a failure as to profit, and therefore were of no value. In all my intercourse with the traders, I found them very prudent and cautious in expressing their views on politics, and without exception found them disposed to sustain the government in its measures regulating intercourse with the Indians. This was policy in them, lest they should bring down the power of the government upon them in the shape of oppressive laws which would break up their trade. I allude to these facts to show the absurdity and bad policy, in a free country especially, of this spoils theory, and whether Democratic or Whig or any other party should be at the head of affairs, the rewarding of partisans with office is setting a precedent which must eventually, if not discontinued, lead to the ruin of our institutions. Those out of office are always more numerous than those who are in, and if at any time the outs unite, they can oust the ins, and by this process the most villainous may gain the highest power, and by sufficiently rewarding his followers, secure himself, as did Louis Napoleon, on a throne before the country is aware of it. In May 1831, General Street leaving the agency in care of Mr. Burnett, the latter reported to General Clark on the 18th of that month that, quote, "the Indian relations among the different tribes of this quarter have not a very amicable appearance. The threatening of the Sauks and Foxes and occasional acts of mischief committed by them against the whites in the vicinity of Rock Island have doubtless been communicated to you before this time. The Sioux chief, Wabashaw, and a considerable number of his tribe are now here. A small party of them who came across the country from Red Cedar state that within their country, north of the line of the purchase of last summer, they came upon a war road of the Sauks and Foxes. They followed the trail leading out of their country several days, and from the signs remaining at their camps, they have no doubt that 3 or more of the Sioux have been murdered by the Sauks and Foxes. Among other appearances that confirmed them in this belief was a painted buffalo robe, such as no Indians in this quarter but the Sioux make or use, cut in pieces at one of their camps. They pursued their trail until they came upon their camp a few miles north of the old Red Cedar Fort, but finding them double their own number, did not make an attack. They say that they have made peace and promised to keep it, and will not in any case be the aggressors. Colonel Morgan informed me 2 days since that he had sent down to the Sauks and Foxes to send up 10 or 12 of their men to see him and have a talk with him. They were expected here on yesterday, but have not yet arrived. The Sioux are awaiting their arrival and are, I believe, ready to meet them, either as friends or enemies. When they were informed that the Foxes were coming, they put their arms in order. They say that if the Sauks and Foxes come and deport themselves peaceably, they will not molest them, but if they see any hostile manifestations, they will strike them. My own opinion is that if the Sauks and Foxes have had a war party out against the Sioux, they will not come here upon Colonel Morgan's invitation, knowing as they do that the Sioux always visit this place about this season in considerable numbers. A part of the Menominees have been to see me since General Street's departure. They renewed their promise not to go against the Chippewas for the present, but to wait a while longer to hear from their great father." End quote. The squally appearance of Indian affairs called for the watchful attention alike of agents and officers of the Army, but it became a question of etiquette which should take the lead in the matter. The military seems to have claimed that right, while the agents claimed at least to know what had been done in the premises. Both being then under the superintendence of the War Department, the military considered the Indian Department as subordinate to theirs, but Mr. Burnett thought otherwise, claiming that each branch of the public service had its appropriate duties with which the other should not interfere, while in case of necessity one should assist the other, both acting in unison. And as the Sauks and Foxes alluded to in his letter to General Clark did come to the place, with whom Colonel Morgan held a council without the knowledge or cooperation of the agent, Mr. Burnett claimed to be informed of the nature and extent of the proceedings, and addressed a note dated May 23, 1831, to Colonel Morgan as follows, quote, "Sir, I was informed yesterday that you held, on the morning of that day, a council with a party of Sioux and a party of Fox Indians, which you had assembled in the village of Prairie du Chien. As the acting Indian agent at this place, it properly concerns me to know what takes place at this post in relation to Indian affairs. I should therefore be glad to be informed of the circumstances that required such counsel, the objects to be effected, and the results accomplished. Also the names of the chiefs or men of influence of either tribe who are present. Will you please to communicate to me as early as may be convenient the desired information, and likewise whether General Street was apprised, previous to his departure, of the contemplated meeting of those Indians." End quote. This brought from Colonel Morgan the following tart reply and raised the question of prerogative. Quote, "Sir, I acknowledge in you no right to call on me to render an account of my proceedings to you, though if you will do me the favor to call at my quarters on my return from St. Peter's, for which place I am just about to set out, I will explain to you the object of the council and tell you what passed. You were apprised yourself of the Foxes having been invited, and you knew they had arrived. Why stay 4 or 5 miles off? I stated to the Indians that you should have been to the council if you had been here." End quote. The 4 or 5 miles alluded to by the colonel was the distance from the fort and village to the residence of General Street, where the office of the agency was kept, that being the nearest house suitable for his family that could then be obtained. It was true that Mr. Burnett had knowledge that the Foxes had been sent for, the Sioux being already on the ground, and that the Foxes had arrived, but not of the time and place of holding the council, and this he claimed should have been given. But the colonel, standing upon the dignity of his office as commandant of the military post, seemed to think that the agent must or should have been on hand, whether he had notice thereof or not, as any other spectator. The question of prerogative was now fairly raised. Whether it was ever settled by the War Department, I do not know, but a common-sense view of the subject would say that each branch of the public service had its own appropriate duties and prerogatives, and that neither had a right to interfere with or encroach upon the other. The Indians were placed under the care and control of the agency, while the military was under the care and control of its proper officers. Nor had Colonel Morgan any more control of the Indians than the agent had of the troops. Their uniting in one common head at Washington gave one no more right to interfere with the duties of the other than it would the Navy and War Departments to encroach upon each other because the President was their common head, or for the executive, judicial, and legislative departments to arrogate each other's rights because their respective powers were alike derived from the Constitution. Every department of the government and each subordinate branch of the respective departments have their appropriate duties to perform, and when necessary, to unite their energies for the benefit of the whole. So if the Civil Department, to which the Indian Department belongs, and is now appropriately assigned, requires the aid of the military, the latter must serve the former, for in our form of government, the military must be subject to the civil authority. It is clear, therefore, that in this case Mr. Burnett was right. It is well known that on the frontiers and beyond the reach of courts of justice, and sometimes within their reach, if not very strong, the military officers are very apt to exercise all the authority of the legislative, executive, and judicial departments over the few straggling citizens who may chance to be in their vicinity. In some cases, this has been absolutely necessary because no other government existed. In my first visits to Fort Snelling at the mouth of the St. Peters, then commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Davenport and 300 miles beyond the jurisdiction of any civil court, this was the only government exercised over the traders, their employees, discharged soldiers, and voyageurs who had settled in that vicinity. But such was the mild and patriarchal character of the administration of the government that no one could reasonably object to it or be particularly anxious for a change. The only thing complained of was the suppression of the whiskey trade among the Indians and soldiers, but this was done by authority of an act of Congress and the Articles of War, and was not only justified but demanded by the laws of humanity. Yet in some instances, the officers of the Army have exceeded the bounds of propriety and the rights of citizenship, and that too where the civil authority was within reach. A citizen of this place was once whipped by the soldiers by order of Colonel J. Another was sent to St. Louis under guard without any charge being preferred against him, and left to find his way back to his family as best he could, and upon his return he found them ejected from his house by the soldiers. Mr. Burnett informed General Clark of the transaction of Colonel Morgan, May 28, 1831. Quote, "In my letter of the 18th inst., I informed you that Colonel Morgan had sent for the Sauks and Foxes to visit this post. On the 21st instant, about 15 men of the Foxes of Dubuque Mines arrived at the village, and on the next day Colonel Morgan held a council with them and the Sioux who were here. I presume that whatever took place at the council or was affected by the meeting of the Indians of any importance will be communicated to you through the proper channel by Colonel Morgan, who acted alone in the measure." The Sioux had been waiting the arrival of the Foxes for several days. The Foxes landed at the village on Saturday evening, not later, I think, than 4 o'clock. The council was opened the next morning, as I am informed, at 10 o'clock, yet no intimation of either time or place of meeting, or that my presence was at all desired, was given, although there was ample time to do so. Throughout the transaction, there has been no consultation had or cooperation had with the agency. The only communication upon the subject previous to the council and the departure of the Indians was the simple fact that he had sent for the Foxes, of which I apprised you. I suppose that if anything occurred of sufficient importance to found a report upon, he will communicate the facts, and in that case it must appear that the measure was undertaken and carried through without any connection or cooperation with this agency. I have, therefore, given the above statement of facts to show that the absence of cooperation in the affair was not from neglect of duty or inattention on the part of this agency. The information that I have collected on the subject is this. Some 15 Foxes from Dubuque Mines, all young men except 1 or 2, came up and had a talk with the Sioux and Colonel Morgan, in which each expressed a desire to continue the peace which had been concluded between them the last year. The Foxes denied any knowledge of a war party having gone against the Sioux. They said they wished to be at peace and would not do any act of hostility, but they could not answer for those below. They spoke for themselves only. They smoked and danced together and parted in apparent friendship and harmony." End quote. The extent of the frontier and the number of tribes within the agency kept up an almost incessant excitement as to their affairs, and to keep the government advised of all their movements required constant vigilance and the writing of numerous letters. Under date of June 13, 1831, Mr. Burnett writes to General Clark, quote, "I have received, since the last mail from this place, information which I consider entitled to credit that a war party of Sioux is now being organized among Wabashaw's band to go against the Chippewas by a warrior of some note in that band. I have also understood that there are a few Menomonies, relatives of those who were killed by the Chippewas in the fall and winter past, now with the band of Sioux. but I have not been able to learn whether they intend joining the Sioux in their expedition or not, but think it probable that some of them will do so." End quote. Under date of June 29th, he wrote, quote, "I am informed by Major Langham, who arrived here from below a few days since, that the Winnebagoes of the Prophet's village on Rock River have united with the Sauks and Foxes. The Winnebagoes of the Wisconsin and Upper Mississippi are still peaceable. They are most likely waiting to see the first results of the movements below and intend to act afterwards according to circumstances. Until within 2 or 3 weeks past, very few of those Indians have visited this place for a length of time, fewer, I am told, than usual at this season of the year. Lately, a great many of them have been here, the most of whom came down the Wisconsin and have gone up the Mississippi. A great portion of them are old men, women, and children. They continue to pass by daily. Many rumors are in circulation as to their present disposition and intention, very few of which are, perhaps, entitled to implicit belief. They have served, however, to give considerable alarm to many of the inhabitants of the prairie, and many of them begin to think themselves in danger. I have spared no pains to ascertain the disposition of the Winnebagoes here, and have found no evidence of a disposition to hostilities on their part, unless their sending so many of their old men, women, and children up the river and purchasing powder in larger quantities than usual for ordinary hunting should indicate something of the kind. I also learned a few days since that the one-eyed Decory had left his village at Prairie La Crosse and gone down to the Sauks and Foxes. This was accidentally communicated to my informant by a Winnebago and is probably true. Decory was down about 2 weeks since and called to see me on his return home. His deportment was as usual. I saw no change. In fact, I have not discovered any change in the deportment or appearance of any of them that I have seen. They all appear to be perfectly friendly. None of the traders here think they have any hostile intentions. Colonel Morgan left the fort for Rock Island on the morning of the 27th inst., with 2 companies from his post and 2 more from Fort Winnebago under Major Twiggs. He had previously called in all fatigue parties and put his whole force under a course of training. Much alarm prevails in the mines. The people are arming and preparing for their defense. I do not consider that there is any immediate danger either here or in this vicinity. Much, however, will doubtless depend on the result below. The Sioux and Menominees are certainly friendly, and against the Sauks and Foxes would willingly unite with the whites if permitted to do so. I have heard nothing since my last of a war party of those Indians against the Chippewas." End quote. On the 24th of October, 1831, Mr. Burnett obtained leave of absence until the ensuing spring to visit some friends and arrange some business he had left unsettled in Kentucky. In granting this permission, General Street says, "Permit me to avail myself of the present occasion to acknowledge the great support I have received from you in all my official duties during a period of 14 or 15 months, and to assure you of my high regard and unlimited friendship." End quote. Sometime before his departure, Mr. Burnett had written to his friend Dr. C.R. McFall of Keene, Kentucky, in which he gave some account of the duties and amount of business of an Indian agent, which drew from him, under date of November 13, 1831, the following amusing remarks. Quote, "The idea I had formed of the duties of an Indian agent, I find by the late you have reflected upon the subject, was by no means correct. I had thought his only duty was to sit behind his desk and issue out to the Indians their regular supply of whiskey, powder, lead, and other articles which Uncle Sam covenants to furnish to the said Indians at an unusually low price. And in payment for said articles, said Indians have ceded to Uncle Sam a certain tract or parcel of land known by certain boundaries, etc. But no, in place of enjoying himself in luxurious ease, the poor agent has to take long and painful journeys by land and water, suffer from the bites of mosquitoes, from heat and cold, etc. Pretty tough work, this, for a Kentucky lawyer especially. But it is not, I find, Uncle Sam's plan to hire laborers to work his farm and suffer them to sleep out their time in complete torpidity. No, they must be up and doing, must earn their wages by hard labor. It must certainly have been a queer kind of a sight to have seen a Kentuckian, learned in all the lore of the law, holding a council with the red men of the forest. Like a young Mercury, he arrives among them. They are assembled together. Mute silence reigns throughout the assembly. Deep thought and anxious expectations sit on every countenance. Now is the time. He rises, tells them in the most finished language of the most fertile imagination, the object of the meeting, what Uncle Sam expects to do for them, and what they must do for him. As he warms with his subject, his imagination expands. The earth, air, and sea are brought to his aid as comparative objects. He ceases, and his audience knows not what he has said. End quote. During the time that Mr. Burnett had been at the agency, he had attended as counsel to some important suits in which the government, through some of its agents, was a party, for which he claimed fees as attorney, this not being embraced in his duties as agent, and if he had not done so, the government must have employed someone else. The fees charged for the several suits were $500, which the agent approved and allowed. In December of this year, he visited Washington for the double purpose of keeping his office from the grasp of some hungry office hunter, hundreds of whom are hovering around the Capitol any winter, and against whom, I perceive by his correspondence, it is necessary for every office holder to keep a watchful eye, which is the reason that so many of them visit Washington so often, and also for the purpose of securing this fee, which had been refused. But this latter he did not get allowed at that time, but being long-winded on such a chase, he hung to it until the department paid him $225. In February 1832, while Mr. Burnett was in Kentucky, General Street wrote him that, quote, the Menominees and Sioux are preparing for a retaliatory war against the Sauks and Foxes in the spring. The Menominees have made peace with the Chippewas in order to have no fears from that quarter. The two tribes met above the mill on the Chippewa and made their peace. I have advised the superintendent so as to have the earliest interference, if any is intended. The Sauks and Foxes, I learn, expect retaliation and will be prepared to meet them. If the government is not early in stopping them, they will certainly go in considerable force, and a bloody contest may be expected. End quote. About the 1st of April, Mr. Burnett received instructions, while yet in Shelbyville, to, quote, proceed to the agency at Prairie du Chien by way of St. Louis and call on General Clark for the funds allotted to the agency for 1832, or such portion thereof as he shall determine to forward. The receipts will be forwarded to you at St. Louis as soon as a conveyance by steamboat shall occur. End quote. Mr. Burnett reached the agency about the 1st of May. At that time, the Sauks and Foxes under Black Hawk were in hostile movements on Rock River, with General Atkinson in pursuit. To aid in the defense of the country, General Atkinson from Dixon's Ferry, May 26, 1832, addressed General Street as follows, quote, Sir, I have to request that you send me at this place, with as little delay as possible, as many Menominee and Sioux Indians as can be collected within striking distance of Prairie du Chien. I want to employ them in conjunction with the troops against the Sauks and Foxes, who are now some 50 miles above us in a state of war against the whites. I understand the Menominees, to the number of 300 warriors who were with you a few days ago, are anxious to take part with us. Do encourage them to do so, and promise them rations, blankets, pay, etc. I have written to Captain Loomis to furnish them some arms, if they can be spared, and ammunition. If there are none at Prairie du Chien, I must procure some in this quarter. Colonel Hamilton, who has volunteered his services to lead the Indians to this place, will hand you this letter, and if the Indians can be prevailed on to come, will perform the duty. I have to desire that Mr. Marsh may be sent with Colonel Hamilton and the Indians, and an interpreter of the Menominee language. End quote. In accordance with this requirement, General Street gave, on May 30th, to Mr. Burnett the following instructions. Quote, Sir, you will please proceed with Mr. John Marsh, who goes express to the nearest Sioux village, and render him such aid as may be necessary in obtaining as many Indians as possible, to come down with you, and proceed under the command of Mr. Marsh to join General Atkinson. The letter of General Atkinson will be your guide in the business. Use every means to expedite the object and hasten your return, as much depends upon expedition." End quote. The nearest Sioux village was 130 miles up the river from the seat of the agency, which had to be ascended in canoes, there being no steamer then to be had. Yet in 6 days after receiving the order, Mr. Burnett made the following report to General Street. Quote, "Sir, in obedience to your order of the 30th ult., I set out immediately from this place, in company with Mr. Marsh, in a canoe with 8 hands, to visit the nearest village of the Sioux Indians. From recent indications among the Winnebagoes of the upper Mississippi of a disposition to engage in hostilities with the Sauks and Foxes, Mr. Marsh and myself thought best to call at their village on the river La Crosse and invite so many as might be disposed to join us on our return, and go with the Sioux and Menomonies to join General Atkinson's army on Rock River. We arrived at the Winnebago village on the evening of the next day after leaving this post, and that night had a talk with the chiefs and braves upon the subject. Winnowashikan was opposed to the measure and declined having anything to do with it. He said the Sauks had twice this season presented the red wampum to the Winnebagoes at Portage, and that they had as often washed it white and handed it back to them, that he did not like that red thing. He was afraid of it. Waghatakan took the wampum and said that he, with all the young men of the village, would go, that they were anxious to engage in the expedition and would be ready to accompany us on our return. The next day we reached Prairie Aux Isles, Wabasha, and found the Sioux extensively anxious and ready to go against the Sauks and Foxes. They were intending to make a descent upon them in a few days, if they had not been sent for. They engaged with alacrity in their preparations, but we found it necessary to wait till Monday morning to give them time. We left their village on our return at 9 o'clock in the forenoon, accompanied by the whole effective force of the band, and at La Crosse were joined by 20 warriors of the Winnebagoes, the remainder of their village to follow the next day, and reached this place today at 2 o'clock p.m. with 100 warriors, 80 of whom are Sioux and 20 Winnebagoes. I think from the disposition manifested by the Winnebagoes that 50 or 60 more of them will be here before the expedition leaves the prairie, making a force of 130 or 140. The Indians with whom I have met appear well affected towards the whites, are in fine spirits, and seem anxious to engage with the Sauks and Foxes. I made the promise authorized to the Indians of subsistence, pay, etc., and told them that their families should be supplied with provisions during their absence from home. The most of the families of the warriors have accompanied them thus far to take a supply of provisions home with them when the expedition shall have left this place. It is due to Mr. Marsh to say that he has displayed great zeal and energy in effecting the object of our visit, and that his exertions had the effect of bringing out the greatest possible force from the bands we have called upon." End quote. Mr. Burnett greatly desired and strongly urged General Street to allow him to accompany these Indians and take part in the war. But the general thought his services were needed at and near the agency, and therefore declined to comply with the request. In the meantime, the Sauks and Foxes retreated from the Rock River to the Wisconsin, taking their own time for it on account of the slow motion of General Atkinson. Black Hawk is said to have remarked that he could plant and raise corn and keep out of the way of Atkinson. But on the Wisconsin, the wily chief met another and unexpected enemy in the persons of General Dodge and his volunteers, who gave the Indians battle and routed them, horse, foot, and dragoons. The news of this defeat of the Indians soon reached Prairie du Chien, and it was thought probable that if the Sauks and Foxes could get canoes or even rafts, that they would attempt to escape from their pursuers by descending the Wisconsin River. To prevent this, some volunteer troops, Mr. Burnett among others, were stationed on that river at the ferry, now Barrett's, but the Indians took across the country towards Bad Axe. The success of General Dodge at the Pecatonica led to the following expression of respect from the prominent men of Prairie du Chien, not included in the Army, addressed to him July 3, 1832. Quote, "Sir, the undersigned, citizens of this place, have witnessed, with feelings of high respect and admiration, the patriotic exertions you have made for the defense of our frontier against the cruelties of savage warfare. Fully appreciating the nature and motives of the bold and energetic course of your conduct in behalf of our suffering country, we send you, by Captain James B. Estes, a double-barreled gun, which we hope you will accept as a small testimony of the high estimation in which we hold your character as an officer and a citizen." End quote. Signed by J. M. Street, J. P. Burnett, W. M. Reed, H. L. Dousman, Michael Brisbois, B. W. Brisbois, Jean Brunet, and Joseph Brisbois. As soon as it was ascertained that the hostile Indians were wending their way to the Mississippi, north of this place, to escape pursuit, with a view to intercept them, General Street, July 25, 1832, wrote to Mr. Burnett, quote, "Sir, you will proceed up the Mississippi to the Winnebagoes, 25 or 30 miles above this place, and inform them of General Dodge's battle, and of the crossing of the Saukes to the north side of the Wisconsin, and that their chiefs Caramana and Decory are here, and that I want all of the Winnebagoes to come down with you immediately. Tell them it is the wish of their chiefs also. One object of this is to get them out of the way with their canoes, to prevent their crossing the Saukes over the river. Send on word, if you can, to the upper villages that the Saukes have been defeated and have crossed the Wisconsin. And should the Winnebagoes hesitate, tell them that if they do not come, I will not pay the annuity to any who refuse. The time is now near, and they will lose their money. Hasten back as soon as possible." End quote. End of section 14.